pumping shit like this. Yo, shit, this paper thin, though. The when I'm singing, check out the scoop. Yo, I serve styles like Jello. I got to meet up with my fellow and plot all the styles I got. Yes, I go hip hop, act like hero. This be that back to back shit. I'm not going to back, so don't sweat it. Yes, I rock the gathering like this. Plethora, not chill. Yes, I rap the leper. My vision that I got. I see you only be touched in the right spot. So let me rock a motherfucking style on the crowd. Check this shit, that's fuck where staring could get you. Our ass kicking. Yo, check the daily news in my intersection. Except superfection, a style well chosen. Ain't a damn thing you could do to make me say no. This is how I say yes. Do I want a chunk of cess? Yeah. How you want it? I from shit like this on a magnificent tip. I'm hearing from my fans, they like how I jam. I put this to this, and I come up with a fat split. Now we got to keep this moving, and we all know this. What time is it on the clock? We got the countdown going down right now. So let's make this quick. Let's get to some freaky methods that's catchy. Yeah, baby, you look kind of sexy, and I think I wanna know you kind of personally. Yeah, you know me. My name be Torture. Some call me Torch. That nobody's like that. Don't check me how I play rhythms that I be addicted to. Don't check it, ain't no crack that I'm smoking. Rhymes that I'm flowing with. It's be like this, yo. Got more maniac track sounding something fat. Yo, put me on some reflector type shit. Put me on reflector type shit right quick. Put me on some reflected. 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 Check my dialect. No respect to myself. When I rock a style that's good like this. To your ear hut, you look like some turkey. I got stuff it. Yo, check me out now. I wanna be reflected. I wanna be reflected. Oh, some glasses. Yo, check it. It goes down like this. I'm out the door, but now you can know. I bet you know that I'll be back for some more. Oh, Lord. Yeah. For your ear hole, for your ear hole, for your ear hole, not your asshole. Sorry, no toes, but I'm not really sorry. Be careful with the style that I bring. See, yo, check it like this. We rock a little bit for your ear hole, like some shit like this. Maybe torture, check my boy style I bring y'all. Straight from the core heights area. She just got blessed. Twisted. What was up in me? Chunka says, oh yes, it's like this. Get that shit over bunch. Yes, yes, I rock the best. Yo, check it when I hit you up in the head like this. My man, break it down quick. Yeah. Word up. Ooh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Misanthropic, catastrophic, on any topic. Snap necks and sockets, choking victims with a locket. Won't stop it, middle musket rushes when the matter flushes. No gun, son, physical crushes. From the tongue, buses, dust is contaminated. Niggas laminated like plastic. Drama, I'ma be in your casket. Sick like Edward Kemper, co-ed, sleep with no head. So feds dread the dread who dreads ex-girls with no lead. I'm fed, got stew pots with lots of ill pieces. Kill deepest thesis, kill creases in your brain secret. Peep it, cause mad terror like Monday to Sunday. You done fade like icy runway. Some play, so react. You know me, relax like the Zodiac phony crap. Get shitted on like 7 arms with holy tracks and needles. My people know of my identity, but no remedy sent to me. So the entity of darkness abound around. This hammers pound the mounds of down south chickens licking the cracks of Puerto Ricans. Mommies behind me, no trail like Ed Pose. Hill, though gorilla blows through your foes. Snipe like Charles Whitman, but something's different. Missing stitching the fleshy fabric to the wall of my kitchen. Sadistic.
Yo, John, where we going?
Yo, we going out to the cribbo. We just gonna chill. Yo, you want some clothes?
Nah, baby, I don't do that.
Alright, so check this, dude. Split the world and drink up its nectar. Don't get next to the home record in the Mecca. Apparel like Mike Farrell. I dabble with slash the cattle saddle honeys like bunnies. The back of your whole Adam's apple. R. Ramirez, the night stalker, the hype talker, the light walker, just like Walker. Talk to loved ones into the depths of sadness. This madness is endless. My rap gets stupendous. Your ass gets offended when the distended skulls fuming, stewing like Daniel Rickowitz. Plates with bits of humans doing damage to the city. Whole world feels no pity. So give me under one the gun like Howard Unruh or Patrick Sherrill, leaving MCs in peril. The gathered barrels until your back is sterile. Clear as crystal. Why your death will miss you? No issue. Gristle burn down to a fizzle. Very well like Mary Bell and Mountain Brown. Even Brian Howe was out and asked your local DT about it. Doubt it. Just for a second, you regret the lack of respect. Smashing your neck like Richard Speck. Sadistic. Yo, why don't you try this black vinyl suit I got for you?
What is it gonna do to me?
It's gonna make you feel good.
Is it gonna make me feel
Yeah.
real wet?
Albert Fish in your vicinity. My limits be infinity. No kidding me. Only my enemies see the sympathy. White hand decapitator. Michael Breath assassinator. Terminate with extreme predators. Burn a snake up. Faker, you don't know the real darkness when you see it. So be it. MCs hit the floor in the wall like B shit. I smash, crash, and dash from the screen. Machine of warm plasma. You pray for the capture. You found the day after. No description of the murderer. Hurting you faster than gray matter in my platter. Matter than Al Pacino and Serpico. Vertigo. Lyrics of murder foes like a nurse bro. So face like John Wayne Gacy. You can't erase me or erase the Don's name. Baby, for 7 years I brought tears like Edward Kemper. Since my temper entered the realm of the placenta. Ill into the femur. Slice actors like Emma. Leave you hurting like Peter Curtin. All dismembered. Don't forget, remember all the havoc. Tragic automatic blow like John Gilbert Graham's package. Sadistic. Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, Poppy Don.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, Poppy Don.
You've been like
Yeah.
that. How you feel?
I feel so good, baby. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Oh, I see, Poppy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see you.
Like when I grab your neck like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life.
It's your boy Scotty. I'm internationally known, but I'll be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known, but I'll be on the mic. It's for my real ill niggas, heavyweight hitters, go getters, 50 ways to make figures. My niggas, they come on the spot to fail sisters like the air rail spitters and kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping Hennessy and bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. 45 holders, one of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known, but I'll be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known, but I'll be on the mic. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. Broads on the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball or score. Cause this right here is for all of yo. Rockin' the primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, smoking El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back shit, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth, we grab it, and know just where it is. Hard talk, real hell nigga. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hard talk, real hell nigga. I'm internationally known, yo. Hard talk, real hell nigga. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hard talk, real hell nigga. To my elite piece with the murderous mistakes, I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat, it was my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is a foreign language is. They hold raws events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like a barrel. My fat shawls last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right lives. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they dance to get funny, done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. Real hell, I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Real hell, I'm internationally known, yo. Hard talk. Real hell, I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hard talk. Real hell, so all hell, I'm honorable.
Put this banner here so I could let the people in. You know what I mean? No bless. Yo,
Peace to
Tommy,
the
is that you?
regime,
Yo, what's
peace
up,
to
brother?
Anka Hablov, peace to
Yo, what's
Onafe, peace to
What's
Nerotech,
up?
peace to Earl Pike. It's like
Yeah,
the
bless.
it's like the Dane Cook bit about during the peace at Catholic Church, you just find one guy and clutch onto the handshake just to avoid like the guy he didn't want to shake hands with. Like, I'm good, bro. I got a guy right here.
Yeah, where's Smith? Come on up, Smith. It's all good, Smith,
Oh,
man.
Earl Pipe, he's talking about my hobble that looks like a favela. That's what he's talking about. I think favelas look cool, even though they're not structurally reassuring. I think a mountainside of favelas of different colors coming down the mountainside, like not so impoverished looking, or like it's a tribe that appreciates their living space and keeps it looking good. I think that's a cool look.
Well, we had somebody try to join a minute ago. I think it was Smith. You know, Smith's gonna come at me about religion, but I gotta tell
He'll
him,
come at
you
me
know,
too.
no more of this history shit. You put two fucking swords together and you tell me it's an Arabic letter. That's not an Arabic letter.
It's an American letter. It's two of them. It can be a
Well,
T or an X.
well, I don't know. Hey, hey, Smith, is this you, man? Here, let's see what's going on. Here, brand. Let's see. We put
He'll
this
come in
here.
like snafu, just vocal as soon as you drop him in.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's him. He turned his cam on. Yeah, what's going on, Smith, man? What's popping, son? We got Smith. We got ILLUMITOMMY. Yo, who else wants to come up here, man? Don't be afraid of these cats, man. These cats are chill, man. You just got to get to know them. All right? I like
I
these
get
guys.
it. I get it. She'd have her face covered anyway. So why do the medical mask? because
Go green.
regulation. That's why.
You gotta
No,
go
the
green
funny
and come
thing
here.
is at first it was for people's safety, and then it just turned into all you have to have is a cloth
Here, hold
covering
on.
over
Here,
your
hold
face,
on.
which
Here,
neither does anything.
Smith, we can't talk about the disease. We can't talk about it. But
I didn't
Yeah,
say
you're gonna
anything.
say.
I didn't
No,
say
I
anything
know.
about
No, I know. No, I'm just saying, like in general.
Some
But
people
yeah,
are going to snake. They're taking jab in the snake bite on some channels.
Yeah, I didn't
don't
say
mind
that. I didn't say anything about that.
Well, the
Yeah, but we
the
got-
thing to show people in the evolution, it's just like how retarded was to replace imbecile, and
It's
so
silly.
we use jab to replace the
this
beer
brainwashed
brand,
lady.
I also
and
didn't
now
say any of that.
and now
But
we're
what I did say
replacing
is the
jab.
word mask translates to buffoon or mockery because you're a buffoon if you think it's doing any difference. Whether it's an N95 or it's a piece of cloth or it's anything, it's not doing anything. Look what virologists wear. It's full body suits like they're faking going to space.
And there's two
Aloha,
times
snap.
I'm okay with masks. The guy that's fucking with my teeth, with my mouth wide open, and whoever's cutting me open and
You
gonna
actually
sew me
go to
back
the
up.
you actually go to the dentist? Man, that shit.
Not in a long. I
Oh,
haven't been in the dentist since probably
that seemed
since
like
I had my wisdom teeth
terrible
pulled.
for you. That seemed like it's terrible for you. Oh, we got Talcott coming through soon. Yeah, I want to know what happened on Talcott show. Were you guys watching? What
No,
happened? Everybody was out there, man. What the fuck?
it happened.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
you can be really popular at school for getting pantsed and wedgied and flushed in the toilet. I knew a guy. Jocks went down in the locker room during gym class, pulled his regular school clothes out of the locker, threw them in the toilet. Everybody took a turn pissing on it, and
Oh,
it was about that time he wrote
hell
I'm gonna
no.
delete letter.
Man,
Yeah,
kids are horrible, man. Kids are
but
terrible.
and they are, but at the same time, this dude was like, as far as a bullied person, he was also horrible. So it's hard to like. I mean, I think that was too much for anyone. No one deserves to have their school clothes thrown in the toilet while they're at gym and pissed on. But that
Yeah.
kid was still a fucking
That's
asshole.
bad. Yeah, that's bad. I remember, man. I remember they had a swimming pool, man. And somebody shit in the swimming pool, like at school. Man, I remember that shit happened. It was
All
there's
you
some
gotta
real
do is
foul,
throw a Snickers.
there's some
or a
real
cookie.
foul characters, you know. They're like training to be like the next like Ted
Mhm.
Bundy. You know, you make a move like that, you know, you gotta watch that guy for like 5 or 6 years. The guy who shit in the pool.
If
All you got to
you
do is
don't-
do away with the morals, and that's what happens.
No,
Morals
if
and
you don't want the karma or the
Morals and
morality
dogma.
hit of pooping in a pool, you just throw a Baby Ruth in, and it's fine. Same effect. You unwrap the Baby Ruth first, Smith. I know you were gonna fuck that up. You take the wrapper off the Baby Ruth, and then you throw it in the pool. Mission accomplished. Ruth, Ruth, baby Ruth. Shout to the chat, not spurging out that my picture's not showing. Let me see what I can do about it.
Good show.
Not showing on YouTube. Neuro Jack, I see you saw my spotlight for question mark over the word this.
What does anybody think about Conor McGregor for president? God bless that guy.
He's right about what's going on and what you see
What do you
in
mean?
Ireland.
What do you mean? Well, that sounds like hate speech, Tommy. What do you mean he's correct?
And what we're seeing that he's maybe correct, maybe not wrong about, is probably going to happen here and various
If you
places.
try to take a bunch of people who don't like the culture that they're moving to, it's not the best idea to try to move them into that culture.
It is not, but if you were going to, you were going to, I'd open up your borders to a lot of people that don't give a shit about the
Is that what's
culture of the
happening
country
here?
they're moving into.
Is that what's happening here?
We're letting that be nuanced, Smith. We're letting it nuance.
Yeah, no, that's what's happening here.
And I would make sure all those people are able-bodied men of a fighting age and stature that I
Look
might
at the
have
people
a bunch.
coming across our border. Come on now.
You just killed the nuance right there. Just
I don't
like
care about
that,
the
you
nuance.
swept
It's
the
not a
nuance
bunch of
away.
it's not a bunch of women and children. It's not people trying, have
Right,
their
right,
tight-knit
but
family. It's
lest
exactly what you
we
said. It's
forget that Drew came in here last time and just started giving us the obvious instructions on things we were already doing to not do, like, he was trying to do what you're accidentally doing right now.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I didn't watch that, and I'll do whatever I want. Tommy, how about that?
Right, I can't do that because I follow my God, but just for Machine Lie's channel, as a host, I
As he
know
told
that.
me, is he said he didn't want to talk about it, and then you went on and on about talking.
No, we
jibber
can
jabber
talk
all
about
night.
it. We have to properly navigate the.
There's
the
no issue with
policy.
saying it. There's 1,000 videos now on YouTube about Conor McGregor and about the Netherlands Prime Minister. God bless both of
On
them.
now Algo, yeah, future Algo will retrace past for updating the past on future Algo.
Thought crimes. Yeah, I get it. I'm not
The
afraid.
truth is, the people complaining about it aren't really able or willing to do anything about it. So it's kind of
Okay,
like
Smith, I'm going to try and do this one more time. I'm not afraid of anything, but because I respect this store owner, I'll go ahead and your picture up while I'm in that store.
I didn't say
Mic
anything
drop.
that's going to get him any issue. We did not.
well, but look, what you guys are talking about the migration thing, right? Like, do you guys
If
think
that's
that?
the term we want to use, yes.
Do you guys think that that any of these people that are complaining about it are actually willing or able to do anything to stop it? I mean,
Oh, well, they don't live in America, so yes, I do think they're willing and able. They're not a bunch of fucking fat, lazy people like Americans.
I
That's why
like
the
how
rest of the world probably hates America. It's a bunch of fucking fat, lazy people who love themselves.
how many Europeans have you met?
That's
I
not
like-
the point. How many have I seen on YouTube? Have I seen France with 1 million people in the streets? I have. They stand up to shit. They're not
I
some
like
fucking
that,
fat, lazy, weak Americans.
France
I
has
like-
been conquered- France has
Yeah,
been
there's some
conquered for-
realness behind that for sure. You know,
France has been
Exactly.
conquered for over 500 years, though. I mean, they're completely conquered.
Well, at least you know everything, Neuro.
I like that there's a very far leftist California city that was about to drop lots of money on reparations, and now they're mad because once reparations were improved, the government slid a bunch of illegals in, or a bunch of migrants in, that will benefit from that reparations. And they like, wait a damn minute, government, we're the far left.
Yeah, what
This
do you
isn't
mean?
how
We
it was
got
supposed
homeless
to
vets
go.
living on the street. We got single moms living on the street and whatever. But let's take care of people who don't even live here or pay taxes here. I know taxes are bogus to the freedom and rights people, but let's take care of people who are from here, who pay taxes here. How about that? Even
You mean
TMO
like
can agree
take
with that.
care?
I
shit.
agree with what
It's fucked up.
I agree with.
yeah, that's real. I
I
mean,
agree with what
you
you're
know.
saying, but we're so far, we're way beyond that at this point. Like, that's never going to come. That's not. We're not. We're
We're also beyond the tax money being of any relevance. Then yes, it's taken out of us, but like the same way this community will say money fake, money no value. It's like, yeah, and you're
I
still
think-
being
I think
stressed
another
about
thing,
it.
Yeah, I think another thing with Japan or a place like Japan or Israel is that they're a lot smaller. It's easier to control, you know, a smaller area. You know what I mean?
And not many people know that
borders.
Israel uses our American government donations of millions of dollars to support their Planned Parenthood baby deleting.
Yeah.
Wait, we're not supposed to sacrifice our babies to the golden bull?
Well, the people that are bitching about their taxes that might tenaciously want it to go to Israel don't know that that's what Israel does with a lot of it.
So you mean it's not my body, my choice, unless it's an old person I can mooch off of? But if they need my
I mean, I don't hear you talking that snafu shit. You were typing away in the chat like a broken hoe because you
Dude,
know
I
you'll
can
get
still
wrecked
say it
on
to
this
you right
free.
now. I'm not trying to go at you, you fucking pedo cooking with a fucking camp grill in your living room because you're rich. Shut the fuck up. I'm not here
How-
to do the drama.
Now,
you
what's the
fucking idiot.
logic of
You're
that?
a fucking idiot. You're a fucking
No,
idiot.
you're an
Ronald.
idiot. You're a drunk
You've lost
idiot.
all credibility. You're a fucking idiot hater.
I've only
You have
gained
everyone.
credibility every day. I gain more
You find
credibility.
a new community once a week. Everyone hates you. You're fucking
I've been
vile.
here for over a
Fuck you,
year.
bro. Fuck you. You're a fucking
Where's my
pedo.
new community
No wonder
every
you'd be
week?
You'd like that fucking Monty dude guy because you're both fucking pedos.
Even Snafu's been turned out on that
She
whole
was
he's a
17. That's
PDF thing.
legal in some states. So that's called a pedo.
It has nothing to do. No,
Called a
see, now you're
pedophile
relying.
groomer, Tommy.
Now you're. Are you going to have a
Pedophile
back and
groomer,
forth?
Tommy.
Are you going to have a back and forth? Now you're referring to
You
words.
talked over me
Now
there.
you're
I wasn't
referring to
trying go
words.
there, and you're saying you're not talking all that shit like snafu.
Yeah, if you want to go there, let's have a back and forth, you drunk bitch.
On record, I also think snafu's controlled optics. I also think snafu is controlled.
Right, but you're sitting here coming at me with words on paper that a man says is law. Are you going to keep talking about your son? You're coming at me talking about words that a man decided on. Are you going to have a back and forth, masked
No, I
man?
don't care what you have to say, Illumimethy.
And that's why you have no credibility, because you want to say Illuma PDF Methy, but you don't care about what you get replied to. You're the new snafu, dude. You're the new snafu.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
No, I'm not the new snafu.
You very much are the new snafu.
I'm a
Agent Snafu 6719.
Fucking
Agent Snafu 6719. That's what you are now.
Dude, he's got a foreman in his living room, but he's living off that crypto, living big life. He's
I even told
down by the river. He's gonna move.
No. See, you're not being a good Christian right now.
We're all gonna cook meth and rape kids.
Now, have you not been to LARP Church? Because in LARP Church, I very much pointed out that I still live like this because it's how I will fit a camel through the needle's eye. Now just keep babbling on and I'll get loud.
Yeah, people.
You drunk faggot. Just because you're not accustomed to a sick society doesn't mean it's okay to make your family hate you. You drunk piece of shit.
I wouldn't know about a G-spot in the anus because I'm not a homo, faggot.
You wouldn't know about a happy family if you went to a Chinese restaurant, you drunk bitch.
Your family? Hey, Tommy, what's your family? Oh, yeah, it's just you smoking meth in your cheap little apartment cooking up.
Lies, false witness.
All over your ground.
Are you too drunk to realize you're not being a Christian?
I don't have to love people who are of the devil, even though you say
you're Christian,
you're garbage. You're garbage, Tommy.
Because you believe your snafu narrative, you think that gives you the right to call me a demon?
Funnel cake, and then
you haven't shut up since you got up here.
Loser.
You're a drunk fucking faggot, and that's why your wife hates you. Your son doesn't respect you because he caught you touching dudes down at the upper floor of the porn shop.
Let's get methed out together, Sherelle. You're
fucking now you fucked up.
Oh, now you're talking.
Now you're pulling people in that aren't even up here, bro. Are you going to be like, see, now this is why you're the new snafu. This is why you're the new snafu, because you just brought her into it when she's nowhere to be found.
No, I've gained some following the last few months, actually.
Yeah, of the devil's people, of the people of this world.
I doubt that.
I sit on the fact every time I'm on fire for God, I lose subscribers. I lose subscribers every time I do some of my best work. I lose subscribers because they're subscribers of this world. I love it.
That's why you're losing them, because you suck.
Right. Suck is good. Up is down. The lion will lay with the lamb.
Right.
Dude, you're a fucking jackass of a Christian if you are one.
That's what you always proclaim to be, but you're a fucking...
You'll always talk about this being the end times, and you love that you're getting a following.
It most definitely is the end times.
Yeah, you're backwards, dude. You need to drink less.
I'm actually not drinking tonight, but I do have my family coming home soon. I have a family. I'm not a tweaked out 43-year-old going bald with a skull.
I have a family, and I'm not going bald. I shaved this for the character,
after I called you out. I said you got a fucking cul-de-sac. It's a cul-de-sac.
No. The first time I ever went on Paul's channel, they called out my hairline that I was very aware of. I've had a receding hairline ever since the lockdown.
A fucking idiot.
Were you talking while I was talking? This is why you have no credibility and nobody likes you.
I couldn't tell. My brain's racing. This is some good meth.
Are you on meth right now?
No, that's you, bud. That's you.
I didn't say I was on meth. I said if I ever am again, you guys will never know the difference.
If you don't like me, Scold-a-Sack's what Tommy's got going on. He's a meth head at 42, living by himself at home, hating on people on the internet like a fucking idiot.
No, I very much justify when I hate on people.
Trying to save America, which is
no, you're not. You're out here being another TBE, just drunk off your ass, forgetting what you did.
The other
You
countries,
can't
they don't
even
want
shut up and have a
polarization.
back and
People in
forth. You
America
can't
are too
read a fucking
distracted.
room. You can't
See,
even
you're
read
the
anything.
fucking
The
agenda
only
that's
thing
here
you
to
can
destroy
read is
America.
somebody's gematria stuff that you're faking
No,
as yours.
What numbers have I said? You're a fucking
Let
idiot. What
ye
numbers?
without
You're the
sin.
one
No,
always
all
screwing
the
on
numbers
your
you
phone.
say, you read off of
31113. No,
somebody's
don't do that.
website or
I
you
don't do
watch
that, bro.
somebody's video.
I don't do that.
Let
Yeah,
ye
you do.
without sin cast
Yeah.
the first stone.
Dude,
Okay,
anytime,
hey,
see,
good
the worst
distraction
someone
for
can
what I
do
came here to
is
do. I
have a
actually just
back
wanted
and
to share
forth with me.
Quran
And when anybody
1666, because we
wants to
always
get
talk about the
rational,
Bible, but not the
logical, and
Quran.
truth,
What's
that's
Quran
when I wreck the most
1666?
house.
What's Quran
He
1666?
literally stopped as I stopped. It's amazing.
No, I'm not even listening to you. Quran 1666.
Exactly. That's why you have no credibility. You're up here being the next snafu. You're the new
No
snafu.
credibility, please. You got a bunch of fucking losers following you. Losers.
No, I'm the one that's bragging about losing
I'm the one
subs. You're the
smoking
one.
meth at 42, going bald, living in an apartment by myself, but I'm wealthy.
There was nothing
Buying
about that
fucking
statement that's
crypto,
true
and then the
because
next
you
step is
said
the mark of the
I'm
beast.
wealthy and you got
You're a
my
fucking
age
idiot.
wrong. You got my current substance use wrong. You're a liar and a false witness.
You're doing heroin? I doubt it. You're on meth, bro. Everyone
I'm
knows
not
you do
on
meth.
either.
Everyone knows
I'm
Tommy
not
smokes
on
meth
either.
24/7.
You're losing credibility as you speak. You're
Rage
relying
Monday,
on
is
your
that when you
daddy's
run out of your
logic.
meth
You're
or what?
the snafu too. I'm just kidding. It
Is
goes
Rage Monday
snafu
when you
was
run
the
out of meth,
second
Tommy?
snafu. Paul was my first snafu, and in building a dental dam in Colorado was the third snafu. So you were just going to make noises to
I'm
increase your
jealous of
credibility.
his freedom. No, I enjoy working. I enjoy working, and that's what a man should do is work. And
I
always
did a lot
put
of
out
work
that
when I
message
worked.
that men should work. And we got a
So
bunch
you're
of
acknowledging
soft-ass men in America
that I'm
that think
retired.
shit needs to get handed to
So
them.
you're acknowledging that I'm
We got a
retired.
bunch of fucking soft-ass men in America living on their
I'm not
inheritance
soft
like
at all,
Tommy.
faggot.
Like
Come
fucking
to Denver.
Tommy.
I'll show you how
Living on,
soft I
Tommy's
am,
probably
bitch.
living off food stamps. Tommy's
Wrong.
living on the state and ripping people off to buy his meth and keep buying
No,
their shit.
you acknowledge that I'm retired. So pick one
I
way
didn't
or
say
the
you're
other because
retired.
you're being a
I didn't say you're
contradictory bitch.
retired.
I've never taken
Sterling Ray.
one time when I was
Bitch
19.
always hating on me in every chat.
No,
Every time.
you're still riding London man hate from when you misread a chat and you've never turned back since.
No, me and London are cool. He doesn't like you because you
No,
said you want
listen to
fuck
what
his
I
2-year-old
said,
daughter like a
faggot.
fucking pedo.
Listen to what
Did
I
everybody
said,
hear that
faggot.
Tommy said he wants to fuck London's 2-year-old daughter because Tommy's a pedo?
More
And then he's
lies.
like, oh, I'm joking. That was a joke.
No, I never
Or did
said I
people
was
get
joking.
mad? That was a joke.
I never said I was joking, you drunk bitch. I said that he read it wrong.
You are a pedo, fucking weirdo. Didn't
Smith,
say you
you're
were joking.
being
Yeah,
a
that's weird,
waste
bro.
of my time right now.
That's
You're not
weird.
winning
That
any
is
of it.
weird, Tommy. You're a fucking weirdo. You weren't joking. You're a weirdo. Somebody clip that shit. What a weirdo.
Yeah, clip it so you can hear it again and
So
see
you
how
can
stupid you
hear
look.
it when you're higher.
People got sick. Are you going to take a turn off and let me reply to you, or you want to be more Smith?
No, you just said that you weren't joking when you said you wanted to fuck London's 2-year-old daughter because you're a disgusting meth head pedophile. You
Now,
fucking idiot.
these channels that you're aware of got sick of me showing up to clarify what you and what.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Clarify.
Never mind.
Yeah.
The people you're talking to already know the story. Good job, Smith. You are now the new snafu.
Yeah. He's desperate with these accusations. You just heard him admit that he wasn't joking about wanting to fuck London's 2-year-old daughter.
Your own
God
words.
bless London.
You heard it. His own words.
I like London. Who would
I know
ever
you do,
joke
but
about
he's
wanting
as
to
much
have
a
sex
liar
with a
as you are.
2-year-old kid? Other
I
than
never
a fucking
said
meth
that.
pedo.
I never said that, but since you're the new
that's
snafu, you
Smith.
like to say fucking
Hold
2-year-old
on.
kids. You love to say it.
Smith, you gotta cool it with those crazy accusations, man.
He's drunk, man.
I read the message and shit. I mean, it doesn't say that. We can't keep spreading that shit around. I mean, or at least we can't keep repeating that shit on this show. This
And
show
like
is
I was
not-
trying to tell him, between Jack Talcott, Benton, and a couple other channels, everyone was sick of
Chill
me
with that shit.
clarifying
Chill with
that chat situation.
What
Yeah,
did
just
you
chill
say?
with that.
What did you say?
Fuck off, dude. You are
What did you say?
excommunicated.
Clarify it.
You
always
are
clarifying. Clarify what you said.
excommunicated with me, dude. You're
Clarify
done.
that, Tommy, the
Let's
clarifier.
not go into what was said, all that stuff.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I
It's
can change
on
this up
London's
real
channel
quick.
if anybody wants to see it.
London,
I can change this. They don't want to see it because it's done. We're through it. That's why London Man don't show up talking shit on no panel I'm on.
That's why I support the guy who's fucking
Yeah, because
Canada.
I'm trying to
Now let me totally change this up for you, Machine Lies. If you boot him, there's a nice solid line. We can cut it off and it's done. I'll go right into when the Bible references the Holy Spirit.
Change the subject. We can just go into something else.
I want to talk about
Smith
Ron
ain't gonna get off this shit.
1666, where it says that milk comes from excrement and blood, which it does not. But it
Yeah,
also
let's
says
go.
that
Yeah,
all
let's
those
go
words
into
infallible.
yeah, let's go into for real. Change up, right? Because we were talking about religion. And
That's religion. That's a religion, and it says all his word is infallible. It's never wrong. But then Quran 1666 says that milk comes from excrement and blood. It does not. It does not come from excrement and blood. Does it?
How many?
Anybody else want to answer? Does it?
How many people in the Bible, had under?
I get it, Nero. You hate Christians. I get it, but we cover Christians every week on his channel. I just thought maybe sometime he'd want to cover his own religion and the fallacies.
You sound real chill, Smith.
Yeah, I'm real chill. You pissed me off. I hate pedophiles.
I knew more chiller people on that.
Wait, you said 1611?
He just said pedophile again.
I thought you'd be familiar with it because you are so well versed on the Quran. That's why I said.
Rarely do I want to remove someone, but he just said the P word again.
All that work doesn't tire you out a little bit, Smith? I mean, you work so much, but you're so hyped up all the time.
I do. I work a lot.
And I still work.
I work a lot like a real man does. Real men don't sit on panels 12 hours a day. They go earn for their family.
Okay.
Because I'm a slave, because I'm a man.
So hold on. In 1666 is where it says, there's a lesson for you in cattle. We give you a drink from their bellies, from between waste and blood, pure milk, refreshing to the drink.
Now, which version are you reading? Because there's 7 different versions, even though you said there's not.
Are you mad that it doesn't say what you said it said?
No,
that's exactly why he's mad. He's mad that I didn't say what he said I said. He's mad that the Quran doesn't say what he says it says. And he's also mad because he doesn't always say what the Bible says.
Okay, we'll do this another time, TML, when you actually want to debate me and not be a fucking coward. You know there's 7 different versions.
Come back when you know how to have a back and forth. You can get all the debate you want.
You got Pedo Tommy supporting you and Eurojack. It's obvious the
yeah, these are 2 good dudes up here.
Muslim optics all over YouTube. I'm not.
No, you got Snafu optics.
I'm anti-Islam. And their fucking agenda of wanting to destroy Christians. They say Jesus is coming.
You're buying into the psyop, bro. The 3 Abrahamic war psyop.
The thing is that Smith left, but the thing is, Smith, is that you're up here too. So if anybody's up here, it's you. So I mean, you're part of the optic. I don't know what to tell you. Brother.
Just Frank. I don't know if Just Frank is talking the KJV where it says Smith pisseth against the wind. In the KJV it says Smith ice skateth uphill to no avail.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. He said that. I mean, it's just funny, but yeah, he said it's from blood and the shit. That's where you get milk from. There's just no words sometimes. Yeah, about the idea, because it's like, wow, it's like, how did you?
Okay, so let's say I think there can be like mother's blood. I think there can be blood in breast milk. Now let's say she just changed a diaper, right? Maybe there was hectic shit going on. She didn't get her hands completely wiped off. Maybe just went to the chest to wipe her hands, and then she forgets about that. She goes to breastfeed, and there's just a tiny particleization there that mixes the full blood, feces, and milk.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like you can take any religious text, take one snippet out of it, use it out of context any way you want. I mean, how many times?
Don't make me do my Gary Oldman from Book of Eli impression. That's what makes me do it.
How many people in the Bible had quote unquote underage wives? Probably a lot. How many of them
Damn
had
it,
more than
Neuro Jack, that's not a book, it's a weapon! You can make it say whatever you want and the people will follow it!
Well, I've never seen that movie, but it sounds accurate.
Oh my god, you need to see that movie! Both in the context of if you're a fan of like the post-apocalypse Mad Max type shit, and if you're a fan of the Denzel, and if you're a fan of the Bundy.
Yeah, and Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman's pretty.
Oh, you got me. I was lacking. Yeah, and for Gary Oldman, I was always picturing Zorg. I always want him to go Zorg on stuff, but he's too good a thespian to just Zorg for me in every movie.
No, I think him and the Professional was a very scary, actor.
Oh, he's a good actor. Like you see him as Commissioner Gordon, and you're like, oh, yeah, I'd leave the grandchildren with him. I'd go out for shopping.
No, he's actually a very actually his character was understated on purpose. I think he was actually a much more important character in that movie than
on the realize. Professional.
Well, no, in the Batman movie, but yeah.
Right, but I mean, in the Batman, he huh?
Where's the whole panel? Like, why is everybody pussyfooting around down there? Like,
I think because
on the panel,
there's a bunch of
they were reluctant because of the Smith appearance.
Oh my God! What happened? Everybody, come on the panel. Look at this.
Well, a lot of that chat is people that never panel.
Our poll, I don't care. They gotta do. They gotta.
Dude, I told Carl no cam needed. I won't even go live, and he still wouldn't do it.
Let's do it today. Let's get Frank up here. Let's get Cynthia up here, or who else is here? Venus Cupcake, come through. Let's do this.
And shit. You know Jack's not here. He would have been up here by now.
There's a lot of panels going all the time now, or recently.
Well, I know that she has opinions on the Bible and stuff, and all those Gnostic Gospels and stuff. You know, Sterling Ray has interesting views on God. She actually believes that God is evil. You know.
Well, I know that lore, but I don't believe it. It goes with the lore of when Lucifer was cast out, that was Jesus. And so Jesus was the snake in the garden trying to recruit Adam and Eve to help build forces against the evil God. But I don't subscribe to that.
Well, I wanted to give a prop to Tommy, because I think that video you played about the different Christian sects or whatever you want to, denominations, and how
the denominations,
yeah, and how they're all got their good and strong points. You know, I think that was
interesting. Yeah, that was fascinating.
Yeah, they all like specialize in a thing, but they all, I mean, as long as you agree in this Bible and the all around Christian thing, it's not really a problem.
Yeah, let me look that up real quick, because the recent episode of LARP Church you guys are referring to, that was a key episode. Something like a denominanon. Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing is, like, you know, it's like I noticed like so many Christians we run into online, like you can't ever, you know, like give an inch to anybody else if they disagree with you on one part of theology. It's like, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
much less among Christians. And then if you go outside of Christianity, it's even worse. It's kind of strange to me.
And then when Hitler did have like a thing about Muslims, like he was infatuated with Muslims. But when people say there's no way he was Christian, it was the writings of Martin Luther he misinterpreted into a lot of the atrocities he committed.
Well, yeah, I think him, and also and even Nietzsche. I think Nietzsche is one of those guys too, because Nietzsche is probably one of the most misinterpreted people ever, in my opinion. Like, you know,
Sterling Ray, you're looping. Sorry, Neurojack. Sterling Ray, you keep saying that. I keep giving the same answer, and you're making me feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yo.
What is that shit under my nose?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing today? And then this person, Chris, I don't know this person, so I'm gonna have to do this thing real quick, and then put this thing up and see if I could get this person on.
I know how it works. The thing goes on the thing. It's like this. This goes into this. The thing goes on the thing.
Chris, could you turn on your cam real quick so I could see if you're a real person? I'm sorry to have to subject everyone to this, but it's because I was recently porn bombed, so I gotta do my thing. out here. Chris. Bless. Okay, cool, man. All right, cool, man. I'll add you. Thank you, man. Bless you, man. Yeah. Okay, for sure. Okay, we got Chris out here too. Yeah, welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
We're gonna watch this video with ILLUMITOMMY explaining the denominations on his recent video, LARP Church. You know, he played an interesting video there, you know, talking about the different denominations in America, how they came about. It's interesting.
And to cite that channel is called Redeemed Zoomer.
Redeemed Zoomer, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's also linked in the comments of this video.
Oh shit. Yeah, this video is called LARP Church Episode 3, by the way.
The overall message of the Bible. And if we make it through this without a strike or a shutdown, I'll see you maybe when we get back. Give it a try, shall we? I even got away with playing Joe Rogan. Whenever the past intro, the Spirit in the Sky video, playing slow for me on my device, played fine on YouTube. But if we do get shut down, I shall know it. Shout to Redeemed Zoomer. Give his channel a check. Especially if this doesn't play, you'll know where to see it.
Which type of Christianity is the best? It's hard to say because all of them have things that are really cool about them. All these mainstream churches worship the same God and agree on the essentials, but there's differences in terms of how they worship God. For example, the best thing about Baptists is their focus on personal faith in Jesus. If you grew up going to church, that doesn't mean anything unless you have a personal relationship with God. And that's why they don't baptize babies, because they think baptism needs to be a sign of a personal conversion experience. They focus a lot on how Jesus changes people's lives. And because it's all about a personal relationship for them, they encourage a lot of individual Bible reading, and that's why Baptists are often the best at reading and memorizing scripture. What's really great about Methodists is their service to others. They believe that a true faith in Jesus must be spiritually active, and this looks like helping the poor and working for justice in the world. Methodists believe that all Christians are soldiers for God's kingdom. They use kingdom analogies for a lot of things, and that's why certain groups like the Salvation Army, which arose out of the Methodist tradition, use military analogies to describe their service to the poor. According to Methodists, there's not much use for a personal belief unless you put it into action. The best thing about Presbyterians is definitely not their dance moves, but it's their intellectual approach to the Christian faith. Presbyterians believe God gave us brains for a reason and intends for us to use them. God wants us to use our brains to understand and worship God, and to study the things of God. Because Presbyterians study God, they also like to study God's creation in the fields of math and science, and this is why Presbyterians founded a lot of the most important universities, such as Princeton. This is also why Presbyterians try to create an intellectually stimulating worship environment. If you visit a traditional Presbyterian church, you'll probably find a very formal and calm worship style, and maybe even an old church library. Presbyterians are one of several types of Calvinist churches. Dutch Reformed Christians agree with Presbyterians on almost everything, but arguably have an even more intellectual approach to theology. Congregationalists are also similar to Presbyterians, but they have a bit more of a simple style, because they try to only focus on God and get rid of any distractions. They're descended from the Puritans, who talked all about God being in control over everything. Something great about Lutherans is their focus on the gospel. They distinguish between the law and the gospel. The law says do, and the gospel says done. And it's the gospel that brings salvation. The law is just there to show us why we need salvation. So salvation is by faith alone, because there's nothing we can do to be saved. Now, all Protestants agree on that point, but Lutherans believe that God actually gives us the gospel in the sacraments. In a Lutheran church service, forgiveness of sins is proclaimed and then actually given to people in the sacraments. And that's why Lutheran churches always try to create a very sacred worship environment. And let's be honest, they have the best music. In fact, Martin Luther himself wrote a famous hymn about the forgiveness of sins. And I'm going to sing that for you right now.
Small mustache
What's
didn't get to
beautiful
that
about
part.
the Catholic Church is the impact that it's had on the world. Catholics believe the institution of the church is the kingdom of God here on earth, and it's the job of the church to make Christianity visible to the rest of the world. This is why the Catholic Church has founded some of the most important hospitals and universities. They've created some of the best art and
They
music.
achieve
And your high
visibility,
school
but the
history teacher definitely
backdrop
wouldn't
to
tell
the
you this,
Pope
but the
throne
thinkers
is
of the medieval
pale
Catholic Church
AF.
laid the groundwork for modern science. To this day, the Catholic Church is the most charitable organization in the whole world, and they promote a lot of good morals as well. What's cool about Anglicanism is it takes the best aspects of other branches of Christianity. It's sort of like a melting pot of different Christian traditions. In an Anglican church, you can have a church that's as ornate and beautiful as a Catholic church, but then have a sermon that's as passionate as you'd find in a Protestant church. The historical reason for this is when the Church of England was founded, it couldn't decide whether it was Catholic or Reformed, so it ended up kind of being a middle way between the two. And to this day, there's a lot of diversity of belief, so some Anglicans seem more Reformed and some seem more Catholic. What's great about the Eastern Orthodox Church is their reverence for tradition. With all of the corruptions of the modern world, it's great to see some people rejecting that and showcasing the beauty of tradition. The reason they care about tradition so much is that the Eastern Orthodox Church believes they have the faith handed down to them by the apostles themselves, that the apostles started a fire, which the church has kept going through the centuries by holding to sacred tradition. And you can see this anytime you walk into an Orthodox church. You can see a deep connection to the past, literally
Shout out to
plastered
Ortho
all over
Bros.
the walls. The Orthodox have a tradition of painting icons on their domes, which is meant to show the great cloud of witnesses that have come before us and are now looking down on us from heaven. What's beautiful about the Oriental Orthodox churches is how they've shown Christian humility and forgiveness throughout centuries of persecution. They've spent most of their existence as islands of Christianity in a vast sea of Islam. And there's been a lot of persecution over the years, but this has refined their faith just as a fire refines gold. This is what the Bible says happens when Christians are persecuted. And this is why Oriental Orthodox Christians are some of the most kind and humble people you'll ever meet. And although these churches are connected to each other, they've developed separately over the centuries, which has caused them to have their own unique characteristics. For example, the Coptic Church has the heritage of Saint Athanasius, who is
No, Earl, you
arguably
just
the
need
most
more
important
facts.
saint for Christian theology. The Armenian Apostolic Church comes from Armenia, which was the first country to make Christianity the state religion. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church supposedly has the real Ark of the Covenant. We're just not allowed to see it. And the Syriac Orthodox Church probably survived the most intense persecution out of all of these groups. Pentecostalism is best at
Oh,
focusing on
machine
the
lies.
Holy
Pause it
Spirit.
for a second.
And this is important because the Holy Spirit is the person of the Trinity who is
Machine lies.
talked
Pause
about
it quick.
in
It's gonna pass. Oh, it's over. Or is it over? Did you pause it? If you caught the part that's starting to scroll through, you personally would appreciate in my chat, I'm like welcoming Toilet Bowl's trolling hateful ass as he showed up. I was like, hey, I'm invisible on your channel still, but welcome to Lark Church. And I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
even
funny.
ban him.
Yeah, that's funny because this is more information in one video than I've ever gotten on the Christian channels. And that's the reason why I played it, because it explains so much. Because you go next to the churches and you go, well, this one's called Anglican, this one's called Protestant, this one's called Methodist, this one's called Baptist, this one's called Pentecostal. Like, what's the difference? You know, you think, what's
And
the
I
difference
personally
between these
should have been
different
Methodist,
churches?
but
That's like one of the first things you think of, you know. So
but as a lifelong Christian, I never had this kind of intricate explanation either. I just knew we were independent Baptist, and we always went to independent Baptist churches. And because I didn't really notice anything different with other Christians I met, I didn't really think about it or worry about it.
I appreciate this this presentation.
yeah, and then it closely parallels the presentation I gave in the beginning about the different views in the early first and second centuries, you know, of the Ebionites, the Marcionites, you know, the Cainites, the various Gnostic groups, and also the Arian who followed Saint Arius, you know, and some of the other Christian groups, and also the various ideas that played into it. Right there, we just saw that Saint Athanasius was seen as the founder of the Coptic Church, even though the Athanasius Creed is one of the deciding factors in the Catholic, in the formulation of the Catholic too. So here you have a saint that's claimed by both the Coptic Church and the Catholic Church. I wonder what he would have said about it. You know, it's interesting.
And there was a time that they had Coptic churches everywhere, and there was so many people said it was hella Coptic.
Yeah, if you guys don't
Just
know,
hang
the
on.
Coptic Church is from Egypt. So
Yeah,
that's
lots of
Egypt.
them.
Yep.
It was hella Coptic.
And it still survives today, by the way. But yeah.
And Smith says I don't have kids. That was so dad joke.
And that's a problem because every aspect of faith is only done by the power of the Holy Spirit. And Pentecostalism is the fastest growing form of Christianity, so maybe other Christians can learn something from that. Moravian Christians focus a lot on being warriors for Christ. Not a lot of people know about them because they're a Protestant group that started before Martin Luther was even born. They have a really cool slogan, they've done a lot of missions, and they also focus a lot on community. The Assyrian
Mormons are
Church
like
of the East is another more obscure Christian
that
group
so far.
because they've been cut off from the rest of Christianity for most of their history.
By the way, that Moravian church, that's linked to the formulation of Freemasonry. You know, so if you look at Jan Comenius, you know, in the UN they give this award for universal education called the Comenius Medal. You know, because Jan Comenius was one of the founders of universal education, and of those kind of concepts. But he was also a a radical Protestant, and you know, yeah.
Let me hit two chats real quick. Can you bring the one up? It was HS's last chat. I can't remember what they said, but I was gonna try and remember it to comment on it. And Snowfire, I don't know if Provost's still here, but he's Mormon, and to be as not offensive as I can, from what I know, it's basically
Is this the one
Christianity.
right here?
Huh? Hold on, it'll take a second to come up on my feed. Yeah. Just hold that there for a second. As far as I know, Mormonism is for the most part the Jesus story belief, but they've added that John Smith lore that I agree with South Park is kind of dum 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 dum. But if it's still a Jesus religion, I'm not gonna hate on it, you know? It's just the John Smith, or is it Joseph Smith? John Smith. They told the story on South Park. I just can't get down with that stuff, but I don't hate on our autistic
It's
Mormon.
Joseph Smith, yeah.
Okay, Joseph Smith. Yeah, it's got a ridiculous story about how in the 1800s, this guy gets like golden plates that only he can read, but someone else has to write it down as he's dictating it, and it's real psyop vibes, real religious psyop vibes.
Oh,
and
he
this
was
guy,
he was a
I'm
Freemason. Yeah, he
Go
was a
ahead.
Freemason as well, and they believe in a racial teleology. And he actually believed that an angel named Moroni came to him and gave these revelations. So there's also a large component from there because he was a spirit of an ancient Hebrew Israelite. Because Joseph Smith actually believed that the Native Americans were descendants of the ancient Hebrew Israelites. This is all
And
within
it's
the
funny because
a
Mormons,
fascinating belief system. You know, it's
I'm pretty
really
sure Mormon,
one could say an American religion, but you know what I mean. You know, it's founded here in America, so yeah,
I'm pretty
it's
sure
a
Mormons
remarkable
are
religion.
also, I'm pretty sure they also say that Jesus did roam on foot in America, in the continent that we know as America. He said they say Jesus was here. It's either the Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses that say that.
Well, it's
But
hard to tell
that
how.
would go with the Native American thing you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's interesting to note that the natives do share parallel beliefs to people that are not from this, you know, continent here, from the old world, as they would say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it's
the natives that
fascinating stuff.
were the Grand
Yeah, that's
Canyon
what they
area.
taught us in school, that
No,
they crossed along the the like when the ocean was like frozen and shit. They just walked
Well, that
across.
was that was first.
That's what they
But
thought.
machine lights, please. I'm saying the Grand Canyon Native Americans, they're still telling Nephilim giant lore as they pass it down historically in their generation. They're like, yeah, the Nephilim, these giant guys, here we got these drawings still on this cave, and then they have stories in their own lore of it. And we have measured out the Goliath. It tells the exact Goliath measurements in the Bible. You can measure that out. Yeah. Also tells the weight of his armor, what it was equivalent to. He's a bad motherfucker.
Uh-oh. We got this comment here.
Hold on, I didn't want to pass up that SH one though. Oh, but I remember what I was gonna say. SH, I am a Christian that also has a college degree in applied science. I just discern where I must professionally speak and religiously speak until they realign, which they won't. That would be proof of God. You cannot retain faith once there's proof of something. You will never prove God, except for the time I hijacked Jack's show and said that was proof of God. But that's the only time there's proof of God.
That was pretty cool.
It was on the fly. It was Billy Crystal. I just made that up. I just made that up. Then it was on the fly. Billy Crystal.
You were rocking. And you know, I remembered that happening. I meant to go back and see what happened when I was kicked out. And I never did go back until I
you
saw
did
you.
now.
I know. I appreciate it.
That's what happened,
dude.
And because of that, whenever I had my channel get dropped mysteriously when I was one-on-one with Cynthia, the whole way to find Wi-Fi was like, what is Cynthia doing? Does she even realize what she's got in the palm of her hand?
Oh, this is funny.
Oh, but okay, so I'm educated in science, SH, but I'm Christian faith, and yeah, you're never like scientists and physicists are even down to saying it's not digital ones and zeros, but they've found like the ones and zeros of what our existence is on, like the pattern of thisness. Still can't prove God through it because you cannot prove God. At least not in the Christian faith. He requires faith.
Frank over here fanboying for Cynthia. It's crazy.
He simps to Cynthia. He's a simp.
Well, he's a fan.
Well, it still sounds like simp if you put simp.
He's allowed to be a fan.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, he's allowed to be a fan. Don't
Amen.
judge me.
No, he is, but it's like, you know how you had that friend and then everyone's like, why is he with her, dude? She's so fucking annoying. Why is he with her?
People want to know about your ties to NASA. You know what I mean?
No, that's Smith being a drunk ass. I don't know I'm on a globe because an institution told me that I was. With two eyes and gray matter in your skull that functions properly, probably free of alcohol, can see that you are on a globe. Not in 1 minute. I can't stick my phone outside and say see, but you can watch over
verse
time.
wrong. He said he reads this verse that says that the cows produce milk, and it's right next to the place where they produce the excrement and the blood, or whatever. So that's what it says in the Quran verse. So Smith reads that as it's saying that the milk is coming from the excrement and the blood. So
they're saying the milk is covered in poo.
Yeah, so I have no idea where he came to that conclusion, but yeah, it was pretty bad. But yeah,
it's
well, dude, all day. It's no different with people coming at you on Bible stuff. Like, rest in peace, Dark Chameleon. The first interaction I ever had with Dark Chameleon is he was like, the 10 Commandments say you can't kill, right? I'm like, yeah, thou shalt not kill. He goes, what did Cain do to Abel? I was like, he killed his brother. He goes, I rest my case. You're getting wrong. I was like, because the Bible shows examples of doing it wrong, like it's contradicting itself. It's like nowhere in the Bible is it saying do what Cain did.
Well, that's not that. That's like way before they actually gave Moses the 10 Commandments. But yeah,
right. But the way
I don't
he
know
was using, it's like the story tells of a thing.
because he's like,
No,
I guess
it's
he
I'm
thought
just
like,
saying the way people will misinterpret, the way people will come at you about the Quran. Christians catch it too. Sikhs, I'm sure, the small hats as well.
yeah, their arguments
God
are
help how the Thorpes would have been when those initial priest accusations and those priest verifications. God help if the Thorpes would have been at their YouTube stance back then. They'd be famous by now, because it's the Thorpes. They got here on that incest tip, that pseudo. And since I'm taking the PDF stuff, I was like, guys, do you not see they're not actual incest? They're just getting a rise out of you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, praise God, they're not incest. It's like not only is not only is disgrace not a minor, I discerned immediately when it all went down. I was like, but she lives there in that house, and she's always having a good time, like making the channel. She's not shunning her father and acting real weird and no touch, It's pretty obvious. It was pretty obvious, Stephen David, if you're watching. Him and Toilet Bowl Earth used to get so mad about that incest shit. It was like, it's not real, dude. Like, listen to Snafu. Would I really come on the internet and say, I proudly PDF? No.
People are
Makes me Jack Talcott laugh whenever I think about it.
I'm just surprised at what people pay attention with in their time,
Mhm.
going and chatting
Guilty.
for hours about like
Guilty.
obvious fake drama created by some family that with the other kid
Yeah,
that
that was their
she had
business.
on her show, I tried to watch his show and he's walking around with his friends like at a diner and stuff, and they're pretending like somebody is talking about somebody and they're just walking around and they're getting text messages and all of them and their friends are staring at their phones and they're like
This is the
creating this
hobby.
drama. It's kind of like the reality TV shows back in the day, but it's on YouTube,
Right, but
so
this is the thing. It's not like reality TV shows. This is
it's
why
the
we've
same.
been.
It's a similar concept.
Please let me help you cook, bro.
You know what I'm
We
talking about?
are doing the thing. This is reality. It's just this portal where I don't have to leave my front door. Like, this has shown me how often in your pre-internet, pre-cell phone past that when you weren't around, like, you can let these people know anyone can watch the stream. They'll still sit there like people aren't around and just
But
talk
this is
that shit.
but this is just us talking. If I'm not familiar because I haven't seen the Thorpe show or whatever, I believe it's like a
You weren't
sitcom.
at the
It's like
diner. Yeah, you
IRL
weren't
and
at the
people are
club that
walking
weekend.
around and like people walk around and talk to each other like in real life. Isn't that right? It's like a sitcom, It's
Well,
like
the
a
sitcom
production.
was imitating life, so we are meta imitating sitcom, imitating life, which is true meta life technically.
Maybe,
Oh, I
but
can go. I
like
can go layers if you want to go layers. You guys don't have enough acid right now.
I mean, if they were just like these are more like radio shows, like what radio shows
Where
were in the
they are,
beginning, where it's like little
except for
guys
when
like
it's
having
not.
conversations,
It's like MTV Real World, except for when it's not. It's like old school radio, except for when it's not. It's like third grade or lunch period at your schooling, except for when it's not.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe I just dropped conversations with God on y'all on a night like this. It just doesn't feel right. But
conversations with God. You're talking about the
the
Neil Donald Walsh.
trilogy, yeah, the trilogy book. Well, I
Oh
think
my
he
God,
kept
what do you
going.
know? What
No,
do you
I'm
know
wrong.
about
He
this
kept
book?
going.
Because I was
I read the
covering
three.
Barbara Marx Hubbard. You know about Barbara Marx Hubbard?
No, but is she related to the gematria guy?
No, but she taught Neil Donald Walsh, and she was part of the Progressive Party, and one of her
Yeah, I
platforms for the
read it is
Progressive
a
Party.
very liberal. It's a very liberal sounding take on roughly Christian and a few
It's
other things.
crazy. It's crazy. This lady Barbara Marx Hubbard actually called for like depopulation, like a world depopulation agenda. She was like a
Right.
weird, crazy lady.
Now,
Transhumanist.
the original Conversation with God series, it was on that Oprah book club and shit, yo. So think about that.
That's crazy.
But they don't really go into that shit. It's like
Well, I
it's
feel
like
like she gets like transhumanisty sometimes, like Oprah. Like she gets
right,
into
but
kind of transhumanist territory, like a little bit.
I can't speak on her. I'm just saying anything about those first 3 books of Neil Donald Walsh. I can, like, her training him. I don't know what you mean by training. If she was like, "Here's how to be transhumanist" or what,
Like
but
it's like he thought like Barbara Marx Hubbard, like Neil Donald Walsh considered Barbara Marx Hubbard like his hero, his mentor, like etc. etc.
okay. Yeah, because mostly I think he still wrote those books from what he was going with or whatever. So I don't really know much about how her influence would be. But this was a real long walk off. Whenever I say a thing is a thing, except for when it isn't, I got that from those books. And it's just a real snooty way to talk about exceptions. Some people live for the rules, some live for them exceptions. Shout to 311. 311 113. Illumitommy confirmed.
Yeah, this is probably true. Earl Pipe always knows what's going on. Right? That's a wise brother, you know. But yeah,
Yeah,
how much more of this?
she definitely promoted those the child things in other countries. Like, that's as much as I'll say on it. But yeah, it came out about her involved in this thing everybody's snafuing about. And that's why I always like Tom Cruise, because early YouTube, somebody had him flipping out, bouncing on the couch, holding her arms, and they added Jedi lightning to it, like he was Dark Jedi Lightning Cobra.
Just Frank is dropping links out here. Let me see what this is. SH. We got a channel. Whose channel is this? SH. SH got a channel out here. Oh shit. Let's do this. Let me make this dude
The freak, for the most part, between your chatting and panel, you've probably been accused of that C word more than I ever have. Like when I get accused of that word, it's because they found out about Chris Stroke's proportions. They couldn't have a baby to keep me around. And that's why they call me a creep. That's why they mad, girl. Because they can't keep me around.
go ahead and drop that again so that everybody can see that, because I want to go ahead and sub to that channel there. Because I can't click on that link there.
There's Sarah Connor, no fake girl. How are the Podesta, or yeah, almost feel like I'm saying the PDF word. How are the Podesta brothers not closerly scrutinized by the powers that shouldn't be?
Okay, here it comes. All right, let me see.
Well, Oprah's always been super creepy. I mean, like, she's just real creepy.
And I think she also had her, not as much like Ellen, but back pre-internet, I think she had her employees out with like that behind the scenes. She's not cool.
She doesn't age at all. What's up with that?
Oh,
I mean,
she does. That's just the miracle of Hollywood. She was in some slavery movie where she was some kind of black lady role, and they definitely didn't. They probably had to improve her for slavery, because she did a show back in the day where she took her makeup off, or came on without it, to show those all my strong ladies, like that you are not your makeup mask. And even as a kid, I was like, God damn. But yeah, because she's got the finest makeup department and probably an injection of small person blood every couple months, she can pass. And remember back whenever in the 80s or 90s, remember when she went fat, skinny, like back and forth a bunch of times?
She became like the diet guru lady.
And then she got fat again, then got skinny again. She was like, even stand-up routines and shit were hitting it.
She was probably selling some diet products, I bet.
And they were probably back in the days of various legal meth concoctions. I've done talks on it. I've done Tom talks on it. Stand in front of Big Red Tom on the stage. You mean Wendy's food just right? I'm not too resistant to Wendy's food myself when deciding to go fast food.
But what they've done over the years is they've planted seeds of Christianity in non-Christian lands.
Segue.
For example, they even brought Christianity to China as early as the 600s. Now, some people wonder why Christianity is so divided if it's the truth. But Christianity has spread over the entire world over the course of 2,000 years, so we should expect to see a lot of diversity. There's a reason why cults only have one version of them, because they don't actually have an impact on the world, and they're not able to develop naturally by interacting with the different cultures. One way to look at it is that different denominations of Christianity are just different provinces of the kingdom of God. One way to look at it is that denominations are just different provinces of the kingdom of God.
Oh, caught me. Hello. You caught me with the chat.
Excellent presentation, Tommy. I found
didn't
real
make the
benefit in
video.
it. No, I know, but just you find. I mean, it's the research finding the video and presenting it, and having the idea to present that as a concept of the denominations. I mean, obviously.
Oh, you heard me say I didn't make the video?
Yeah.
They must have made it so now when you're in the YouTube tab on your phone, like usually if I went to the chat on YouTube to type something, you wouldn't be able to hear me. And now you can, I guess.
Huh.
Because as I thought to myself, oh, dumbass, they didn't hear you say that. And then you replied to me.
We hear you.
We got.
Oh, there's Reddington. Reddington's not missing any. Man, we're solving cases left and right tonight. There's Reddington, whoever was asking at the beginning.
Everything's coming together.
And we know Reddington has been missing because he thinks that's a PDF stash. Obviously, he's not been subjected to Detective Harris McGee or Dark Detective Harris McGee.
He's falling behind.
I might have been MIA for some reason.
Apparently.
At least Cynthia didn't call his local police on him over him not showing up on YouTube a couple days.
Hey, Jack, you ever mess around with philosophy like Hegel and Spinoza, guys like that? You're looking at that?
I've the name specifically, I know vaguely of their work, but I love philosophy. I do. What in particular? Was there anything?
Well, Hegel got mentioned tonight in one of these films that we were watching earlier. So I thought, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was in the very beginning. Somebody asked me if Hegel was a Hermeticist, and I responded to them by pointing out the work of Glenn McGee. I think the work is called Hegel and Hermeticism, or something like that. But and then there's also the work of Eric Vogelin, where he talked about the phenomenology of spirit and said that that he said it was a work in sorcery. He said that Hegel was trying to do like a magic, on people, and that actually, hey, yeah, if you talk about the concept, the concept of Hegel, his like concept of like transformation from within, it is kind of alchemical. If you talk about the coincidentia positorum, that's a concept that means that everything that exists, if you talk about something, it presupposes the belief in its opposite. You know, so any idea presupposes its own opposition. And then Hegel thought of this as basically the dialectic, you know, and that's kind of the way he thought that the dialectic actually goes across time. You know, it actually works on time. You know, so he believed, as Heraclitus did, that there is no permanence to anything. You know, and that nature is change. He actually thought that mind, the nature of mind, that mind was the antithesis of nature. You know, but yeah, in that way, you know, it goes back to Spinoza. He thought of Spinoza as a great teacher. You know, and Spinoza actually believed that nature is God. He actually says it in Ethics. He actually makes a proclamation. He says nature is God. You know, so he was actually banished for this. You know, from the Amsterdam Jewish community that was actually set up by the Protestants there. Both the Protestants and the Jews believed that God is immaterial, so God could not be conflated with nature. You know, so yeah,
But
it was.
so recently, this is what I've been telling crybabies like Sanity Machine and Sterling Ray. They're like, why God let kids hurt? Like, nature is the natural law system we're kind of cast into in this free will physical realm we're having a turn in. It's like he's not point to our awareness, he's not pointing and clicking these hurricane locations. They just will happen, and we can read those with sensors now in our future. Like, it's like if humans free will to live in a common territory of hurricanes, that's responsibility we must accept. If you teach your kids to go to every unmarked van that offers candy and puppies, that's your dumbass free will, like choosing to cry
Well,
for your touched kid.
well, Tommy, it's a great endorsement. You have Sarah Connor, the one and only, promoting.
Oh yeah, I gotta give her props. Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty good. Who's John Connor?
What's wrong with Wolfie?
Yeah, we
Wolfie's
got
fine, honey.
Sarah Connor up
Where
in
are
here.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I
going
agree.
TQ line.
I agree.
Yes, Sarah
But
Connor. Evil people hurt children, and it's not God allowing it. It is God respecting our free will, being well aware there's a snake in the garden. There are PDFs
Well,
roaming.
I heard a Luciferian make a very interesting argument today. He said, if God is omnipotent and able to do anything, then you necessarily must not have free will.
No,
What would
we
you?
have free will, but he just knows all. Like, you're still doing your free will the same way in the Christian religion. You're here to like love God, do the God thing, do his uh like Paul said, the law, keeping his commandments. Um and you're free not to. So it's not him making you be on his team or not. He might know already, uh, but he's your free will. Like, imagine seeing all existence. It's hard to tell what a godlike perception would be of your own creation that you are all creator of. Like, is he just bored of seeing everything all at one time?
I think when we surrender our will, God's will emerges, and
Yeah,
that's
it,
where the fun is supposed to happen.
it's like I told Paul whenever Paul was like, I do whatever the F I want. I was like, well, I can't because I claim to work for this Sky Daddy. You know, like I can do whatever I want, but I don't. Like, that is what most religions and disciplines are teaching you, is discipline over your natural urge and wants and desires. Uh, and Christianity is no different. Like, who would have thought that resisting what your monkey self we claim we aren't really a thing of, just having the experience of. Imagine the rules being to primarily go against that to make things work better.
whoa!
I just
Omatium with a fucking fire quote by Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard said, quote, anxiety is the dizziness of freedom, unquote.
and
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Reddington as well.
Oh, good Lord, my sir. Thank you for that. Free will is overwhelming.
That's a good one.
It is.
Indeed.
Like they say, the problem with kids today is so many options out of high school. Where when our parents were growing up, you were either going to do what your dad did, go in the military, go to college, or work, and that's
Well,
all you had to pick from.
but the
Now
thing
that
is, everybody seems to think that that's an accident when it seems not by accident at all.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I just want to say, I think that was Chris that was talking about Hegel. Man, if you've read Hegel, Hegel is trash. But Kierkegaard's views on Hegel, they're worth more than gold. They're worth more than fucking gold. You know, Kierkegaard's views on Hegel in the unscientific postscript, his views on Hegel and Fear and Trembling and other places. Oh my God, they're worth more than gold. Kierkegaard throws Hegel in the trash, and rightfully so. You know, but yeah, amazing
So
stuff.
that's
by
why he's so
Kierkegaard.
minimized, apparently, because you
Yeah,
notice like
really.
even a lot of Christians refer to Hegel and Kant as their grounding for their philosophy, which is
Yeah.
pretty scary. As a
When
Christian.
yeah, but when were those guys circa functioning?
1600s, 1700s,
Right. This is what I'm saying.
1800s.
Like I can sit here with the interest in their philosophies and talk to Machine Lies, let him like school me and show me what's up. But as a Christian, like not my science education, anybody like circa 1600s trying to debate over how I'm supposed to look
Well,
at
but here's
my
the
God path, like
here-
kick
here-
rock.
here's the problem though, because I watched David Patrick Henry. He did a presentation a few months ago about Rosicrucianism and how it basically led to the Enlightenment and scientific progress. And the question that I posed on his comment section and what I would pose to Christians is, if you reject the Enlightenment, wouldn't you also have to reject the scientific and industrial revolution, since it all came out of these philosophies that had zero
What
to
do you
do
mean
with?
reject? Is he writing that you should reject them?
Well, what I'm saying is, if science came out of the Enlightenment and the Enlightenment is not Christianity, then shouldn't we reject all the scientific and industrial progress from that time forward, at least?
But it doesn't. You can partake of the time you live in and not compromise your Christianity.
Well, but then and see, you're more consistent than these guys, because they're saying you have to get rid of the
Damn
Enlightenment
right I am.
and liberalism and all this other stuff. But what I'm saying is, if you get rid of all that, you have to necessarily get rid of everything else that came with it.
You don't have to do shit. You got free will. But I think the point we're not meeting at that keeps making me answer all these questions is, dude, you can decide your level of responsibility in the time you're in. But if you're Christian, hands down, bar none, no leniency, you must get executed or removed to not be allowed to do that peacefully. And so, like, you don't, as long as you're not saying that people in dresses with dude junk, as long as you're not saying they need locked up and removed from their participation, you have the right to be like, dude, I'm just believing in my sky daddy. I'm not fucking with your shit. I don't have to get bullied by you need to support everything. Oh, you don't love us enough. Like, Christians catch a lot of shit by the people that don't know the actual playbook except for the trendy points, you know? And I'm sure the Muslims get it too. And the
There's
small
This is where I kind of agree with those guys, because they're kind of like, well, if you just like live in like the world and like look at like advertisements and like let your kid have a tablet computer and like I'm gonna send them to public school, then there's no way to get the stench of unchristianity off of you after all
well,
of those
that's
things.
no, that's the thing is you don't have to be unchristian, but they wouldn't be living like, oh, I blindly send my kid to public school. I don't ask him what's going on. I don't keep up with the PTA or the teachers. I just set it and forget it. I vote and go back to work. That's not necessarily, I mean, that's your choice as a hairless monkey. I mean, that person could technically still be doing Christian, but maybe not all they could be getting out of it. Maybe not at the best life they could be living.
But that's the kind of the thing that I'm trying to get at, is like, you can't really have modern life and traditionalism at the same time. It's like, I mean, you you can try to squeeze those things together. I just don't see how, especially the way we're headed. I mean, at a certain
So
point,
don't say modern, whatever the word was you used. I'm just talking about in a machine-like sense, technology, as in that tablet, your laptop, the things we're talking on. You can do that and not compromise a
No.
lot of religion's faith.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is like, you know, you think we're going to have a technocracy and a Christian?
No, we
government?
believe this is probably endgame. That's why I keep referencing
Well,
fourth quarter,
wait,
possibly.
See, Tom, this is the thing I have about many Christians is they think they've discovered the script for the future, and
No, we've been given it by our God.
well, you've been given. You've
Well,
been given
Don't go
words
there. We're having a good show, Jack. I do this to you all the time. Don't go there.
open to interpretations.
what he's saying is
okay?
is it a self-fulfilling prophecy or an actual prophecy?
That's
It's an actual prophecy.
I believe it's self-fulfilling
That's
unless
why I say don't use both of our
unless-
names in that Christianity. word.
unless by God's grace we learn our lessons from the past and we learn the meanings from the book.
It's not a
and we
warning.
change the future so we don't
No,
fulfill.
there's nothing about that Revelations prophecy that says you better keep this from happening. That's your God
Alright,
saying this is how it's going to go down.
Well, how about this other?
Just
this
say you're a
other-
New Age conversations with God
Tom.
guy, and I won't fuck with you.
Tom, how about this other perspective that it's already happened, that it is now, that
That's wrong.
the return is us. The return
No,
of Christ
it's
and
not.
the body of Christ, which is
Just say
allegedly
you're New Age, Jack, and I won't give you so much shit.
Well, if you try and
That if I say I'm black and black people show up, they're going to be like, "You're not really black. You're not really doing Christian, Jack." As far as prophesying,
I don't
prophesying or
agree.
speaking the fucking word and
I
fucking
don't
sect you're claiming.
Hey, actually, I missed some of the beginning of what you covered.
It's okay. We've looped this a million times. Dark stars arising.
I
We've done
genuinely,
this before, Jack.
Tom,
We'll do it again. You know that, right?
I know.
Well, look, I think Christians should be able to rebut this thing if they really believe it, because I don't think you can really, just say, well, the book of Revelation says X, and as a Christian, you have to accept it. I mean, there has to
No,
be.
as a Christian, it will look obvious. Like I keep
is
screaming
obvious.
at the wall, panel to panel. I'm like, guys, do you understand this cashless system is a foundation to say?
As a Christian, I just think that it's obvious.
Yeah. As
Did
a
you
Christian,
know that the plans for the third temple's construction is being spoken as we speak?
that's religious.
It's so
doctrine.
obvious to believers, and I don't blame you if you don't get it.
Tom, what is obvious is God's love. What is obvious is apparently free will.
God loves you so much, he gave you free will to decide to fuck up.
Only those who are paying attention have the opportunity to choose.
Present. I'm running circles around you, Jack. You're like a Smith right now. You really think you're something out here.
You're starting fights where none exist.
I'm not fighting. I'm looping. They would say I'm
You're
looping because you
looping.
keep saying the same stuff. I keep giving you the same response, and I'm the one that feels like I'm taking crazy pills.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this,
are
Tom, and I mean this for real. Do you think that you can just read the book of Revelation and its interpretation is obvious, or do you think that you need to have someone interpret it for you in some way?
Neurocheck, always a pleasure. I think it's a little bit of both, because the best thing I've recently had put into words that like I always knew, but I didn't form English to it. For the most part, the Bible is like you can jump into it anywhere and it's going to reference many other places in it. It's all key. It's looping. The Bible is saying the same thing at a bunch of different times in different ways. And the further into time it got, they would reference back to like past book writers and cite it.
Are
And
you
it's-
saying that the Bible writers
and what the way that memes would say it contradicts itself and make all those bouncy line connections, it's referencing itself and you are misinterpreting it as contradicting itself.
No, I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, people have always misused the Bible to mean and say things that we can all agree
And
that.
Jack Talcott, you're up here on panel, quick chatting away like a broken hoe. God does not use fear. God commands Christians not to fear because it's like praying to the devil. When you
Right.
fear and worry and show worry, you're saying, I don't trust Sky Daddy to get me through this.
Right.
So when you accuse me of being afraid, when I say, where do you draw the line? The fire extinguisher in your kitchen or the bullet plates you wear to walk your dog? For you to call me a coward. I'm not afraid of anything, Jack. I'm afraid people like you are convoluting the word of our quote unquote alleged Sky Daddy.
You're fascinating.
And you're a false witness, fake YouTube guru. Sorry, not sorry. I like you, Jack. I like you, but I'm never gonna let up on you're a fake guru.
Yeah, that's another thing I want to add here since since Venus is talking about Swedenborg, Kant, who Hegel used as a reference point for his epistemology, he basically agreed with everything Kant said in terms of epistemology. He used it as a standard view for starting off his own philosophy of the phenomenology of spirit. He presumed that Kant was just true, but Kant was a huge follower of Swedenborg. He actually wrote a work called Dreams of a Spirit Seer in reference to Swedenborg. And he was obsessed with Swedenborg's work as well. To expand on that, Venus. So there is a connection between philosophy and mysticism there as well.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
The book Heaven and Hell by Emanuel Swedenborg. Everyone should read that. It is kind of mind blowing.
Yeah, he's one of
I
the
knew
founders.
Venus's California ass would get a name drop in there. You said you knew him like personally?
Oh, Emanuel Swedenborg?
No, he's like from the
maybe in a
1700s.
past life.
Oh, you're just familiar with his work? And whenever you typed it,
life.
whenever I saw it in text and you're not just saying it, in my mind it turned it into, oh, you knew Swedenborg?
Oh, I wish I did. It would have been interesting to talk to.
Oh, he was
But,
he was what you would call a polymath. So I'm sure he would be difficult to talk to because he knew about like history, chemistry, like astrology, like a whole tons of subjects. And
he
wrote
was.
his,
He was like a really respected guy before he wrote some of his his scriptures. But he was.
Yeah.
He was like from a well-to-do family, and he was he did a lot of things civically.
Reddington read it.
So I have a question, Machine Lies, and then I have a general question for everyone on the panel too. What do you think about my postulation of a debate topic, just as an in general thing for Christians to say, well, if the Enlightenment came out of occultism and Satanism and Luciferianism, basically perennial Rosicrucianism, wouldn't you have to reject the scientific and industrial revolution as a consequence, since it's basically the same thing? You think that's a fair way to?
What do you mean reject though? Say it didn't happen?
Well, meaning we don't base our society on Enlightenment ideals anymore. Basically,
that's obvious.
I heard there's such things. It's called there's something called science, which is like the science, and there's something called scientism, which is like a religion.
That's right. And they had it cropping up in the 1800s. They had a spiritualism versus scientism debate.
So is there like if a Scientologist comes across as scientism, is there like gang beef? Because if scientism follows science, that's more like legit, but Scientology got the better name. Like they should have went with Scientology as the scientism.
Yeah, Scientology is in a lot of ways, if you read the works by L. Ron Hubbard, it's like an alternative to psychology, so if you look at it, a lot of their work.
How far through it do you get though? And are you familiar that 10-year difference in our age? Are you familiar with where L. Ron Hubbard came from? I mean,
Elron.
whenever we used to
Yeah,
wait
yeah.
for
I'm familiar with where he came from for real.
yeah, whenever we used to wait for He-Man to come on, there'd always be the commercial for Dianetics. Get your copy today, Dianetics, and it'd have like a volcano erupting, like early
Some
3D computer animation.
mysterious glow. Yeah,
So
but
he was a sci-fi writer that was in Cooley Cool with you know, the Satanist guy, Crowley. Like they were chummy. And he started a religion. Guys, the guy that made sci-fi books and Dianetics was chummy with, you know, the Satan worshiper guy Crowley. And then
Well,
he started
Aleister
a religion.
Crowley's stuff is called Thelema.
No, he did a lot of dark art stuff.
yeah, but those guys, Swedenborg and Blavatsky, those guys are way old in terms of the occult. And this guy, somebody else said Albert Pike. Yeah, these guys are way old. You know, these guys are like from the 1800s, and Swedenborg is even older. And Jan Comenius, you know, these guys are who founded the Moravian Brethren. You know, and all of these groups, you know, these are progenitors for the occult movements that started, you know, and they were also tied into the Protestant Reformation and the Counter Reformation, you know.
And are they claiming the path of they were philosophers?
Some of them, yeah. They were melding their religious beliefs with philosophy and the Kabbalah and all of those.
Right.
And alchemy,
Like Rudolf Steiner. Rudolf Steiner.
Yeah.
So would you agree?
Yeah.
Would you agree? Would you agree that the same way I talk about separating my religious, what I say, compared to if you're talking science and science degree, would you say philosophy is equally what you would have to keep from your religious train of thought?
I think philosophy should be kept from
Because it was kind of like it was a attack kind of against the religion of that time. It was like the not religion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Philosophy was used to subvert religion. But Chris, were you going to say something?
No, I was just wondering about the age of scientism. Is that like an ancient religion that goes way back into?
Oh yeah. Should it? I don't know where that sound is coming from, but yeah.
It was like way back there in the ancient times.
Oh yeah. It's definitely very old. If you look at the writings of Democritus, you know, and the views of the Buddhists, you know, they were basically materialists. So, you know, they didn't believe that they didn't believe that there was any permanent reality to anything. You know, so in a way, they believed that atoms came together, and those atoms had like you know, they were held together by just behaviors, you know, conventions that were pretty weak, you know. So these conventions, or these orders are just based off of laws and like very routine mathematical principles that don't actually say much. They're basically abstract and routine, you know, and then there's chaos that mixes it all together.
Underlying foundation or structure that holds those together, those bonds, you know, like.
But that's why so many Christians supposedly like worship math as if it's like the law of the universe or something, because they think that if they don't worship math, they can't hold chaos at bay or something like that.
There's a sect of Jews that worship. There are also mathematicians that supposedly have the name of God. They say that like the name of God is a certain number or something
bankers,
like that.
But that involves math.
What?
You're talking about gematria, maybe?
Yeah, there's something like in Jewish mysticism. There's this particular sect of it that like they're mathematicians and they believe that numbers are connected to everything in like a dualistic manner, and that God's actual name is like a number of some kind.
Yeah, is it the Kabbalah?
I don't know. I'm maybe, but there was a movie about it and it was called Pi.
Math is a science, guys. It's just
That was
observation.
about
of
an
things in
Indian
nature.
dude with a tiger on a boat.
That's all it is.
No, I'm talking about a different movie.
But do you think math?
I know you are.
You think that math exists without human beings, though?
It does
Oh, yeah.
exist without humans. We only discovered math and numbers. It's a representation of our five. It's how we're communicating as monkeys. That isness. Like, no matter where you go, 1 kilo of yayo is that kilo of yayo. It's not two.
Without
It's not
humans,
three.
does math exist?
Math
Without,
is a language, guys. It just
but does it exist without human beings?
It is the communication of our interpretation of the isness of the thing we exist in.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around, does it really actually make a sound? Yeah, it
The
does.
waves go out. No, the waves go out into the atmosphere. But if there is no eardrum connected to a brain to decipher that, it's just the wave. There isn't something there perceiving the.
No, it still makes a sound.
No, it makes sound wave.
It still makes a
Okay,
sound.
okay. When
we
you
talk
make
about
Wi-Fi,
language,
if there's
most
no
people don't
computer, is it internet?
Here, hold on, Tommy. I wanna show people.
No,
the video.
no, hold on. Tommy's wrecking right now in that statement. When the Wi-Fi waves are coming through, Cecil, if you have
I
no
don't
device
think so,
to
bro. I don't
interpret,
think so.
is it internet? Is it still internet if it's just Wi-Fi?
We're talking about totally different types of waves.
No, I'm
You
using an
ain't wrecking
example.
nothing,
There's
bro.
a sound wave, and
You
it's
ain't
only
wrecking
heard because
nothing.
of ear and brain.
You ain't wrecking nothing. I might have to go wreck some dishes right now, dude.
I only
I
wreck
wrecked
you
those
because you
dishes
wrecked
harder
this.
than you wrecked the freaking argument. Sorry.
Right, because if your
Alright.
perception cannot comprehend that I'm wrecking you, are you not still wrecked?
Dude, you ain't wrecking nothing, dude.
Right, like if I kick your ass and
Huh?
Here, hold
No,
on, guys. Wait, hold on.
geometry, but we're really in effect talking is in your work with regard to the ancient languages. We're talking about a sacred bodies within it, cosmological principles. And I think a good place to start to explain what we're talking about here might be with reference to the mystery of the two primary names of God that appear in the Hebrew Torah.
Well, that turns out to be the basis of all sacred geometry in my investigations. Most people don't know this, and it's not discussed by the rabbis, and it's not discussed by the scholars.
them bees
But
make
we all
pretty
know
good
when we read the Bible
hexagon
that there are
grids.
usually two names. In fact, the scholars have made those two names the basis of the documentary hypothesis that this is an edited text, and that the 4-letter name of God was used by some authors, and the 5-letter name of God was used by other authors, and then they inter-edited the text. And that's the basic academic position. My position is that that's a mistake, that the use of these two different names was deliberate, has specific meaning, and may
Joe,
be at
is
the
there
basis
pilot
of the
dishes
whole
over there?
system. Most people think that Abraham discovered the one God. That's the throwaway
All right.
line that we're
I'll
taught.
talk to you guys later.
I don't think that's true. I
See ya.
think that in the world, for millennia, people understood the forces of nature and worshiped them as a kind of God and a pantheon of gods in the outer world. I think people also had a personal inner experience of meditation, spiritual experience, and they knew about these things. What Abraham discovered is that the internal spiritual experience and the external world are the same thing.
It sounds like the fundamental insight of the Hindu tradition that Atman, the essence within, and Brahman, the God of the universe, are one.
That's exactly right. What we have found by looking at the sequences of letters in the Hebrew Bible is a fundamental topology that seems to be common across all boundaries of faith and experience. Any self-referential person that's studying themselves in any society, in any time, if they take their study to its extreme, are going to find these same underlying patterns that relate singularity to wholeness, inside to outside, wave to particle, All of these dualities are parallel to this idea of the one God, the four-letter name, which represents the singularity of light in meditation at the very greatest height and depth in the mind.
That's sometimes referred to as the tetragrammaton.
The tetragrammaton.
The unspeakable name.
Which is now pronounced in Hebrew based on a root word, adin, meaning pedestal. This is the Lord that's very high up on a pedestal. And so I modeled this Lord quality by extent. Now, the five-letter name of God, Elo and then him, which I'll say Elohim for, that represents the panoply of all there is in the universe.
And it's a plural.
It's a plural. Most people don't know this. This is the word that's used at the beginning of Genesis. In the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. The word God there is Elohim. And that Yud Mem ending, im, is the masculine plural ending. Now, we're talking about a singular one God in the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition. So we don't have plural gods. What people don't understand is that that Yud Mem ending, which now means masculine plural, didn't have that meaning at the beginning of Genesis because there weren't any people. This was a more general operational meaning. Yud Mem has a common meaning by itself. It means sea. Sea as an ocean, great expanse. And Elo is a name that means these or those, or it can mean God generically. So we have the expanse of the great light of consciousness, the Elohim, in contrast, and the word contrast is very important, with the singularity of the extent of the Lord, Hashem, the four-letter name, the tetragrammaton. And we are strung between the one and the many. And the alphabet, in this case, we're talking about not, let me back up a bit. Nearly everyone makes a presumption that when we're talking about languages and we're talking about alphabets, we're talking about phonetic language for narrative writing. But that's not the only kind of language we have. We have formal languages for music, we have formal languages in mathematics, we have formal languages in computer coding. It's my thesis that there were three levels of language and alphabet in the ancient world. There was the common spoken language of the average person, which was whatever was generally spoken in the territory. There was the civil language, the language that the king required for contracts, the commercial language, which was more formal. And then there was a spiritual language, which was a formal language also, but not necessarily originally for stories. Instead, it was a language for recording exercises that could lead to spiritual experience.
Anyways, he's talking about language, code, mathematics, symbols, and the use of the names of God and how they derive number from those names, and the basis for sacred geometry in the Kabbalah. And he's actually written a lot of books on that. But yeah, the Kabbalah stuff, that's the origin for a lot of this occultism, reference stuff. But yeah, it ties back to the use of math and language, the way Cecil was talking about math being hidden in the name of God, and that name, the tetragrammaton. It's
And I gotta
fascinating.
see if gematria is derived from the Kabbalah, because there would be, the numbers would work out the same if the name to number ratio is still done the same as the letter of the alphabet with the number, only the Hebrew alphabet, of course. It would probably correspond.
Yeah, by the
But
way,
imagine that. That guy was a small hat and he was saying things contradictory to the Jesus path. That's never happened in the history of man before.
Yeah, by the way, he recently sued. I think there was a court case between him and Drunvalo Melchizedek for plagiarism of some of his work. That guy Stan Tenen. So
Really?
yeah. So yeah, because some of his sacred geometry and stuff, he says that they lifted it straight from his work on the Kabbalah and stuff. So it's interesting.
I could turn the whole chat off of a Kabbalah in one statement. Madonna did it. Even Jack remembers that. First, she got famous with like the book of her taking a bunch of, black endowment, and now in the future she would go Kabbalah and have an accent where there was no accent before.
Well, but see, this is what I was trying to get at is like, you know, a lot
Neuro just pops in on the statement, man. It trips me out.
a lot of the interpretation that most Christians, especially Protestants, rely on is literally from the Kabbalah. Like they, you know, and that's where a lot of this science that we take for granted came from, is the Christian Kabbalah and shit like that. Like it's not.
Well, see, you got to slow down before you keep rolling on those. Like, what do you mean with Christians worshiping numbers? Because I would question that Christianity or maybe your comprehension of what they're doing. And then what was the next part you said?
They claim to be Christians. I'm not. They probably aren't really, but you know. But
the next part you were saying about they worship numbers and what?
Well, the Enlightenment and all the scientific revolution came out of a bunch of Christians who started reading the Kabbalah and said, "Oh, we need a Kabbalah for the for Christianity." So because
they were trying to rip it off.
They were trying to reinterpret what Christianity meant.
Right. That sounds like a that sounds like a Z people alignment agenda, because it would go against the initial Jesus Christianity.
Right.
And they are the smaller top ornament.
That's why I'm posing the question. Like, if we want to reject Enlightenment ideals because they're antithetical to Christianity, then we kind of have to throw out all this other ground.
The reason you can't, you can go look at things and think about things with your curse of the tree of knowledge all you want, if you understand how you don't abandon your faith over it. The same reason a rich man has to learn how to fit a camel through a needle's eye, these truthers and all their knowledge and number systems and their safety net that is their awareness and data, that's the same situation. They still won't be able to fit a camel through a needle's eye because they thought their woke awareness in the trutherverse is what was going to save them. So enlightenment is you can go search for enlightenment if you can do it without thinking it's got you covered.
Here, I think rather than rejecting the evolutions from, you know, maybe misguided paths, we have the opportunity, kind of what Tommy was saying, we have the opportunity to learn from all things. I think
we're not.
The Creator offers wisdom even through the darkness. It's just a game for us to figure it out.
And that's a Talcottian statement. Like, lots of things bring light in the darkness whenever we're trying to Kamala Harris their greatness at the awards ceremony. I'm saying Christians are supposed to know, no matter what status, no matter how much they job, they have to keep that awareness of nothing without Sky Daddy. Like, just would be another hairless monkey.
But here's the thing: isn't the method the problem?
I love method.
The method can be the problem, can it not? I mean,
yeah. Well, that's the TBE, EBT, and I even see how Machine Lies like got down with those dudes. They love, and if you do it right, this still isn't bad. They love to advance Dungeons and Dragons philosophy, and I think TBE. The reason Machine Lies isn't your typical Muslim, and I don't get down with the TBE Christianity, is that effect that can be. Like, I don't think it's had a negative effect on Machine Lies, and I'm not just saying that because I can sit here and wax subjects. But with TBE and EBT, I honestly see like a negative effect to their what would be Christianity over this philosophical endeavor thing.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing: is I can accept the postulation that you're making that, you know, perhaps some people are able to delve into these dark territories and take something good out of it. However,
except for when they can't. Yeah.
Exactly. I think that's kind of what
call back people. Call back.
That's what I'm trying to get at, is like a lot of these Christians just kind of blow over the fact that most people cannot handle the darkness, even if they're calling themselves a Christian, right? So, you know, it's kind of like they want their cake and eat it too, but it's not really Christian to say that, in my opinion.
And let's not even refer to it as darkness. We kind of reserve that for like the anti and the dark forces. Let's just say their own confusion. Like, they kept taking on more and more, like the way there's so many panels right now. Some of these chatters got more stimulation. Like, even Sarah Connor here, She's new here. She's like overstimulated with where we're going with it. If they can get lost in that jungle, it's not necessarily dark, but it's distracting. It's diverting, like the shape debate is referenced as just division and diversion.
Well, I guess here's what I'm getting at. Can Christians still
It is a lie.
can Christians still exist if human beings' bodies go away and we all live in a metaverse and we're genetically manipulated to the point where we don't exist anything like we do now? Like, is Christianity still relevant in those terms? Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't think
Good question.
if in our belief of Christianity, I don't think we could technically get there, or that will be the mark of the beast. Maybe the mark of the beast is you either plug in and now you're in new meta world where everything's going to function, or we'll let you to the wasteland. Remember how Fallout had a vault that was just people in VR, and even after the war was over and nobody was digging in vaults, they're just still in those VRs, living the Leave It to Beaver universe online. That's what I think might be a good possibility for what would be the mark of the beast. It's definitely a you're a go or not go type situation.
Yeah, well, definitely. If Jack or Venus or Chris want to say anything, or Machine, I want to hear you. I just want to get everyone's general take on it, because it is something that I see that Christians are like painfully avoiding. And see, the thing is, Tom, even if I disagree with you, which I don't really, I'm just saying, like, even if I were to, like, at least you're willing to throw your opinion in the fucking ring, which most people will just obfuscate what their actual opinion is because they're hiding something, in my opinion,
Or they're not sure. Like, that's why, and I wasn't always at this level with my faith. I was kind of a respectable way. I would say I was a neurojack in like the Facebook, MySpace days. But now in these times, I feel like this renewed, like, oh, I can just be wrong and dead rather than live against my stuff, That's why I don't let Jack Talcott budge. He's repping my set. And I'm like, well, wrong thing to say if you're repping these sets. And I'm not going to stand here and let my God see me silently. Because we're friends. He's not a stranger. We've been through it a million. It's not like a stranger can come in here and I'll just grill him. I know Jack has been looping on this new age tip. And I tell him over and over again, and nothing changes except I can't sit before my God and not say something
well,
when he's repping our set.
Tom, you don't listen. You just keep looping.
I listen to everybody.
No.
Would you say I didn't just wreck Smith earlier and you're not going to understand what I'm saying to you right now? I did this to Drew. ILLUMITOMMY wrecked Paul until I do it to Drew, and then Drew gets confused. I don't know what you're saying. Nobody knows what you're saying. With you, that's you never listen, Tom. Jack, we all listen. That's why you're a meme.
Well,
You're
I
in
want
our
to
community.
answer the question that Neurojack was posing. Somewhat similar to Tom, I don't see it coming to that, because for what I hold the unpopular belief that God is with us, the truth is on our side, and that while we live, we have an opportunity to bring forth change to avoid, the encampments and the beast control.
Well, that's your free will to show what you are in response to when there will be bad times, unless we are.
I think they're here. I think the bad times are here, but we
they're
maybe have been blessed, and we've been graced that the bad times aren't on us right now. But
no, I think it's whenever I'm disagreeing with Benton, when Benton says society has fallen, I still think we're in good times, and I'm watching my market holdings crash. I'm living in a barrio for reasons Smith doesn't know. I still think overall it's good times, unless you've directly been airstruck in the past month or year, if it's other part of the globe. Jack, you live good, bro. People are still like talking about your perm pressed shirts and stuff. You are not in bad times yet, Jack. I don't think I am. And I broke 3 blows a year ago. And I still think it's good time.
We've been blessed. And this
we've gotten where we are off our decisions, and we've been blessed to have a free will go in this life.
By God's grace and our choices, we have been blessed. We are
Sure.
all co-creating this experience
Mm.
together. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
a little butterfly
co-creating
effect.
ourselves in God, co-creating with those around us.
But see, it's so easy. This is how I'm not bagging on you for your broad stroke style. I know it's broad stroke style because every place you can put a comma or a period, I'm like, I can challenge that for 15 minutes just off of that open-ended thing that you said. Like, except for when it's not, guys. Callback.
Right.
It
Yeah.
is that, Jack. It is, except for when it's not.
All right. But this is where our free will comes in. And that's where I suggest the world has adopted a lot of confusion.
And you got the free will to get over it.
I know. It's amazing. God gives us the free will to get over it, to move on, to
Except,
do whatever we want.
so you'll never want to end wars again. You're just going to get over it.
No.
Well,
All right, you just blew it. Except for when it's not, Jack.
Well,
You're
I
okay with wars,
won't-
except for when you're not.
here's the little caveat I want to use to illustrate the point I'm trying to get at, which is that
Thank you, Scorpio.
when people come at Talcott and say that, oh, Talcott is trying to end all wars, that's not realistic. His heart is in the right place. But the thing is,
Yeah, his heart is, his brain isn't.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. A lot of people who claim to be Christians or whatever, they say, well, we need to get a trad lifestyle and get rid of degeneracy because it's going to make the world more moral because we're going to force people to be moral. But the truth is, like,
That's more Zionism, I think.
well, I would agree, but that's my point is, like, isn't that more dangerous to Christians than someone who's actually believes in their heart that they can get people to individually use their free will towards a good end? You see what I mean? Like, I see that as more Christian in general than we're going to get them.
Okay, this is like,
right.
I see what you're asking. This is what I've always said about the rights and freedoms crowd. Like, whenever Paul was first firing it up, I used to say, quit thinking you're going to make this crowd, because the founding fathers had more in mind. Like, when those people came over on boats, every blacksmith, farmer, cobbler, whatever you did, was also a knowledgeable on a lawyer level of what everybody came to that country to do, why they were there to do it. There wasn't as much bureaucratic paperwork, but there was that citing of, well, I'll be goddamn, Rontel. No, that you're not going to do that. Like, fair quarrel type. No redcoat's going to come over here and tell us the Queen's way, even though they, steeped in. Is kind of how, like, the Civil War ended too, with more of a, like, an agreement than a North versus South winning. But yeah, man, it's like you won't need a team. Just each individual living that rightness would make the thing be. They'd just be the outnumbered. Like, right now, if there's that many people living like that, we're not speaking up properly. We're not doing the shit like what Paul claims to do and Joe Cool claims to do on these cops. Every American would have just been that in the earlier years, the colonial. It's just like, you didn't really have a police force yet because it was a society of the thing of get out of England and be this way. Like, cops used to come to make sure the quarrel was held fairly rather than be the quelcher of that quarrel. Like on Tombstone, whenever the guy shoots the other guy, like, it was fair quarrel, sheriff. It was like derived off of that.
The cops were there to enforce the company rules. The
No,
boss.
it wasn't a company yet. You got the spirit of your daddy's bullshit.
The cops came from company towns.
No, the cops came from slave rounding up, and then they kept their job after the slavery was over.
Yeah, it's continuing.
It wasn't corporate America yet.
Slavery.
No, it was still about the public well-being, the order, because you had enough with natives and shit and criminal white people.
Well, yeah,
no, Jack, you're gonna be a jackass right now.
The white people.
Like, this is your sob citizen side thinking all cops bad, all thing corporate. You don't win by laughing.
I just know how things have been.
Yeah, your patterns.
Sick.
I know
No,
your patterns,
American
Jack.
history, dude. American history's fucking disgusting. Bunch of
All history is fucking the history of mankind is disgusting. And it
You're
also, except for when it's not.
You're right.
Is this thing on?
So which side are we gonna be on?
You're picking sides, you divisionist. Fuck you. See, you are Towel. What was your, small mustache name they gave you?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you are being your small mustache Jack version. Look,
Well, here's the thing, though.
you're
Like,
still
Jack,
you're still all side-minded, man. You got the dichotomy in the man. Is this
Jack,
real right now? Is Jack the Antichrist, man?
Jack, if you had to go and do a bunch of evil things to get what you want, would you be willing to do it?
No. Not anymore.
No, that's pretty quick to answer without knowing the
anymore.
stipulation.
Not anymore.
Whenever anybody asks a dude if he'd ever do gay shit, I say don't ask a man that till that stack of money's on the table in front of him.
I agree. That's fair. But this one is pretty simple for me at this point in my life. If it's something I want and it requires me to do harm or be dishonest, nope, not worth it.
You're dishonest for free on the internet every day.
No, I'm not, dude.
Yeah, you are.
I'm honest and genuine, I swear.
Maybe in your daddy's way of honest by the truth that you say from your experience looking out your Jack Talcott skull. But you've called me a liar, came to terms on it, then went back to call me a liar again, and we didn't even interact really.
Yeah, different occasions, I'm sure.
Right, different Jack Talcott, different occasions. And we're all being shown that scientifically, even though we are us, your brain is technically over 1,000 different people vying for which one has the wheel all the time.
Yep. And then, but here's the twist.
Yours don't know about each other, I know.
Those 1,000 voices, those 1,000 people, you're right. Most
See,
of
if
them
they're voices, you need to be committed.
We can change, we can learn to ignore those voices. And
they're not voices, Jack. Do you hear voices on a regular basis?
No.
Do you hear these voices right now? Jack, what did these voices say to you when you hear them?
You're referring to silencing the thoughts.
Well, hold on a second.
Silencing those loud thoughts that come when the neighbor's dog is barking, possibly?
The ways of the world.
So I'll really quick, because I think Paul did have a good point yesterday he brought up where he was trying to say, well, your qualms are with the people, not only with the elite, because you think that by changing the elite, you'll change the people. And I thought that was a very interesting point that he brought up. But I think that wouldn't you say that what you're trying to do is kind of be an example?
He's on the bad side.
Are you trying to say that you would want to be an example when you go and you try to change things that way, and if people were to see you fail at that, wouldn't you say that that would be an example that they would stop going in that direction to look at it, or will you say that they should just keep trying to go in that direction anyways?
Do you want me to end Jack Talcott's YouTube guru career in one statement?
Let me answer this real quick, and then
answer it.
Okay. I trust there's people smarter than me. And so if I could find a way to start this and failed, I'm sure that someone else would find a way to. They'd see
your predecessor as an agent. Yeah. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready for me? And Snafu, I see your punk ass in the chat. He's gonna run around saying ILLUMITOMMY finished off Jack Talcott's career. He's gonna be running around saying this shit. Guys, Jack Talcott wanting to talk to the powers that shouldn't be, the UN, and end war. He's initially saying, guys, I want to go talk to Small Mustache and get him to come on over to doing the right thing.
Yep.
All the whole while, that's what's giving the time, the misdirected intention. Get him a big force of people to go do the worst thing that'll help.
No.
So
talk to the UN about what they approve of our society moving forward. They are part of the New World Order.
Here's my last point, and I'll let everybody else jump in. And here's what I'm trying to get at. Jack, if you were to go up there and you found out that, for instance, they were keeping 0-point energy away from human beings, not because they were evil and thought that human beings would just tear each other apart, having access to something so powerful because they're not ready to, and that you
What do
were
you mean
actually hurting
powerful?
people in the act of doing that. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying, like,
Do you mean
if,
energy like our power grid, electricity?
what I'm saying is, like, if you try to give everybody good things, but they're not moral and they can't handle the free will of knowing the truth of what's going on, would you think that it doesn't matter because the truth is more important than material gain? And, like, let's say that you wiped out 99% of people trying to do the right thing, but you were going for the truth. Is the truth that valuable to you? Is what I'm asking you.
Truth
I think
will
there's
set you free.
nothing more important than the truth.
And the truth
I
is,
hear, and
That's a critical. I agree with you.
Good question.
well,
the truth is you could draw a line where you want it truth. Like, I don't need to end wars. I know wars will go on. That's the truth. I'm free.
well, it's my theory. It could be posited that God is the truth. Both are, you know, unlimited. I mean, and really, our Creator is beyond any limit whatsoever. But the truth is powerful. It is life changing, life bringing. It's what makes us what we are.
And life ending.
That doesn't make sense.
And life ending. So here's what I believe is that it makes sense. The things I'm suggesting would make sense.
Make no sense, dude.
The return of Christ. Okay, let's get past the rough stuff. And so the return
You're
of Christ.
getting into some rough stuff.
He is here reigning. What would that mean? There wouldn't be people buying into this bullshit, Dr. Fauci or these experts or authorities telling them what to do. The truth would be freely shared. And this idea of open source knowledge would allow, you know, everyone access to maybe knowledge that's beyond their emotion. And this idea of open source knowledge would allow, you know, everyone access to maybe knowledge that's beyond their emotional development.
False.
It could be dangerous, but I believe with a more caring and transparent system where people aren't so focused on their slave job to pay their slave debts.
What's a slave job?
The ones that control people, that people go
No,
to.
that's not a slave job.
The jobs people go to for no purpose other than.
And then what about the jobs that do have purpose?
Hey, those are great. And actually, even those jobs that people are going just for a paycheck, if they can find a way to put their spirit in it, then it's no longer a slave job. It's a
Then
job.
why do you call it the slave jobs? Because the spirit of your daddy still resides in your voice?
Everything is perspective. We live in duality. We're
Right.
either
So are you
free
causing
or
fear and
slave.
disagreement to accuse half the people watching that they're slaves when you refer to their slave jobs? Steve, slave job.
Here, I think TML's got
Hey,
something.
Jack, do you know what blasphemy is?
God.
You know what blasphemy is?
God,
Is
like
what you do all the time, Jack Talcott.
Yeah,
How
but
do
it
I
doesn't
do
help. It doesn't
blasphemy?
help to try and help me right now. You got no credibility, Snafu.
Snafu, how do I do blasphemy all the time in your perspective?
Okay, so for one, you claim all this God shit. You don't even know the Bible. You've never even read it fully. You've admitted it. You changed the God's word to your own narratives. You cupcake it with witches and sorcery and things like that. You're Nazi if no one believes you. You want to act like you want to change worlds and help people, but you get angry.
You gotta
how
take.
you're
Fact is, you're a
Hold on.
blasphemous, fake ass guru
Hold on.
who has no
Hold
clue
on, I'll
about
help
the
you.
Bible, and
Hold on, I'll
fucking
help you though.
everything you spit out is
Well, look,
blasphemous bullshit.
Don't help him.
You
Don't help
gave
him.
so many.
P-ANEL, hey, the
you gave a
machine
whole
life will
list of
probably
shit.
educate you in scripture, which you need to read. You need to know.
No, but what
You're
I'm saying
fucking
is,
full of
you
it,
gotta
Jack.
give one of those, like
He's smithing.
say you say he takes scripture out of context. You gotta give one example of that as a point, and then reference to scripture. You know what I'm saying? And then
Okay, we could do that millions of times.
Smith
Just
is
wait
the
till the
new
newest one, and we'll
Snafu,
do it.
so
But here's
Snafu
the
is
thing:
smithing
we've
right
You
now.
asked
didn't get a
him.
single time all day, Officer Snaps.
because that would be the correct way.
Jack, you know
that
you're a
would be the
fake ass
correct way.
guru with that smile on your face. You're
I
blasphemous
don't
as fuck.
And imagine who you are for me to hate hearing you agree with me.
Cite your source for interpretation is what I would argue. Cite your
See,
source.
that's the thing. Me and Tommy don't even like each other, but we
No,
know he's a
don't say
blasphemous
me
piece of
and
shit.
Tommy because I tell the man,
Fucking
I
Tommy,
cite
don't
the
agree with
man
Tommy.
receipts.
I like how he
When
said-
I
like how he
accuse
said
Jack
that.
of being fake guru, I speak those
his
receipts.
smile-
Look at that.
You
Look at
just
that
talk
the
shit,
blasphemy
Snafu.
coming out of him.
His smile is
Look at you.
blasphemous.
You blasphemous
He
guru.
said he has a blasphemous smile.
He's got a shyster fake guru smile.
Oh
Blasphemous, gamulant.
Scamulant's not a word, you peasant.
cows.
I can do these triangles.
No,
I'll
you know
take
what?
on the whole
It's
panel.
PML. It's like this. I've asked him before, like, have you read script? No, I haven't really read scriptures. One day I asked him, okay, well, do you know the political theater show of what's going on with these wars? Yeah, well, I don't need to know, he said. Like, yeah, he wants to change the wars. But you are uneducated, Jack, and you're a yapper. You just talk.
I'll get one for you.
You're totally describing you.
No, I'm not, Jack. Tell us about the. Tell us why the religious
He's
wars are
right.
happening. Then
He's
tell us
right
exactly
and
why the
projecting.
tell us what
You're right, Jack.
Zionism
He's
and other
totally
things are.
describing himself, but he's not
No,
wrong to
tell us
project it
scripture
on
too,
you,
Jack,
Jack.
about equally yoked and denying Jesus and God and just many things. Tell us scripture, Jack. Period. Quote
and
some
show
scriptures
us
off the
how
top of your
you
head
do.
right now. Quote
Snafu.
some random scriptures right now for us.
Oh, I can't even do that. That's why I keep it.
For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. Not Jack.
Yeah, but wait,
hold on.
Nothing comes out of your mouth.
He was quoting the scripture though. Here, let him quote it.
Yeah. Double-minded man is unstable in all ways, and that is what I'm witnessing.
And I think
to help people.
Hold on, Snafu. Hold on. Hold on, Snafu. Hold on, Snafu. I think Jack is just mistaken and can find the way. I think you're an actual fucking agent of chaos. I think you very much intend to repeat PDF about people all day long, possibly for a paycheck. And I never got on that agent train before until people like you.
Choo choo. So you think Jack is not blasphemous?
Objection, deflecting.
No. You think Jack's not blasphemous, Tommy?
Objection, Your Honor, he's deflecting.
Interesting. Jack, who wants to save the world and be a
objection, deflection.
Can't even fucking handle his own panel. He's a guru Nazi, coward.
Your Honor, Jack Talcott is the victim in this Myrtle trial. We cannot call him to the stand. We cannot reference his opinion. Objection. The defendant is deflecting.
You stand by Jack's blasphemous ways, Tommy? I know you're
Objection. I'm the
PDF
lawyer
today,
here, Your
whatever.
Honor. Objection.
I know
Your Honor,
that
I'm the
you're symbolic. I see that
prosecution.
you're not using your
Objection, Your
universal
Honor. I'm the
symbol. Good
prosecution.
for you, Tommy. I'm glad you're not using it. Your calling card is gone now. Interesting.
That's because it's been thwarted by the liar, false witness that was spreading it around.
Like the people you've been
That's why you're on trial. That's why you're on trial here today, sir. You're not getting it. You're not getting your insanity plea this easy, sir.
With the PDFs.
You're not getting an insanity plea this easy,
Tommy,
sir.
but you're going to tell us Jack Talcott's not a blasphemous fuck, huh?
Objection, deflection to the victim.
Yeah. Sidebar, bitch. Sidebar.
This defendant is clearly shooting for an insanity
Can we do
plea.
some methamphetamine drug test on the spot? Can we do some methamphetamine drug test on the spot, Tommy?
What's the intermission in court called?
For court purposes.
What do they call the intermission part in court? Recess.
Jack, seriously,
We
though,
suggest that we recess.
You're a fake guru. You don't even know scripture, Jack. And most Christians, most people who know God and the Bible are going to tell you you're a guru. Present yourself as a
they all go around accusing PDF of everyone that mildly angers them at any given time.
You are a fucking Nazi.
That's a false accusation.
Thank you.
He's clearly bearded and mustache.
Maybe
he's
more
not a small mustache. He's just a
maybe Jack's more the Zionist side.
Right.
You got a lot of nerve acting like you can just come in here throwing your little dick around, Snafu.
Where's your pedophile universal symbol, Tommy? Why aren't you using it? Oh,
look at you grasping. Look at you swinging like a rusty gate. You're a man on the out, Snafu, and I use man very sparingly.
You can't even talk to Paul or Sarah.
Blah, blah, blah. Do you know that Smith is the new you, Snafu? Did you know that Smith is the new you?
Like, get to the hands of God.
Snafu, please! Your daddy's not here to scold you properly. Don't overtalk. Now, do you know that Smith is taking your title?
Your blasphemous guru.
You know that Smith is rocking on your dime, and now we call him the Snafu, and you're just a punk? You obviously weren't here for the link drop because you don't know that Smith is the new Snafu.
Motherfuckers, don't you, Tommy?
I defy it at all turns. You're deflecting. You're a punk.
You didn't do shit. You fucking are a wreck. You look like
now
Mr.
you sound like MGTOW. Who else was up here? Oh, you sound like CECIL now.
Mustache, Mr. Burns.
You sound like Smith and
dumbass meth head, Mr. Burns.
Yeah, you're swinging on all these old loops, and everybody's tired of it. We just brought you up to add to this subjection you've made of yourself. How every channel. We watched your daddy pull his belt off on OTW. We watched your daddy make OTW remove his belt and smack your ass with it.
Look it up. Jack, you don't know scriptures really. You've admitted it. But you want to tell everyone what scripture is about.
I am not your ruler, Chat. I am merely the foundation that my show attempts to stand. I implore you, Chat, tomato this man. Oust this man by your word, Chat. This is the time I stand up here with the fluffy shirt that's too fluffy except for in that era, possibly holding a rope for balance. And I implore you, crowd, remove this hunchbacked man. Hoist him, carry him to the tar pits, be done with him and his fallacy. Okay, here's how you're befouling the Christianity, Jack Talcott. When you go to the chat like a broken hoe and type out judge not and ye shall not be judged, that's not the Bible. You're misquoting the Bible in the chat with quotation marks. You're using quotation marks. That is the grammar way to say I am forward citing this thing. You even put the passage in the book in it, and you're misusing the Bible like you're a Gary Oldman. It doesn't say judge not to not be judged.
What does it say?
It says judge not lest ye be judged. And if you do, which you will be judged, it will be by the caliber that you judge. And I have no problem letting Snafu call me a PDF because I'm not going to be judged like a guy that calls everybody a PDF. I'm going to be judged the way I judge you motherfuckers, and I sleep good on that. I sleep good on that, Jack Talcott.
Kind of like
I Jack Talcott myself all damn day.
Don't fuck with sorcery, witchcraft, all that shit.
Oh, Snafu, you're just hurting everyone's side. Anyone you're here
running around with Bex
Holy cows. Praise God. Thank you. I was wondering, Tom, if what that means. And number one, first, there's a lot of interpretations. I don't claim to be an expert interpreter or linguist as far as which one is or is not right. You get the gist. And judge not lest you be judged. And even if it is in that manner, it may not be the same judgment, the same accusation, but it will be a similar pattern. What we do to others it is a mirror that we're living in. And this blasphemy, man. Interesting, profane talk. What do you think, Hank? Or TML?
Blasphemy. Well, if we assume an omnipotent God, then anything they don't want us to do would be impossible for us to do. If you don't assume that it's just like a egregore, then they're just people anyway. So they're just pushing their opinion.
That's the key. Opinions have been controlling people. Judgments are a result of opinions. It's not always necessarily the facts. And people these days, everyone's caught up in their damn opinions, thinking their damn opinions matter.
Right, that's what you do on your show all the time. And then when you don't agree with your opinion, you Nazi block. You get pissed off.
Well, no, hold on, Snafu. There's Nazi blocking, but then there's keeping your loud ass out. It's different.
Yes.
But
don't
Jack,
tell me you don't
you,
see
Jack,
Jack
you
Talcott
are
changing
wrong.
the word of God for his own
Jack,
narrative.
you are
Even
wrong
Tommy,
about
you see
judging.
Jack
Oh my
Talcott
God, you're
changing
about to
the
get Nazi
scriptures
blocked.
for his own narrative.
You're about to get Nazi blocked, Snafu.
Love
You're
you,
not
Tom.
helping anyone
By
here.
who,
You're not
you? If
assisting
it happens, it's
anyone,
TML, not
even
you.
yourself.
Actually, he's helped me quite a bit.
Now,
No, I
this
want to be real.
judgment,
Jack is a
this
fake
judgment
guru.
being
He
people's
blasphemizes the
opinions
word
is
of God
bullshit.
to fit his own narratives. Be real. TML knows the word of God, scripture. You know scripture, Tommy. As much as I fucking hate
Don't
to admit it,
quit
Jack knows nothing about it,
truth or
and yet
copying
wants
us
to
together.
claim he
We're
does
not
and
tied
preach and
together.
teach. He wants to preach and teach.
Now, maybe we need to
You're a
bring up.
blasphemous fuck, Jack.
Let me see what blasphemy definition is. Maybe we need to check the definition of heretic. I'm on my phone trying to make coffee. Can someone read the definition of blasphemy to me? And then whenever we bring up heretic, read.
It says the act or offense of speaking sacrilegiously about God or sacred things, semicolon.
Right. So when Jack
Okay,
talks about
there's a
wheat
bit
and
of that
tares,
with Jack.
or when
Hold
Jack
on,
talks about
Snafu. We were doing a show before you got here.
when
Now
Jack
hold
talks
on.
like he knows what the
Slow
word
your
is
roll,
saying, and
Snafu.
he's changing it completely, the doctrine, that is
Now
called
there
that's
is.
blasphemy.
I can see layers
No,
of blasphemy.
It might be
I
a
can-
different thing.
Can
Because
we please get the definition for heretic now?
When they change doctrine like he's doing, that's blasphemy.
Shut
EML, you know
up,
that.
boy.
You know
You
when they
don't
change the
have
doctrine,
validity to
that's
come in and
blasphemy.
do this.
You know that, EML.
You haven't been
because
here, and
it's
except for when
doctrine.
you just got here and hit the link.
Well, I'll answer the question if you guys let me, because the
Oh,
doctrine
great.
is actually
Venus who needs penis. Why are you running around with the fake
because
Bex?
the doctrine is actually based off of the interpretation. I mean,
What?
the doctrine is based off of the interpretation. So yeah. So
Hey.
so first they interpret the scripture and then they arrive at the doctrine. You know, so to have your own doctrine is to have a different interpretation, but that still doesn't go to changing the scripture. If you change the scripture, then you just simply have new scripture that you
Right.
follow. You know, so that wouldn't be, so you wouldn't blaspheme the scripture, so to speak, unless your new scripture actually spoke about the God of scripture in a profane way. But yeah,
So this is what I'm trying to tell Jack. Even though I'll do even though I'll do the Gary Oldman from Book of Eli impression, it's not that, Jack. There's a level of interpretation that does not get misinterpreted. You can't take "thou shalt not" this basic ass statements and get the opposite out of it and say, well, that's just your opinion, man. You can't stand over your dead wife with a bloody knife in your hand and go, well, thou shalt not kill, but it doesn't mean like this. It's up to interpretation, man. How does that make you feel when you hear? How does that make you feel when you hear me say "stand over your dead wife"?
Snafu, cut it out with the names and shit. Don't be assaulting people on the panel with your names. Change the name.
Yeah, man. Let him do it until the chat will not take it anymore. That's all we can wait on.
This is too much with the names.
I agree, Tommy.
I mean,
Well,
am I
the
gonna have to go
avatar,
in and
too.
change your name? Let's
Dude,
not.
they
The
let me.
avatar
They
has
let
my
him
face
call
on
me.
it.
They
Yeah,
let him be me the only PDF accusation
on
for
the
like
name.
over a year. And they didn't care. They just sit through it and be like, yeah, maybe he is. So they deserve it as long as they put up with it.
Well, they did the same to me. It was like, yeah.
Exactly. We just didn't know each other yet. We didn't know what kind of rounds he was making.
Change the avatar in the name. You know what I'm saying, fam? Thank you.
No, I like that show. I was gonna keep that McConaughey picture fan
No,
art as long as I felt like.
no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about snaps because it's just
Yeah, I'm
like
just cooking. I'm just cooking, baby. Literally and metaversally right now.
yeah, come on, snaps, man. That's an easy request. That's an easy enough request. Come on, brother.
Is it cooking if I just open the container?
Because he still got the picture and the name up there. Come on, bro. Let's just change that shit real
Okay,
quick.
here's what he doesn't get. Here's
TML.
how down he is and doesn't realize it. We're replacing him with Smith, and now we're gonna say that Snafu is smithing. Like, man, he really came out here and
Smith was okay
smithed it
today.
up.
Smith was pretty chilling today.
And
but, yeah.
And like even Paul, it's like I said. Well, no, you were the one that showed it to me because I don't watch OTW except for that day you weren't. Paul literally removed OTW's belt, and OTW was like, "No, that's my belt," and smacked Snafu's ass with it, Paul's son. And Snafu's angry, going panel to panel, knowing he's out of like panel time and credibility.
Is this a metaphor that you've described, or does this really happen in real life? I'm so
You got to cover the entertainment, but no, we don't meet each other in person, TML. You watched it with me whenever the plane picture was in the background on OTW, and Paul's just like bending Snafu over his knee, like in that real time. I was impressed. It should have been done a year ago, but that's why I psyoped him. I knew
That
that
was a lot of work. There's a lot of work to bring Snapper to justice.
Well, it's not just bringing Snapper to justice. I needed Paul to sit there and back Snafu on all Snafu's bullshit. Now I can add that to the arsenal. You called it, Snafu. You saw Tom's picture. You were the one calling it out, Snafu. I wasn't gonna let people slide on that either. And now they look stupid.
We have this
now
thing
they look
where
fucking retarded.
we don't like insult like old ladies and stuff. Like I don't know. Like it's just.
Bex is old, and I'll
don't do that
insult her.
stuff.
I'm
I
not
don't even.
Cynthia's
I
old.
don't
I'll
really
insult that bitch.
I mean, I don't insult Bex either. I mean, I consider Bex to be an old lady. I mean, in terms of like I mean, like I'm only like 30. I bet Bex is like maybe
No, in
in
the
the 50s
terms
or
of how
60s.
she speaks of herself.
Bex is 70. No, I'm fooling.
No, she's 50, but you don't hear me
Yeah,
or Jack
no,
Talcott
like-
coming out here saying I'm the hottest fucking
They're old
thing.
enough to
I'm
be.
Miss Thing.
Yeah,
out
they're old
here."
enough to be like my mom and stuff. I
Right.
respect people like that. Yeah,
I get it. I get it. I get it.
Cynthia is someone's mom and HR.
I like Cynthia.
Well, you haven't met her long, and maybe you don't.
That's what you say every time.
Well, I
Tommy
mean,
says that every time.
okay, by the time you met her, she's realized she's lacking panels to visit. Like, not as bad as Snafu, but the ones who see through it now see through it. I knew it ever since she cucked up the Paul like a Snafu. Hashtag lore master. Hashtag walk my path. Hashtag
It's
show
pretty
respect.
funny. At this point, it's really funny.
No, but like I said, you can be as old a woman on these panels as you want. Don't tell me gross stuff I'd only want to hear from like a 17 17 to 20.
What kind of gross stuff would you like to
25-ish year old.
hear?
Well, that's
Kind of
another
gross
thing.
stuff.
That's another
What?
thing. When these old ladies, these old ladies are dressed like the teenagers, I think they should
Mhm,
cut that out.
mhm,
You know, where they're wearing
mhm,
like yoga pants and stuff. It's like, oh my
mhm.
God, you guys need to stop.
Have
You
a
know,
Well,
juicy
put
Some
on a
people
backpack.
just wear what they've worn their whole life. Whatever
No,
clothes you wore in your whole
these
life.
women never
yeah.
generationally saw those brats wear, if you will.
Hey,
Machine Lies wants to be president. He's going to say put a hijab on for sure over 50.
Well, they need to ride horses
Disguise it
every
as a
day,
medical
like
man.
I do. I go horseback riding every day. I have a nice little horsey named Millie.
Mhm.
Or at least stay
That's
in
cool.
shape, right?
It
That's
makes
cool.
you stay in shape. Oh my! When I first got her, I was like so out of shape. I didn't know that I was that out of shape until I tried to,
Yeah,
use her as a method of transport.
riding horses has to be the only way a human sits as a verb. Like you're consciously like going with their gallop to not have your spine be jarred like every time it
Right?
lands.
Yeah, race
Yeah,
car
it's like
driving
not a
too.
relaxing sit.
Look how that turned out for Superman.
That's different. But it's why in movies when somebody's injured and they're out, well, can you still ride? Yeah, because it's not like you just chill and have a horse take you somewhere. You have to
Well,
physically
No.
ride.
well, to quote my ancestors, save a horse, ride a cowboy.
There you
You
go.
got kids. You got kids, don't you?
hey, can I switch the topic? Something
You
from the
always do.
chat about, well,
It's not a problem to switch the
Holy
topic. It's a problem
Spirit.
that you get pissed at everybody for not staying
Well,
on your topic on your show.
hold your horses there, Tommy.
No, you're not gonna let him or Snafu do this shit.
Hold on. We're gonna go to the Holy Spirit thing that Jack wants to talk about.
I was ready for that.
Bobby's on. Go ahead.
Well, I just think that's an interesting topic, and it's closer to the topic of the stream.
Oh yeah, I got it for you. What's the comment?
The Holy Spirit. I know
Mhm.
there's a lot of different interpretations of that, and I've seen heard a couple different perspectives, explanations that I appreciate. But
I have some right at hand. Let's do it.
Well, but I just want to say this really quick. I mean, all of Christianity comes down to the interpretation of how do you know if someone has the Holy Spirit, and how do you know if somebody's interpreting the word correctly. So it is like the primary, most important thing you can pretty much talk about with Christianity. So,
and I'd assume
Except for when it's not.
Is the Holy Spirit something that's recognized or interpreted in other religions and other perspectives? I know there's a mystic quality to everything, and that would
It's
seem
referenced
to
in
be
the Bible.
with the Holy Spirit. Sorry, what, Tom?
I'm probably just gonna make this LARP church thing because it's referenced in the Bible.
Well, it goes to the various connotations of the thing. If you go to the mystical doctrine, if you go to well, first let me start with Hermeticism. If you go to Hermeticism, it's the perfect mirror of the world. That is spirit. Spirit is a mirror of matter itself. If you go to Gnosticism, then spirit is the true essence of the world. So the world is false compared to spirit. And usually in their sort of understanding, the spirit has a feminine quality, as it does in the Hebrew scripture. The word ruah, or spirit, that's translated into the Greek word pneuma. It becomes neutered, to mean just non female. But in the Hebrew scripture, they talk about ruach, like this feminine aspect, you know what I mean, that exists as wisdom, itself. But then if you go to the Gospel of Luke, it could be that it's the angel Gabriel, or you have this spirit that's referred to as the angel of the Lord. So the angel of the Lord is identified in the Gospel of Luke as the angel Gabriel. So for Muslims, we actually say that the angel Gabriel is the Holy Spirit. You
Right,
know,
but in the Bible, it references Gabriel and references the Holy Spirit, and
yeah,
it doesn't say
yeah,
Gabriel is the Holy
y-
Spirit.
yeah. But this comes to the Christian interpretation. In the Christian interpretation, the Holy Spirit is a basically, you know, you look at in Ephesians, you know, I think that the Holy Spirit in Ephesians represents the spirit of time, you know, how God unfolds time, you know, the historical unfolding of events and the way God formulates things, you know, on the material plane. It has to do with the Holy Spirit, you know, the manifestation of God on the material plane, you know, and that's why so much information comes through the Holy Spirit, you know, especially contact with the divine aspect of God in the form of Jesus, because you see that Paul instructs his people in the church in Corinthians, you know, about the spirit, and he talks about spirit and mind and body being like of one you know, combined effort in serving God, and he talks about them being different levels in terms of you know, committing to worship, you know, so there's a lot of levels in that. You know, so Paul talks about the Holy Spirit as well, you know, so in the Christian teaching, you know, the Holy Spirit means something specific as well. But yeah, it's fascinating, you know, so you could look at the Holy Spirit in terms of all of these various you know, ideas that I've talked about. In terms of perennialism, the Holy Spirit is the philosopher's stone, the Prisca Theologica, you know, or the know, basically the base principles that you could get from all of the various philosophies and the religions, you know, boiled down to their basic understanding, you know, that is Holy
Can I hit
Spirit.
you with a basic freebie?
Yeah, something that's found across traditions. But yeah, go ahead, Tommy. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Samson, whenever he could like wreck pillars over, and whenever he was like a Hercules level dude, that was the Holy Spirit in him, and that's why when he went against his commands and let what's her dick chop his hair off, the spirit left him, and he was greatly reduced in that power. And when he repented and stuff and ended up giving his life, he had that one last Conan bringing the house down. But by then he was blinded.
But
weak.
wasn't Samson from like a very unique tribe? He wasn't really like a normal.
He was a Hercules level unnormal strong. Yeah.
No, but he was from.
killed a bunch of dudes with a jawbone off and
No, but
off.
wasn't he a part of like a very specific sect? I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but he was a part of a different
Aren't you?
Jew or something. Yeah, he was not
Do
a
you
normal.
feel like you're the status quo when you claim to be a Christian?
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I'm pretty sure most Christians would stone me or put me on a stake for disagreeing with them. So, no, I don't think so.
But you're not, when you disagree, you're still like in this eternal why this stance. It's not like you're out telling Muslims they should have bacon and draw pictures of their God because that's your opinion. You're just always in a state of why this. That's why I mean that shit. Respectfully.
No,
Endearingly.
fine. I mean, I think for me is like, I just think that a lot of people claim that the Holy Spirit is inspiring them when it's doubtful to me that that's actually.
Yeah, that's when you have to look at yourself, maybe get help from an elder that you trust or something. It's really, like I said, man, it'd be easy for me to go back to smoking meth, and every time I get high on meth, go, this is obviously the Holy Spirit is giving me feels to lead me to keep smoking meth.
The thing is, like, a lot of people are ready to jump on you for smoking meth, but I don't necessarily know. I mean, people just
I'm the one that told them it's so I could tell them they put their kids on it when they get them prescribed Adderall and Ritalin. And I know the internet's going to take it the dark way, but it doesn't bother me as much as people claim it bothers me.
But my point is, like, I don't think that somebody doing a drug for a period of time whether that's ongoing or not, nullifies whether or not they're a good Christian or not.
Oh,
Like,
of course not.
has
No.
nothing to do with like if you're
Guess what? Being gay doesn't mean you go to hell. Doing drugs doesn't mean you go to hell. Damn, one of the guy that was on the cross that Jesus said would go with him that day, he's probably killed people. There's murderers that go to heaven because it's not the grade school job getting resume tier list that people envision, because that's your hairless monkey experience. God hates religion, guys, much less like grade cards. He doesn't even like religion because it'll lead you to bullshit like the TBE, EBT, like I guess philosophy itself. If God hates religion, he probably hates philosophy too.
Well, see, that's exactly right, and that's what Machine Lies thinks too, and that's where I agree with them. It's like you don't need philosophy to be a Christian. In fact, philosophy is probably antithetical to Christianity, and when you say
philosophy pretty much started when dude said God is dead. Was that not the beginning of philosophy?
Well,
Hey,
there's
There's
like
natural philosophy, which is just science, which is fine.
See, Greek guys had togas on. They're sitting around pillars all day, maybe having boys in a legal sense, because that's your man that you're making part of society. And they just started thinking of philosophy. That's when people were like feeding you grapes and shit.
I see philosophies as they're just different perspectives of worldviews, and the real essence of philosophy is the love of wisdom. I think
That's why I let Snafu go at you, because he's not always wrong.
That's why I think it's a beautiful gift.
So just call yourself a guru philosopher, and we can end these conflicts and disagreements, Jack.
You know what? Yes, I've identified myself. I'm not a guru. I am a philosopher.
No, you're not a Christian.
I'm not a.
Say it.
Just say you're Unitarian.
Just say it, and we don't have disagreements. I can let you walk your path. As long as you're snafuing to my team, I'm not going to let you do it, Jack.
I do not subscribe to the Christian religions in the slightest. Well, that's not
So
true.
you're not a Christian.
I do, but not. I don't claim it.
You're done claiming.
All right.
We'll just loop this again. Every day is like the first day.
Well,
like Neuro Jack is the endearing way that every day is the first day. Jack is the detrimental way that every day is the first day.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, you know, people get annoyed with questions, but the point of the questions is I'm basically pre-supping everyone, including myself, because people just believe shit without ever asking why do they believe it. And
I don't.
I was
That's why I'm telling you, NASA did not tell me I'm on a globe. I know it. But as far as believing stuff, Neuro, if you're going to go as far as faith, that's the way we like it in Christianity is, yeah, we can't prove it to your Philistine ass, but we believe it. And that's why when some people blow themselves up in places, I'm like, if that's what they believe, I get it.
Oh, no.
What am I supposed to do? That's their free will.
But see, here's the thing, though. It's like, it's one thing to say that I believe in something. When you give people political prescriptions saying, well, you ought to go and do this because Christians, like you said about, well, gays should, be done away with because they're going to hell. Like, I understand that you can hold
That's not necessarily the concept. Maybe they just don't want it in schools. Maybe they don't want those parties near their family. And that's fair, is it not?
Yes, of course.
You're like, this is how I think you frustrate me, Neurojack. Both allies and opposition in debates all seem to want to tell me what their opposition says and why they say it. And I'm frustrated with that when I hear you're a PDF and this is what you think and this is why you believe what you believe. It drives me nuts, and I would hope it drives anybody else nuts. Because the only thing you have in this world is what everyone in this spiritual war online is trying to take from you.
Which is what?
Your stand. God, no, Jack, I was taking a bite because I thought everybody would get it. Who you are, where you stand, how you are in opposition. Like, What you are relative to a thing is all you have, even if it gets you killed. Oh my God, I just conversation with God again. Why is that trilogy just busting out my mouth tonight? I'm not a big fan. It's got a lot of bullshit in it too, Sarah Connor. I wanted to get that in. I've made a reference to Conversation with God on numerous occasions tonight. I still don't give it my approval. It was an Oprah book. It has a lot of new age fucking bullshit in it. The only usable shit is probably what I've been saying tonight. Damn, that's like therapy right now. Like usually I'm acting, but I'm just fucking cooking tonight. If
But
I
you can
do
agree
beat
that
beat.
you can agree that most Christians have a very warped sense of.
I don't agree to any most Christians. I don't know most Christians. I just know my Christian ass. Like you put me on a stranded island with just a Bible, or you can put me in metropolitan Denver, same show.
So you feel so? I guess here's what I'm getting at. You don't feel any responsibility.
Personal relationship with God.
Well, yeah, I grew up as a Baptist too, but my point is, the average. You don't think the Christian should be cultivating that personal relationship with God?
I think
don't
they
think
should
that your
be
job is to
doing.
inspire them to do so.
I think they can only do what they are going to do. That's what this free will thing is.
Yeah,
I think they should be doing what they should be doing. I mean, if I like I said with Jack, if I know someone in my life, I'll delve into what you're talking about because I see them every day. I'm watching patterns and seeing how they live. I'm interacting with them. As far as just sitting here online and saying what the status quo should be doing, I'd go a lot longer on what they probably shouldn't be doing. No one's ever gone wrong just sitting alone in a room drinking tea if they want to make the world better.
No, that's
I see.
no, that's a great point. But that's my point. Is like, if you look at what Christians have been doing for quite a long period of time, it's like they get tricked by some stupid ass person who says, "Well, God said go,
People get tricked.
Go do this or go do that." It's like,
Do you think every Muslim is just on top of their Muslim faith, not getting tricked?
Oh no, absolutely they are, but I don't know them, and I
You
don't know.
think any individual might not? We're all in a generational psyop we were born into. Do you think you're a little tricked? I know I am. I just don't know how.
Of course, but
and how could we ever look at each other and go, "Hey, dumbass, you're tricked"?
Shouldn't we try to?
Is that the original print, Jack? Guys, that napkin is older to these streets than half the people listening and watching right now.
Oh,
Jack was writing down stuff on a napkin before JG ever came in. Before even we knew there was other channels.
I think that was inspired by JG.
Oh, was it? I thought you had that back when it was just me, you, and the Unslave.
No, I think it was from him.
But here's the question:
shouldn't
we try to dismantle psyops that lead people astray?
Yes.
Yeah, the ones we can pinpoint. Yeah.
All of them.
But I can't get you guys off that flat Earth psyop.
But see, Jack said he's willing to burn the world for the truth, and you think that that's but
that's because he's on the opposition side. He's a very strategic agent. No. Jack, any day now, you're gonna get the small mustache and convince him that we all need to go home and this is all silly, and that's why we're all backing you. And this World War II will definitely come to an end sooner.
What say you, Hank? Because I know you think something. You're the token black guy, so I mean, you got to give us something.
He's also a token spectrum level guy.
Yeah, token black guy, token spectrum level guy.
You got cards around here. You got cards you can play.
Pull out the cards. Let's go.
So, which one do you want me to address first, Neuro Jack?
Whatever you feel divinely inspired to address.
So let's see.
Okay, Jack. He also carries the Wiccan Witch card, so I don't know if he feels divinely. Maybe he feels green manish, nature-ish.
No, I do feel divinely inspired, but it's not Yahweh. So my divine,
it's my way or the highway. I don't know what Yahweh is, Hank, but it's my way or the highway.
Yeah. So I get my divine inspiration from Eris and Persephone currently. I get it from other sources too, but they're the main sources at the moment. So I'm pretty much.
How do you know?
Sorry. Yeah, oh, I want to answer that question. Save me a priest, God. Pretty much, how do you say it? Trying to get the good word for it. Pretty much, and unverified personal gnosis. I'm still working on verifying and
Okay.
still working on a process of verifying my personal gnosis.
And Jack, if we've always been talking about faith requires lack of proof, how are you going to go to another religious guy's ideal and say, "How do you know? Can you prove it for me?"
No,
It's okay to ask. It's okay
I
to
know.
ask.
Well,
He asked like a Simple Jack, though. If you saw Simple Jack Inquisitor on Monty.
I've encountered many people who suggest they say they're channeling from angels, from consciousnesses beyond. I've been trying to figure out my own way of understanding my spirit. And so
Yeah, because you buy into them, and that's New Age bullshit.
Well,
But I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to verify difference between spiritual interaction or if it's just part of my personal mind.
Do you see Yahweh as an enemy, or do you see him as just in the way?
Yahweh, for me, he's an enemy to me.
Did you just slip that in, Neuro Jack? You say that on purpose, Yahweh, or in the way?
Well, I mean, it's the term by which he knows him, so that's the term I use.
Yeah, but then you said in the way.
Well, what I mean is he sees the
You
Yahweh.
don't even know you're cooking.
Whether he sees Yahweh as an obstacle, does he see him as directly opposed
In
to
the way.
I see Yahweh as a scammer. Yes.
So in the way, you were right.
He's a I guess for us, he would be the first refund scammer. With the dumbass fruit.
And what do you think the main danger to human beings from Yahweh is in general?
Turning people into officer snaps, mostly.
I was gonna say other human beings.
So basically, what you say, you see it as like human beings are going through a trial run to see who is selected for progress in a spiritual sense, and those who are not. Is that correct?
Affirmative.
Which is similar to what Christians think, but just in the opposite direction, right?
It checks off for free will.
Like Christians think that Yahweh is trying to guide us towards.
No, you can ask for guidance.
Yes, but he's also a guy who did that Tower of Babel because we were learning.
No, he didn't do it.
Language.
No, he punished for the Tower of Babel thing.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel incident. He punished us for building to the sky by.
No, it wasn't about the height of the building. It wasn't about the height of the building, Hank. It was the challenge that Nimrod was like, "Nah, I can go up there and take this dude." I heard, like, I don't know, maybe it was on that Greek tip of like, "Hey, I heard you can go up and fight these lightning bolt tossing mofos."
Yeah, and I want to continue this. I just want to mention Miss Scarlett said what I was trying to get at, which is that Samson was a Nazarite from the tribe of Dan, which goes into a lot of occult belief systems as well about what the tribe of Dan is. And
well, all Christians came from pagans in small hats. I'll remind everybody that. That's why there was a change. That's why the Jesus story happened. But Neuro, you still got the spirit of that ritual to end the world thing, and it's just not the case, man.
What do you mean?
This all isn't being done to usher in the apocalypse. You are just seeing the signs, and you don't know it's that, and you're thinking it's all a plan happening. No, you just see it, bro. You discern, and it's that obvious to you. You think it's a plan. I mean, there is the never-ending man's grab for power, which meets all the check marks for how things are going to. But the part that you can talk about that you see happening, and some of these chat and panelists will be like, "No, I think you're lost. I don't get it. I don't see it at all." Like, there it is, dude. Even Sarah said.
I guess here's the way I'm looking at it. And it's kind of interesting because, like, in a way, Hank is like a Luciferian-ish-esque kind of person in his belief.
He's also autistic and black.
Well, but he's saying that we should throw a wrench in the gears of the psyops to bring people to truth. And I feel like Christianity would basically say a similar thing from their own perspective.
Yeah, that's because truth, I think in the sense of truth, Hank is right. And that's why I say even atheists should be backing up Christians if it's on the grounds of freedom. Like maybe they don't care if we were religious or not, but even atheists should be like, hey man, if they want to go meet in that building and not hurt anybody, they should be free to do that. Just like saying things on YouTube. You should just beat it. I don't want to keep. I want Snafu to be more back and forth and organized.
Well,
I don't want Snafu to lose his ability to speak.
But to me, it seems as if you say that Christians should participate in ushering in the prophecy, whereas
I don't say that.
But okay, so
I have nothing to do with the prophecy. I can't stop it, as I've been telling Jack Talcott he can't end wars. I can only be a Christian in the era I'm living in.
Yeah, peace to Mexican Jesus wherever he is. Hopefully
Probably
he didn't
a rubber room.
whatever he was on. But yeah, bless his heart, and I hope he comes through here. That was before I ever started my live streams, where I used to see that guy with his weird hat.
Yeah, I think he did a lot of Yurt and Jack and a little bit of Paul.
He's a good dude, and it was after he shaved his head on Paul's stream. That was one of the last times I saw him.
I know a lot of good people that are batshit crazy.
This life we are living, Tom.
Don't say it. Don't finish this sentence. I will scream.
You said you just got to be a
mute
Christian
up.
at this time, and that's right. Right now is the time for Christians to be messengers of love.
Yeah, but you're not that, so don't worry about it.
How do you know I'm not?
Because you keep talking all this message of love shit, and you're just as off as what I'm telling. When I tell Neurojack he's not here to stop revelations from happening, and it's not being ushered in as much as we're just wired to do it, you're doing that type of thing in a different way.
I think you're rejecting love.
That is a bullshit Kamala Harris response, and you can kick rocks with it.
What if
I'm showing you love every day. I tolerate your bullshit. To loop this one more time and see if you get it. That's love, Jack Talcott. I'm never gonna suck your dick, Jack Talcott. This is as much love as you get from me.
Tom, without gratitude, there is no
Say
love.
my name like you're a fucking daddy to me one more time and see if I don't come up to Washington as soon as these funds work out. I'll come show you your address can get snafu'd real easy, Jack. It's only up for sale. They already did dox it, didn't they? Yeah, they done doxed you before I ever got doxed.
Are you gonna buy it, Tommy?
Fuck no, I hate Washington.
Completely.
Okay.
I'm not in love with this world. I'm gonna go down to my land, Hank. Hopefully die on it before they can drag me off of it.
Is that what a Christian does at this time in history?
Jack, I've already done I know you haven't been coming to LARP church. I already said my guns are to stop men who can't talk their problem out or ask me for help rather than, but once the mark of the beast is instated and I'm removed from the economic situation and there is possibly an open season on the 3 Abrahamic religions, I no longer shoot and kill men. I either run, I hide, or I submit when I'm caught to my martyred execution.
Well, but
okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to totally segue the conversation. I want to share this experience, okay? The human body.
You are a panel jacker, Jack.
Oh, the human body is so amazing.
Why are you trying to run this panel right now?
I'm trying to offer.
Are you going to some body talk right now when you bitch about people coming on your panel and not staying on the subject?
Tom, I'm actually trying to share some ideas of how people could feel good. Like in this moment, just real easily, just some maneuvering of your spine, a loosening of the fibers around it, and you can feel the life flowing through you. And it feels good. It feels good to be alive, man. Thanks, TML. That was all. I just want people to feel good. Because it does feel good to be alive. Not all the time, but when we can. When we can, we should. Keep doing that motion. You know, you just get that back going. And it's like, oh, little cracks and pops, and it just loosens up for you. Oh, I think you can feel it too. It does. It feels good to feel good, man. Feeling good just feels good. So this is our lifetime to do it, to do whatever we want. So feel good. Yeah, I understand. F this place. I'm on Jesus right now. But here's the thing. He's always here. As are we. We're here right now. And now is the only time we'll always be.
Hell yeah, brothers and sisters. Yeah, where is Illumitommy left just because of that. Illumitommy, you know, and I know he's not gone. I know he just likes to make a grand exit, but yeah, you know what I mean. So yeah, Illumitommy, if you want to come back, you know, that's all Jack had to say. I just wanted to,
Thank
let
you.
him get his little thing out. But yeah, man, bless you, man.
Well, not
Hopefully
that.
here. If Tommy, he might have to take his dog for a walk. So bless Illumitommy for being here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Thank
you want Tantra, Jack.
It was just a brief intermission.
Well, all right. Well, no. If you do Tantra, there's no such thing as nocturnal emissions. Huh?
Correct. Right.
Have you ever tried Tantra?
I'm no. I've intellectually listened and looked into some of it, but practical experience not a lot. And I didn't look into it a lot because I don't have any partners to explore with, and I don't know.
Yeah, same here. Getting a partner to explore Tantra is not easy at all. So no, but I've done yoga, I've done other things, I've done visualization exercises.
I don't really know if that's exactly how it works because if you look at like Sarah's whole thing, she believes in the Kundalini stuff and she doesn't have a traditional partner. So I think a lot of that stuff might be about some type of energy that exists within you or something like that. So you might not even need a partner.
I think the Tantra practice is more of like the.
Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy about like what exactly it entails. You know,
yeah, I'm not sure. I think the Tantra with a partner is like the ideal thing, but I think that
because traditionally chanting is tantra. You guys know that if you chant out loud, that's tantra. You know, because it's just involving the body in terms of meditation. So if you chant for a long time, if you do like a repetitive movement while you chant,
twirling, dancing,
yeah, and they got different things they do too, like light a candle and then put it on a thing, and you know, and all this type of thing. You know, they have sort of, you know, moves. You know.
The idea of my understanding of the tantric is that there's many different ways, and like it's similar to the qigong, and it's whatever, there's the energy, the prana, the life force that's within us, and there's a particular power to our sexual energies, and that's what I had understood tantra to be. But I think you're right, there's many methods it's expressed, not just through the sexual orientation.
So yeah, since I do other forms of yoga, it probably absorbs some of the stuff from Tantra. So I may be doing it, but I'm just doing it a little differently.
I've seen classes for tantric massage, a way kind of like the what's it called, Reiki healing, the healing from energy healings that people do from
healing, yes.
There's tantric massage where you're incorporating the energies within and practices of massage somehow. It looked fascinating to me, and it was something I hope to explore. But there's so much we can learn, so little time.
Yeah, I know I'm doing something because I don't need to put my jacket on till it's like 30 degrees F. So I know I'm doing something with that fire breath. Pretty much I took the yoga breathing technique and the knowledge of Wim Hof. I didn't get his breath, but I got a similar breath, so I don't need to code up till it's like 30 degrees F.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing with some of the um practices in terms of breath work and the type of things where these types of yogic masters or whatever like that, they were actually able to control significant functions within their autonomic nervous system. So that is actually a unique type of thing that actually scientists have, it's been rumored to believe whether we can, just by our mental faculties or just, on our own, control our autonomic nervous system. And that's one of the things that Wim Hof was able to do in terms of his the medical research they did on him. They injected him with the endotoxin, and he was able to remove it through breathing exercises and things like that. So if that's true, that you're actually able to remove toxic, identify toxic chemicals within your body, and then sort of vomit them up or release them, by controlling your autonomic nervous system. I think that would be something through Qigong or something like that. Probably we should probably teach every kid how to do that in school or something like that.
Amen.
If we were able to perfect, or if we knew that that was possible, that might be one of the most important practices that we could put into institute. But the fact that we don't deal in those things, I mean, it's obvious. It's because they want to produce chemicals that give us all these autoimmune illnesses, and then they want to give us the medicine for those, because they make a bunch of
Yeah,
money.
so they don't want us to learn the practices because it would take money away from the economy. If people were
From
to
the
heal
pharmaceutical.
themselves, they couldn't buy psychotherapy.
Yeah, and anybody who doesn't believe that that's being done on purpose, you're a fucking moron. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just there's hundreds of millions of billions of fucking dollars worth of proof that that's being instituted on purpose. But
see,
yeah,
this
go
is
ahead,
where
Neuro.
this is where I say that like Christians would, and I'm sure Muslims would hear you say something like that, because I believe the same thing. And they would say, oh, well, that's a pagan practice. That's something that's not Muslim. That's not Christian. Why would you want to bring these practices into, Christian society? And of course, I have a load of arguments that could show the hypocrisy in them saying that. But how would you respond when people would bring up that as a rejection to you, as an objection to you?
Well, I would say that there's no what's the science behind the soul. They trust in science. They reject the spirit because of they believe in materialism. So why should they reject the science or the methods or the practices of the yogis, when at the end of the day you could look at them in a secular way? Because if you're looking at these medical practices, and those medical practices totally reject the existence of a spirit, so we have to kind of level the playing field here, because we don't believe in material reductionism of science, but obviously, just because we understand that there's benefits to some of the practices of the yogis, doesn't mean that we espouse their religious beliefs. I mean that's taken. But yeah, go ahead, brother Talcott.
Hey, along with what you're saying, I would suggest there is a science to spirituality, and it's been greatly ignored. But science is identification of patterns and the explanations of what's discovered, there is a science to our bodies, and it aligns with the yogic practices, the breathing. I mean, these people, the people of the past, they studied, they paid attention, and they made notes and shared it with us of all these subtleties that are found within our bodies. I think it's time for this world to know this stuff.
Yeah,
honestly.
That's funny, that comment that said, get Jim Bob in here because that'll be fun. I mean, that's exactly right. He would be so offended that we talk about this, but this is something that I found very, like, this is something that I wanted to do, and like kind of what we're talking about here, which is get people to try and do things without modern medicine as much as possible and get away from this system, because like, as someone who has studied about what these people believe, I mean, look, if tomorrow I got in a car accident and I was mangled up and they try to put me back together, I would be very thankful. But that's very different than what I'm talking about. Like, we're talking about a system that is designed to keep you sick and cut you off from spirituality in every way possible, you know, and that's a terrible place that we all find ourselves, whether you are a Christian, a Buddhist, a Muslim, a Jew. You know, we are being cut off from spirituality in every way possible at the moment, in my opinion, you know. I think find some practices that cultivate, you know, whatever we can spiritually. And the thing is, like, a lot of Christians will say, well, doing yoga poses opens you up to demons, for example. I mean, I don't know of any proof of that. I mean, I guess from a certain perspective you could try to make the argument, but I don't know. I just don't know how people are grounding. Like, they're far more concerned with yoga than they are with the modern
what's going on in the world.
Yes. So here's the thing. So if we do this, become aware in your own body, we can come into contact with spirits other than ones that's other than Yahweh, or just the market, which is a very big spirit that just wants you to run yourself into the ground to make some rich guy richer. And some people don't like that, so they'll try to limit or ban privacy to tell you who to talk to.
I don't know. I missed that. Something there.
I'll say it again. So
sorry.
Some people want you to either worship the economy or don't want you to get in contact with spirits other than Yahweh, and they'll tell you who you're allowed to talk to. And so what do you do? I guess you can pretty much I don't know what to do.
Is that why you call Yahweh a scammer? Because you're saying that he says don't talk to any other entities or something?
Yes, absolutely.
But see, here's the thing: a lot of Christians actually do commune with other spirits, but they say, "Well, we're doing it for God. We're not doing it for ourselves," or some shit like that. Like, I guess there's differences of opinion on that within Christianity. I mean, they don't say it out loud, but there is some of that.
So I call Yahweh a scammer because he did that fruit refund scam, putting in that forbidden fruit into creation so that humans could have sin in them. So we indebted him and have to do everything he says for some reason. That's just a refund scam.
I don't know about that. I think today, where we're at today, though, beyond religion, we can all see that the ways of the world, they have us sick and weak collectively. I mean, because why? The sick and the weak, they're more easily controlled. And if you look at the world today, that's exactly what's going on. People are sick and weak, living in fear and anger, making excuses, holding each other back, and the world's out of control.
Well, but here's the strange thing, though. Like, I can get it from both perspectives. Like if you go to somewhere and you see a bunch of like the new age hippie stuff, for lack of a better term, that people are doing, like it is dubious as to whether it's helping a large number of people. But I don't know if that's because of the practice or because people are just so, like, I think it's kind of like if you give a sick person medicine, you know, it just in a colloquial term, like if you give a sick person medicine without any oversight, um, you know, they might abuse the medicine. And that's kind of the way I see a lot of this Eastern practice stuff is like people are running from the West and Western religion and Western philosophy, and they run to the East having no comprehension of what they're getting involved in. And then they find themselves in a very dark place because they've kind of ran into something they don't really respect, thinking it's going to be a solution. And I see that as a problem as well. Like if you see a lot of young women now, like they're so into the Eastern stuff. And again, like I'm not sitting here just judging them as a person. I'm just saying like I can see the fruits of it are not good either, right? So it's like you see this. It's like either way you go, it's like, and that's kind of what I'm saying as a higher level thing is like rejecting something is not enough, and running to something else is not enough. Like we have to have a way of evaluating what we're doing, right? And I think that I actually think more women are open to that conversation than men, because a lot of men I know are not thinking along these lines at all, you know. And so this is kind of where I see society at, and I think this is where, you know, men are not really getting involved enough in interpersonal relationships to, and it's hard because, you know, women are very sensitive to personal relationships, right? Like if their mom doesn't like you or their dad doesn't like you or whatever, like it's a problem, right? And men aren't sensitive to that, right? And so this is where I'm saying it's like we're just seeing everything go off the rails on an interpersonal and spiritual level, right? But at the same time, we're getting all these like material conveniences and stuff. And so it's like I just see it as like we're getting poisoned in so many different ways, not only in the physical sense, but in just a spiritual sense, right? And I'm just saying, like,
so what do you propose?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? I mean, the main thing I think is we have to get people to cultivate a a real spiritual discernment. And you know, I don't know the best way to do that because you know, from my perspective, you know, someone like myself or you guys, I feel as if we've kind of been on this journey since we were very young. I'm pretty sure. Like I know for me that's the case. So I don't know how to give that to somebody else. You know what I mean? So
I think the Unitarian Universal Religious Education Program is probably the best large program to start with, because they take everyone around to every all the big religions. So just we can just have a base knowledge of how it works.
Right. Well, we'll see. Like this comment from Sarah, I agree with that thing. But that's the thing is, how do you get people to cultivate a relationship with the Holy Spirit? Right. From a Christian standpoint, I don't really know of many Christians who really put that as the forefront of their goal. Right. So this is why I give Christians such a hard time, because it's like, you know, it has to be a personal relationship at some level to give you discernment, right? Like, and because everyone's like, well, we need to save you. And the thing is like, what is salvation and how do you obtain it? And then this is what I've posed to the Christians before. And Sarah actually gave the best answer out of everybody, which is you're judged by the weight of your heart. And in my opinion, I think that is really about the most basic, direct answer you can give, right? And people are not being guided to lighten their heart. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of what I think is the solution to, I mean, a lot of things. Like people need a light heart of a child, because the thing is, a child may not know things, but they also have a sense of when something's not right. Do you get what I'm saying? Like their innocence is their power, right? And I think that a lot of, I mean, I know for myself, as you get older and you know things and you take that onto you, it's very heavy, right? But you still need a lightness of innocence to be able to judge things appropriately, right? And I think there's this balance that we have to kind of see.
So I have an issue with this being saved thing. You could try to beg for a bailout, or you can just train and hit the problem head on. So why not prepare ourselves? Why not train like hell, so hell's not going to be an issue for us later?
So you believe in hell, you just think that there's no avoiding it?
I'm not sure I believe in hell, but if it's there, I want it to not be a big deal.
What do you guys think?
Well, well, I'll let Jack answer, but I think that people are getting, certain people in the chat are getting alienated by the religious connotations or the forced religion, But, I would say if you have that problem, you can replace God with nature. But yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I think God can be, well, I know this is what I'm going to say kind of goes into that video of the different varying Christian denominations, the different beliefs. I think God is that which is real. So that which is real reveals that which can be known. And through that which can be known, that's where we discern the truth and the lies. There's been a lot of lies told in the evolution of mankind. And a lot of the lies have been, they very seductively wrap themselves around the truth. And so it's this game of the truth is hidden between the lies, and we get to come into this realm and try and figure out what is real. I think God is real. And we're only a moment. I don't know. I'm feeling sleepy, so that may not make sense. I'm going to bounce out and leave my love and gratitude, my respect to all of you and the chat and the viewers.
Thank you, Jack.
Brother Jack. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us and for contributing to the discussion here in terms of religion, and some of the non-religion, that's going on. Because the thing is that it's not us. See, that's why I opened it up by talking about the sectarianism, because there could be many different interpretations and proto forms of different religious beliefs, and obviously they cut across different things, philosophical interpretations and all of those types of things. But yeah, we were talking about a lot of things here, and we got a lot more to go. Really, it is what it is.
Is there a concept of salvation in Islam?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure there is. But I mean, in terms of once saved, always saved, that sort of thing doesn't really work in Islam,
But I guess my question should be, is there any way to know 100% for sure if you are going to be saved or not in Islam?
Well, I mean, in terms of, it's based on deeds, so I mean, are you going to be led astray, at any point by anything that may happen? I mean, I think it's important to pray to God to keep one on the path. Muslims pray that God keeps them on the path, because God guides whom he wills and he leads astray whom he wills. I think it's the same in Romans 9. Ultimately, God is omnipotent. He's going to lead who he wants to lead. Certain people are chosen. I think that's really what it is. But, the fact that if you accept that you're chosen, well, that's really on you. There's many people who reject that mantle, and they suffer greater for having rejected it. I think, that once God chooses you, it's, there's a greater choice there, in terms of whether you accept the mantle or not. And I think you're tested.
Choice there.
I think the people of God are tested greater than, you look at the Jews in the Bible, in the Old Testament, yeah, they're the chosen people of God, but they also received the worst punishment for having disobeyed God. So it's like, it cuts both ways. It's like, yeah, if you're chosen to do, the greatest task, and that's the thing, is spiritual torture is the worst kind of torture. If you think of, the metaphysical, horrors, which are like paradoxes. You look at physical horrors, which are like calamities. And then you can think of spiritual horrors, which are like, demons and eternities and, those types of things. They're, they are profound, profound levels of, terrible, of the terrible, of the macabre that can be unfolded. But yeah. And I think I'll play a little song here for you guys, I'll figure out what's going on. But yeah, thank you for joining us. 63 people here. It's 12:49 a.m. Unitarian Universalism and Discordianism. Yeah, I gave a presentation on Discordianism, but it was more philosophical. What Hank is referring to is the goddess Eris from the Greek tradition. He's taking a neo-pagan spin on it. Isn't that right, Hank?
Affirmative.
Yeah, so explain that, because Lindsay is asking about this, Unitarian Universalism,
So pretty much Discordianism is pretty much how this goes. So we have the universe, which is just all the set of objects, and so pretty much you can divide it any way you want. So you have how do you say it? I get my notes. I'm sorry, I don't put in the words like Bernard Castro would do it much better than me. But you have mind is the base. You have mind is the base. Then you can divide the whole substrate into just stuff and not stuff. But it. I'm sorry, it's just hard. It's hard for me to do it off the cuff. Plus, I don't know what Lindsay already knows, so I can't explain to her properly to know what she's starting with.
But yeah, you guys see, you guys see how that's a Greek goddess. Discordia is the Roman equivalent, and then Concordia, or order, is the Greek is the counterpart, You know, so there's a order and chaos, a goddess of order and a goddess of chaos.
But wouldn't you say, Hank, because you and I briefly spoke about this recently, wouldn't you say it's somewhat related to the fact of like Eros as the god of desire and something along those lines of like trying to comprehend that it is desire that drives humans, and that if you want to change humans, you need to comprehend the function of desire upon humans. Is that kind of similar, or?
Yes, exactly. But yeah, I'm not convinced. Just Concordia and Discordia are two different entities. I think Discordia is just a rebranding of Concordia for some reason. I don't know. I have remembered it's become more socially relevant, have more influence. So,
so you would say that Discordians basically are trying to influence human beings by tapping into what they desire the most, or getting them to either become like you and be aware of the desires that they have and direct that energy towards their actual true desire, or if people are unaware, you manipulate them through their desires into doing what you want. Is that relatively?
Yes, but it's even more flexible than that. So what happens is that you can have like kind of like if you watch the Matrix, you can have, or they live, you have your own glasses, you have your own reality, and you can change how the universe reacts to you depending on what you filter through your vision, your senses, and it deforms a bit, but it's not complete. It does not. You don't have complete deformation unless you're the root mind. You don't have complete control. But
here we go.
The universe is more flexible than it appears to be. You have a different reality depending on what glasses you wear.
See, Earl Pipe is talking about the Church of Discordia here. You know, founded by one of its founding members, Kerry Thornley. You know, very knowledgeable brother here, Earl Pipe. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. You know, I was gonna start up with a presentation on that. I gave a 3-hour introduction to the concept on Halloween. So you guys look at that if you guys want. But yeah, I'm gonna cover a lot of that other stuff about Kerry Thornley and in part 2 of that. But yeah, thank you for that. Bless.
So wouldn't you say, Hank, that people who are running society now must be somewhat in the vein of Discordian to get done what they're doing?
Not exactly. It's not some for some people who's not in how do you go? So some people are the what's it called? I've been up all day. So some people just happen to be already be in power, and those people may not even, they won't need the tools because they're born in their base. And other people who you actually had to challenge some power because they're upstarts. So no, not everyone even needs it because some people just happen to be royal or in charge of something. There was a clever word I had, but I'm not I didn't get enough sleep today to be able to reference it. What was it called?
But psyops work on the premise of people's desires driving them towards your intended goal. Like, you know, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like since there's a lot of mind reading machinery trying to construct your reality for you, they should be able to just write to it and make it pop up whatever you want, because it's just a computer running under there.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm trying to describe to Christians, and I don't know how to get it across to them that we are approaching the point where if you want to believe that humans have free will, you also need to understand that the way the technology is going, to whatever degree human beings' minds and beings, and even perhaps even their spiritual beings, can be comprehended and understood, there is going to be systems in play via technology and other more simplified techniques that are going to try and hijack your faculties to do what they want. And so, like, you know, Plato wrote about it as the noble lie. Now we're here 2,500 years later, you know, arguing over Trump or Biden, right? Like, obviously there's mechanisms that are much deeper to keep people at least from really having much effect on their situation, other than, you know, a very small sphere of influence. And it's going to get smaller and smaller the more the technology proliferates, right?
Yeah,
And so
I found the words. So incumbents do not need the power. You don't need to utilize disorder to do stuff. So the world is just separate between order and disorder. It's only apparent. It's all chaos. It's all the root mind. So that's all apparent. That's the scoring. You know that the order and disorder is apparent and not. It's not a thing in itself. It's our interpretation. So incumbents don't need to use disorder because they already have control. And I think of Yahweh as the current incumbent, but that's why he doesn't. That's why he's always trying to knock us over, because he gets power, and somehow for some reason he needs money. I don't really understand why he needs money, other than unless I just interpret him as another egregore who just runs for influence and not the root mind. Otherwise, I just can't make sense of anything.
So are you saying that it's hard to tell the difference between the followers of Yahweh and Yahweh himself from your perspective?
Yes, I won't. I normally wouldn't just. Yahweh's like a program that runs and executes and all of them together. It's the same thing for errors. So that's what I use, an egregore model. So
essentially, what you're saying is, by their fruits, that's how you know Yahweh. And so by Yahweh, say that it's not good, essentially.
Yes.
Right. And so for me as a Christian, I would say I agree with you that the fruits aren't good, but that's kind of like where I say, if you're a follower of Yahweh, then, or, you know, I don't really use that word, but I'm just using it so you know, to continue the situation. I mean, to continue the conversation, I would say if you are a follower of Yahweh, do better, essentially, right? You know, like, this is kind of my argument to followers of, you know, Christianity. If, for example, I would say, you know, like, by what standards are you judging your works, or even your faith, or even your heart, right? Like this, and it seems that most people that I speak to have no standard other than, well, I've been told that this is how I should interpret this, and I'm not really that concerned with it. And again, like, it's not to judge them as a individual, but kind of as a whole, as a collective. I see some glaring problems, and, you know, from my understanding of Christian theology, that is, you are supposed to judge Christianity as a collective, not merely as an individual. The individual is a reflection of the whole, and the whole is a reflection of the individual, right? And so this is something that people don't want to discuss for whatever reason, and I find it difficult to have that level of conversation with most Christians. And I find it is not an accident that is the case, but, you know, it could just be that people are not interested, or lazy, or don't really take it that serious. And the funny thing is, like, I think if you talk to people in, like, other religions, like Buddhism and stuff like that, like, I think on average they have even less interest in the theology of their religion. They purely look at the practice and say, well, I just do the practice and hope for the best. They don't really care why they do it, or where it came from, or if it's good or if it's bad. They just say, it's in my best interest to do it, so I do it, right? And so,
yeah, but it's kind of worse than that, because there's people like Officer Snaps who's only wants, pretty much has a mission to shut down discussion. And I'm just wondering, what's in it for you? Why do you need to shut down discussion? And that haven't got a straight answer. I guess they think they're saving the world.
Well, I doubt that. I mean, I think that I don't know anything about that guy. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, a lot of the stuff where I see, people claiming to be a Christian, I just look at what they're actually arguing for. And, for example, like calling everyone a PDF, it's like, well, read the Bible. How many people were PDFs? I mean, by what standard are we judging everything? I mean, there's a big difference between what Tom describes and, actual true abuse that happens every day. So by using one example that is not very extreme and conflating that with all this stuff that really goes on all the time, it doesn't seem to make sense to me. I mean, perhaps there's something I'm missing, but it seems that's kind of what I'm getting. That's a good example of what I'm getting at. It's like people, miss the forest for the trees, right? It's like they just focus on one thing rather than climbing a mountain and taking a better view of things, right? So
That's the thing, is that here on this channel, it's fascinating because religious people today, they take science and technology for granted, even though science and technology don't need a religious worldview to function. They totally and sometimes wholly reject a religious worldview, and some of their base assumptions about how we should function within the environment, and so on and so forth. But if you go to our particular view, we don't reject science and technology in terms of, we don't take them for granted. We understand that they've imposed much on the religious worldview. So we understand that they've had an effect there. But even granted that, we're not afraid to reject science and liberalism, as some religious people are afraid to reject them, because they simply just don't contend that any of these things have any effect on the religious worldview, when it's clear that liberalism, which grew out of the scientific worldview, has eroded religious traditions. So the fact that they don't actually struggle with this conflict, is quite telling in what they evade, right?
well, yeah, and I think another thing I'll say about what I'm personally, my personal mission in all this is kind of to say, like, how do we prioritize our like, what's our list of priorities as Christians, right? Like, is it, salvation first for ourselves and our family and our friends, but beyond that, like, what is next, right? And there's seems to be no coherent list of prioritization of, like, what are we trying to do here, right? Like, what are we here to do? It's a lot of platitudes that are easily interpreted in a million different ways. And this is why I started off asking, like, do you think that my premise of, if the Enlightenment is a Rosicrucian occult invention that led to the scientific revolution and industrial revolution, shouldn't we reject the fruits of that, since it came from something that is not, it is basically antithetical to Christianity?
And if we have nobody up here opposing us, it's just going to be a loop of us just agreeing with each other on that point.
Well, no,
but
no,
yeah.
no, but the thing is, like, I would love to actually get pushback on that, because, like, I can think of a way to
So would I, but like, we scared them all away. Like,
no, and I could actually take their side and help them argue it for them too. But I'd rather not give that away, for free. Like, I'd rather not give that away, because that's how I'm going to defeat their argument too. So I don't want to give it away. So, but yeah, I was just curious. It's like, it is very interesting to me. Like, I think that they could possibly make a good argument for it. I just definitely think that it is very strange that they're not interested to try and make the thing.
Yeah.
Well, Jack, how could observation and testing that observation to get a repeatable result, which what science is in a nutshell, how could that interfere with religion if it's just observing what happens in nature? Like, unless you have some kind of religious tenets tied to it. How could like?
Well,
it's just an observation.
I guess the first thing I would say is, well, there's a difference between observation and stuff like that and applied science. So that's the first place I would start, because let's just say that you're talking about it from a purely theoretical standpoint. I guess technically you may be able to argue that there wouldn't be a problem with that. But the thing is, as soon as you start applying science, now you have to say, well, by what standard do we apply what we should and what we should not allow as a being and as a Christian, right? Like, should we just genetically manipulate human beings because we can? Like, that's a real question I think we have to ask ourselves, right?
Right. Should moral guidelines to
right, because I don't think Christianity in and of itself is like, it doesn't say in the Bible, thou shalt not genetically manipulate, right? So we have to find a way to try and figure that out. So
yeah,
because most Christians just generally say, well, I don't want to do that because God wouldn't want me to. And the thing is, like, that's not very motivating to most Christians, obviously, because most Christians say that, but they're not going to really it when it comes down. Oh, here we go.
I left for what, 30 minutes? You're still saying most Christians that black people do this, white people do that. You're still on this I talk for people that I'm taking opposition against. Like, you're telling me the opposite side's thing and then saying why that. Neurojack, you should not manipulate your genetics as a Christian. No. I mean, we question if I should have these tattoos on my shoulders, and you're saying, do we really stop genetic modification just because we worship Jesus?
Okay, he's gone. Okay. Well, since I don't have any pushback, I'll just let it go for now. What say you, Hank? Should we genetically manipulate ourselves, or?
It's another tool in the chest. I don't know yet. I'll defer to an expert like JF, Gary Epi. But we already manipulate our food, so technically, and we eat the food, so technically we're already doing it. And the modified food is generally better than the natural versions, including the selective breeding one. Selective breeding one, so we're kind of playing God as is.
Hey, who changed my fucking name?
You I don't remember who you had.
Enslaved me.
I think it was you.
No, I would not call myself a Luma Christian. Did you guys fucking enslave me earlier? Only Paul changes my fucking
I think
name.
No, wait. Who? I remember you had that in the show before, so I don't remember.
On this show tonight?
Yes, you had. I think you had that in Jack's show.
Trying to think of where I've been. Ew, I haven't been wearing a condom on panels.
Oh.
Dude, I had never typed in Illuma Christian. That's a weird thing to even type. I'm not accusing anybody, but I don't know how long that's been that way.
I saw it earlier when you jumped on. I thought you did it. I thought it was pretty funny though.
Right, and I don't remember exactly like
Jack show.
Trying to think of where I've been. Ew, I haven't been wearing a condom on panels.
Oh.
Dude, I had never typed in Illuma Christian. That's a weird thing to even type. I'm not accusing anybody, but I don't know how long that's been that way.
I saw it earlier when you jumped on. I thought you did it. I thought it was pretty funny though.
Right, and I don't remember exactly, remember when I had to figure out Paul took the $sign off my name? Because he was bitching about me having my Cash App for a name? Even though he wasn't hindering my channel in any way, except taking my Cash App name away. Anyway, Neurojack, I didn't mean to Neurojack you. Sometimes I accidentally hit back on the phone because I took the case off and the side's real thin. No, I don't believe you should genetically modify. Isn't that what they were doing in the days of Noah? Like before the flood, they were fucking with us. Like they were not being of man. They were.
I think it says that in the book of Enoch or something, doesn't it?
Well,
Enoch was
if
the Enoch was like the grandson of Noah, or the grandfather. I mean,
well, if that's the case, how why is it even possible for us to do? But that doesn't make any sense.
it's possible for you to go boot black tar heroin. It's possible for you to stab your mom in the face 37 times.
Yeah, but it's not possible for me to eat the sun.
Well, you don't eat the sun. You get heat and radiation from it.
Well, see, the thing is that what the reason why it seems like I'm looping is because the necessary consequence of what I'm asking is actually like kind of what Hank is saying, which is that we can't really stop it from happening to us because it already is happening to us. And so at what length are we willing to take to stop it from getting more out of
I
control?
don't think okay, maybe we're all going to be punished for not having our food production individually so on lockdown that we can't keep from being modified by if they put the jab in the food. But anything you would have to acknowledge and choose, i.e. tattoo, mark of economics, modification to your person's, I think that's where the issue would come in.
I don't understand why I need to be punished.
Because you're part of this big mistake of free will.
But I didn't start it. That was allegedly God.
Are you saying it's always been burning since the world's been turning?
I guess.
Oh, Uncle Fatty, you boomer piece of shit. Share it on the screen so future viewers know why I'm going off on this obnoxious boomer. I know exactly what he means, Uncle Fatty. You're not nuanced enough to see I paid it no mind and I kept rolling on with the truth, dickhead. You only got the balls to face me on that Talcott channel, and you saw how I dealt with him earlier, you fucking boomer. I hate Uncle Fatty. And I mean that in the most unchristian way possible. I fucking hate people like Uncle Fatty. Like, I could take a road trip with Cecil and just bitch with him all. I could just verbally be up Cecil's ass for a road trip and him up mine. I hate Uncle Fatty. Do you guys understand the difference?
This is everybody right here. Everybody's in a love-hate relationship with this shit. Nobody loves it. Nobody hates it. I mean, that is what it is.
Show me one thing I totally love in this panel verse. You show me that I love this panel verse, I'll just quit coming.
No, but I'm talking about the panel verse itself. You
Lindsay Smith, circa whatever's younger than she is now. I'd probably love that pretty good. I'd probably love that in
love
the
and hate it.
I'd love that in the unclean eye way. And if anybody's heard a panel where we talk about them Jewish and Egyptian and Roman noses on ladies when it works, Lindsay Smith's got that little C cup, or what's the smaller cup? She's got like is B cup the smaller cup? She's got like a B cup Roman nose. I can get down with that.
The further down the alphabet, the bigger they are.
The shorter the alphabet, the smaller?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, she's got like A cup, B cup, Roman nose. Yeah, I'd go with B. Also, who was that Italian bitch on the Food Network? Oh, she had a good one too. The Italian cook chick on the Food Network. Guys, I don't stick Roman noses up my ass. Go silent on me, why don't you, you queers? You guys are quiet like a bunch of faggots when I come up here talking about sexy Egyptian Roman noses on the ladies.
Damn.
You think Cecil ain't into that shit? Look at him.
I had to look up what a Roman nose is. I forgot what it looks like.
Yeah, it's just that. And it's like when we got pissed at the chick from Dirty Dancing and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, when she got a nose job, I was like, oh, fuck no. Like, that's what made her stand, like, she was a hot chick, but that's what differentiated her from all these California plastic surgery bullshit. She fucking got on that train. Sarah Connor, me and Lindsay was like turned on by my type of assholeness, and then when she heard I was celibate, she's like, oh, now I'm really hot for that untouchable Chris Stokes proportion.
So I'm saying that why should I be responsible for a decision I didn't make?
Tommy, that's so cliche. You know, I
What?
never thought you'd be so cliche, but yeah, man, you just hit the cliche ratio.
Yeah.
On what? On what point?
On the hitting on Lindsay point.
Yeah.
No, I was never hitting on her until she showed interest.
I know, but it's still cliche.
Like it was either on Jack's panel or
corny,
Casey's
dog.
panel.
Corny.
Dude,
Okay,
I've had my fill. I'll
Yeah.
admit she's attractive, especially at her obvious too old for what I'm accused of. But yeah, man, if I was still on the market, I'd probably fly her out to dinner. No, it's in like a B cup nose, Lindsay, and it's the shape of the motion in the ocean, not the.
So yeah,
Like
so
there was this girl. There was a
point
girl I
is-
went to high school with. People would make
I don't
fun of her
think-
nose, and she that. Hank, please. She thought I was making fun
Uncle
of her.
Fatty. No, nobody's graping out here.
Yeah,
What is all
Uncle
that?
Fatty's a behind boomer, man. He always comes on talking that narrative. Like he thought he'd score points on Jack Talcott coming up saying, "Oh, he's always spurging and bringing me down, and I'm tired of this." Like, no, Uncle Fatty, I very much serve a purpose in these streets, and everybody gets it. Why don't you, boomer?
But
Uncle Fatty,
on the nose question, I will say that like nose is actually very
pop up.
to female attraction. Actually, I think that it's a very underrated sign of attraction on men and women. But you know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. And I'm not even into feet. I'm sick of every model thinking that because a couple guys like feet, they got to shove their feet in the camera now. I'm like, ew.
What about
Get your
ears?
shit kickers out of
Guys
my
like
face,
ears?
bitch.
This is some crazy shit. Noses, ears. I mean, yo, it's just
Nah,
like the
ears
face.
is where a button is.
Face,
if I get
tits,
behind that ear, I'm
like,
getting
main
something.
shit. Dude. Face and tits and hips. Isn't that the main shit? You know.
You remember there was this alien movie or something when I was a kid, and it's about the older radio time. And these kids are like listening to this naughty record. He's like, "Yeah, I swiped this off my parents," like some comedian for adults. And when they play it, he's just going tits and ass and ass and tits and ass and ass and tits and tits and they're like losing it over this record. But it ends up being like an alien movie or something. I forget what it's called.
no, it is true though. I mean, you know, it's the details. It's the details.
Yeah. And it's funny, like those paintings of the chubby hourglass shaped women, that was the fucking hustler thing people were after back then. That was the hustler mags. Like you saw how in the 80s it was the big titty, small ass committee on the 80s blondes. And then by the 90s, 2000, we had
never-
been urbanized and into ass, you know?
Well, I think for me, it's like the whole breast thing is kind of overrated in a way. It's like it's just
To you.
no, it is. It's way overrated.
No,
I think,
it's part of the genetic thing. With women sexually attracted to big muscular dudes, no matter what they try and say, because I was a big muscular dude and I was beating pussy off with a stick. No matter what we say, both men being hot for types of women and reverse, there's a level of evolutionary, hey, that's the thing that procreates that gets us. Like no one's really out. Someone somewhere is fapping like a girl that pukes all the time on purpose and doesn't keep food in her system and gets real bony skeletal. Some individual will go fat to that. We as a species aren't about that, you know? But everybody, if they see a little bit of round thing in your face, you get sprung because it's a birthing hip.
but that's where, like that. I mean, the real conspiracy stuff. I think that a lot of that stuff that they sold to people was like a black magic shit to like throw men and women off into thinking something's attractive. That
No, you like when it comes to where you're gonna stick your dick, no one's casting any spells on you. Or I mean, dude, you like what you like, even if it's the same sex. We're making fun of some people. I'm calling people faggots, but if you like a dude on dude, it's what you like.
Have you ever heard of auditions like for a live stream?
Black couch, casting couch. I mean,
casting couch,
No,
yes.
no, not no, not like a casting, but like I'm talking about like auditions, like to be like a co-host. Like if I had like auditions,
Yeah.
maybe live auditions, you know, I could have like live auditions for a co-host because I need a female co-host up here. That would be the shit,
Wrong.
wouldn't it?
Wrong. Do you
Wouldn't that be
remember?
You
cool?
don't
Did you
need
ever
one.
see?
You don't
Did
need
you ever
one.
see a Z panel where he was bitching about there's not a lot of women in the flat Earth community? There's a reason for that, and it's not going out there and getting women to come to the flat Earth. It's they don't want to be there because it's retarded.
Well, if you're a middle age, I'm talking about like 30s, in your 30s and 40s, and you want to be a female co-host of this show, and you are interested in topics of technology and religion, then go ahead
Right.
and email me, you know, at this fucking email so that maybe we can get a co-host in here. You know, I want a female co-host. We can have like one guy, one girl. You know, that would be cool. Like
So
in
you're
my
all inclusive, and then you're gonna like one Asian of each
no,
gender,
I just think
all five genders of each nationality
I
for
think we
full
could have
representation.
a show run by like, you know, like maybe
I know what he's
like I
doing.
don't know.
I want to tell you a Screets lore fact straight from the lore master. Every channel that's ever tried to do an all ladies or ladies specific panel, that endeavor burnt to the ground. I don't mind a balance of men and women. I don't mind certain women prevalent in this community, but to just take women for women will quickly remind you why it's a man's world.
What is a pussy
Too many
spell?
women on a
Somebody's
panel,
gonna
Tommy,
be-
will make it crash fast.
not
You know,
trying to-
It will. It will.
I
That's
don't
just the
even know what
truth.
what is-
Women understand women and they fucking hate each other.
Yo, I don't even know what that means. Pussy spell. I'm not trying to, you know.
Oh, okay, I've written down what I want to say, so I think it's my turn again.
Uncle Fatty Boomer is fucked.
Today's my turn again. I wrote down what I was wanting to say. So what I want to say is, why should I be responsible for a decision I didn't make? Allegedly, Yahweh designed a world with sin in it. Why should I be
No,
judged
world,
by
a
him
world of
being born from
a
sin
world of
when
free
he
will, sir.
designed me to be that way?
No, you are designed to have a shot at free will. Free will is the decision to go with the commandments of God or not. That's why he respects your free will. Now we're officially looping, Hank, because we've been over this before, and you're not letting it stick like the flat earthers don't.
It's totally nonsense because I don't have the free will to do whatever I want like he does.
You do, Hank.
Then I can just
You can stab your mom in the face 37 times.
I'll punish him. But it's not a crappy world, right?
You have, okay, why doesn't the police just put you in a padded room to make sure you don't break laws? If they wanted you to if they wanted you not to break laws, they'd just come get you and put you in a rubber room now to make sure you didn't break those laws. Why do they have to keep letting you outside to stab your mom in the face 37 times?
Well, they don't have to do
You
it.
see why it dies when I'm
They
gone?
happen to not do it. They don't have to leave me outside. They just happen to not be doing it right now.
They do. They should leave you outside, Hank.
They just
Because if you accept being put in a padded room without doing anything wrong, you're saying I should have that happen to me too, and now we got problems. I think you should be free to stab your mom in the face 37 times. I just don't think you should stab
she
your mom in
always
the face
killed
37
herself
times.
from cigarettes, so there's no chance of me doing that now.
Yeah, she's black. I know she smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing with
Probably
this
motherfucking
comment.
pack of fools.
You know, it
Something
could
mental.
like I'm not saying like Sarah or Lindsay, but I'm saying like you guys know somebody. You guys have a niece or a daughter or whatever, or you know, somebody in your family or somebody that you know is like some weird motherfucker that's into those
Like
topics.
Uncle Fatty, trying
You know what I
to
mean?
false bear witness of me being so. I'm not self-righteous, Uncle Fatty. There are none righteous. No, not one. You fucking
Because there's
boomer.
gotta be, because I know somebody knows somebody around who's into religious topics or something like that. And I'm not talking about somebody who's like a like they don't have to be good looking either. You know, they could just be a normal looking person, just a female who's actually into the topics that we cover on this show. Just a female voice, you know.
Lindsay Smith, how old did you? Wait, no,
Uh,
that's your sister's kid. That's
You
not
might
me.
get a blue-haired, 19 piercing, face tattooed.
Yeah, that might be. Yeah, that might be good. Like, like if they're like black or Asian, that would be cool too, because that would
What
add to
about
like
Blazing?
the visuals. You know what I mean? Like it would be like, you know, if there were a minority. You know, I'm just thinking of like how to sell this show. You know, like that would be a
yeah,
good idea if we had like
I
a
got someone for you.
female co-host that's a
Thank you,
minority.
Gigi Shively. Thank you for your
That's
support,
marketing.
Gigi
That's
Shively.
marketing right there. You
Yeah, I got
No,
someone
it's
for you. I
woke
never seen
marketing.
her, but
You've already
Layla
got a
from the
black
Morning Day.
Hank. You don't need a black woman unless you find a suitable black woman. Then she can just have the job. But you shouldn't be specifically
Hank is my
recruiting.
co-host out here, straight up.
You, Tommy, you're starting to. I may have to go back in the political organization mode.
No,
deal with
PML is
these
trying
questions.
to. What's the job thing called? He's trying to affirmative action his panel cap.
Okay, so I got something for you. The machine.
I met an I've got another Hank in my AO, dude. In my neighborhood somewhere. I'll try and respectfully.
Let Hank get going here. He's got an idea.
Remind me to tell you that, Hank. Remember my neighborhood, Hank. Just remind me. Go ahead.
Okay, I got Layla from the Monday Discord server. She's in the religion channel all the time. She's also a Muslim, so that.
Oh my God! Yeah, see, this is exactly what I need. I need somebody like that. But yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
I'll send you an invite to the Monday Discord server so you can talk to her.
This guy said,
I
"What
would
about
like to
his
see.
wife?"
I have yet to. Well, I guess those guys you had on when Detective McGee was on, that one dude was definitely Muslim. I haven't seen you interact with a lot of Muslims though. Machine Lies. Like when
That's
you
why
talk
it would
about
be-
the
that's why it'd be
eclecticness of
good,
your
yeah.
panels, yeah, we hardly ever get any actual other Muslims.
Yeah, we had a actually surprisingly we had a Muslim here like the last few times because we had Omar and we had Roman last time, and then sometimes we had Tarek here. So at this
Yeah, I
point,
know.
we actually have had Muslim representation.
Oh, so he does claim Muslim? Because when I call him Muslim, he denies it.
Yeah, he's a confusing cat.
He's a confused cat.
Yeah, he kind of told me sometimes that he's a quote unquote a man of God, and that's kind of
So
how
do
he.
you agree with me now that he's confirmed, at least with you, he's Muslim? Do you remember when I used to say Allah was going to take issue with all the Paul support he gives 24/7? But I can't even get him to say he's Muslim?
I already tried to tell him that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fuck him.
Look, this person comes out of nowhere. Come on, Brett. He just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, she's culted the fuck up.
She
That's
comes out
real.
of nowhere.
No, that's real. She is an insane. She's probably the hottest of the cultists left once I got Sherelle Snow out of that cult. Brielle is probably the reigning hottest one left.
Is that the
in that
blonde
cult.
girl? Is it the
The
blonde
one
girl?
that
Yoga pants?
Paul will just say bullshit about me. He could be like, Tom stabbed his mom in the face 37 times, and Brielle will look concerned at her camera and nod along. And then when I'm doing my theatrical spurgs, she just shakes her head in concern. Like she just buys into all of it. But then if you play the video that shows WYZRD saying the sonograph pedophile thing and the physician heal thyself, she's given all kinds of props comments to me and Benton. Well, mostly to Benton, but the props to Benton on the show is because I'm sticking it to WYZRD and me and Aphrodite are doing that thing at the time.
So I have a will question for you, Tom. So do I have the will to define my own distance and send whoever I want to hell for violating them?
Hecklebus is on the outs, and now he finally knows it. He doesn't have the capitalization to his LOL ... anymore. And that's right, old man. You need to go back. You were better off with cancer. You should have fucking went and made something yourself. You stuck around to be a fucking troll, false accuser, false Bible citer, physician, heal thyself. You very much said means women pregnant shouldn't go to a doctor. Fucking old blasphemer. Once more,
Alright, now that's
Joe,
awesome. You lay
where
off.
is this? You have the ability to send people to hell, Hank.
Yeah, I'll ask you again. Do I
Thank
have
you.
the will to define my own list of sins and send anyone I want to hell, like Yahweh does?
Huh? I thought you stopped, but you roboted out, bro. I know you're saying it every time. One more, please, say arrivederci again, please.
Yes. So do I have the will to define my own list of sins and send anyone I want to hell, like Yahweh does?
Yahweh doesn't send us to hell. Hell is just a place we can try. Like, some people are very much making the effort to get there, and it's very much on their own power. Like, God calls us a beautiful, beautiful butterfly, and he loves us so much he lets us go, and he hopes we come back, but we have the free will not to come back. And then you're telling him, I don't fox with you. And he's like, okay, I wish it weren't that way. So when you stop foxing with him, like right now, you fox with God, whether you know it or not. We're all still connected to God in a way. And you just don't know it if you don't know it. And then when you're in hell and a separation from God, that sucks. Like, yes, it'll be torturous and fiery and all that stuff. But the real issue is when you're like, damn, this is what it's like to not be seen under my father. Like, he's actually gone. And now this sucks. Because the Bible says when people go to heaven, they will not remember the bullshit anymore. They'll forget the sins that they were. They'll have no recollection of, I was that guy. People in hell will always remember this life.
So in heaven, we're under mind control. Is that correct?
No, you're cleansed and renewed. Your body will be what it should have been. Like, our bodies are like, the auto industry knows how to make a better car that lasts longer and doesn't need all these meticulous parts. They just don't sell us that. So you have the type of body that the corrupt auto industry sells because it's imperfect and it has a sin nature.
So in heaven, whoever I was, my experiences gets erased, and someone else is there in to enjoy whatever is being offered there.
Gets erased?
Yes. I get erased because erased. Yes.
I'm not used to a black person not saying race.
And someone else that's perfect is there in my place.
No, there will be no Hank there. And I know it's hard to imagine a heaven without Hank.
I won't be there because I don't get to carry any of my memories and experiences with me. So
no, you'll have them because you're a pagan witch. You'll be in hell.
But if I converted, why would I care? Because
if you converted, your money. If you converted, you'd be all right.
There? Because I just forget it. It's just being under. It seems like it's just being on mind control, or you just erase from a place for someone else that has your same IDs you used to have.
That's not a thing, Hank. You are Hank, and God will never have you hacked and clone hanked or template hanked, and you're Hank, buddy. And maybe you're only Hank in this life. You're having the experience of Hank. Nobody can copy that Bitcoin.
I just don't understand why I would want to go to heaven.
I've asked myself that too. That's why I'd like to think I've filed the necessary spiritual documents that I will be transferred to dog heaven, where I don't have to see these assholes. See our Pole's case in point right there. I don't want to see him any more than he wants to see me there. And I'm sorry if I drifted, Hank. I want to listen to you. I got my attention caught by that bullshit whiz chat, and where he's once again got everything wrong. I never said you preached from a hospital bed. I said you sat in one from Paul's panel, which is contradictory to grilling pregnant women for going to the hospital on that physician heal thyself bullshit. You don't even understand how you've been wrecked all these times, wizard. You sat in a hospital bed on Paul's channel, occasionally falling asleep, and like Aphrodite gave the compassion play. Well, yeah, because you were medicated, and that's okay. But it's not okay to preach against going to physicians when you go to it when you got something wrong.
So you
And,
say
and I don't know what more simple way to say it than that.
he was pulling a Cecil Drake?
Oh, there's a lot of things we could call a Cecil Drake. And there's a lot of things we could call pulling a wizard. I don't know the reference you're making, but I'm open if you want to elaborate.
Oh, sleeping on panel. I think Cecil's here right now.
Yeah, he snoozes. Oh, okay. Yeah, he did pull a Cecil Drake in that sense. Sometimes he would go on Paul's panel just to lay the pillow. Like he gets on the panel, throws the pillow down, gets his blanket, just goes right to sleep. Just snoozes on the panel for like a couple hours. Just to be there. Panel hopping. Isn't his mom's house nice?
It looks awesome.
She's a saint, man. I tell you what. His mom is one of those like little short ladies that the times I've seen her come on camera, it's to like give her son shit like in a comical way for his friends on the panel. But you know, she probably like really like bitches him out like short mom style because he's a big biker kind of dude. And it's just funny to see little moms putting it to their oafy sons. That's like classic theatrics. Like jumping up so she can get him by the ear and pull him down to her level. His mom might be his great grandmother in some kind of asexual spawning off as a cell type reproduction. Man, am I not articulate tonight or what? Usually I'm like losing words. I smoked weed again. It's like the second time in a month. I like smoked weed not long ago when I was losing it, and then smoked weed tonight. There's like weed and 2 cups of coffee, and I'm just on it. It was like the perfect combination. I vanquished a Talcott as I do. I'm keeping that boomer at bay down in the chat. I have neglected Chris, if that is Chris from the chat with the green name. But I didn't plan on getting into that Alex Mack shit tonight. I just need to do it when it's like a free form situation.
I have no idea if this is a sarcastic comment, but yeah, man. Thanks for being here.
It takes a second to come up for me. Yeah, it's been a pretty good night.
Yeah, honestly, comparatively, honestly, let's go.
And sometimes when you backstage me and I leave, I'm not really mad. It's just I got life going on here too, and sometimes that's just my cue to, oh, now I'm backstage, so I'll go handle this.
Quack, quack, Wait, you're not
done that before.
What are you talking about?
I left earlier at the same time you had backstage me, and I didn't want to look like a rage quitting. I just saw it as a good time to go do stuff, handle something. Like I've raged on some hosts because there's a nuance to it where there's having your rhythm to keep order or do what you want to do with your panel at the time, and then there's just a like Flow State's very disrespectful. He gets me triggered when he does it, and if you're not having the eye and ear of nuance, you can't tell the difference. I don't know what the duck thing means though. We used to say duck whenever I had a boss that was avoiding taxation. So he'd make us all 1099 contractors, but still ran us like paycheck workers. It was like we were paycheck workers that had to do our own taxes. And so he brought a lawyer in to teach us how to talk like 1099 to do our boss's scam, not scam. And he used the term, hey, if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it is a duck, where duck was contractors getting fucked in their job situation. Hi, fellow Globey. Respectfully, I forget your name because I haven't said your name enough.
If you were a 1099 contractor, could you just hire someone else to do your job for you?
And then pay them my paycheck I'm getting? Technically, yes.
Okay.
But in his context, he was doing it to get out of paying us taxes. That was putting the tax burden on us. And also, you have to save those taxes out of your check by your own standard. And the only benefit is if you want to write a bunch of shit off as a contractor, which in our position, it wasn't worth it. I'd already bought all my tools. I don't want to fucking keep all my receipts from my gas for driving to work. where we were just going to use work vans anyway. And whenever he pissed somebody off that he fired, they reported him to the IRS anyway, and it put an end to that real quick. But he was going as far as to have a lawyer come in and teach us how to quack like ducks. But he also fucked up with me when he would say, "Sorry guys, no Christmas bonus this year," and then a day later be like, "Here's my Cessna. I'm buying this Cessna plane. Here's the car I'm buying for my daughter in college." And I was like, wait a second here. I had a pizza guy do that too. I had a pizza guy tell us he was a small hat pizza guy that bought a pizza store I already worked at. He told us there wouldn't be any raises when there was regular raises. And then within a week, here's the car we got our daughter for her graduation present. And I was sick of that small hat bullshit because I came back with my lunch from a different place. All I did was make a few sauce cups in the kitchen that I work in. And while I'm eating my lunch, I hear and he comes up and in that typical small hat stereotypeness with his nose out, he drops receipts on my table and goes, "For your sauces." I'll do it again. He sticks his nose in the air and drops the receipts on my table during my lunch break, and he goes, "For your sauces."
That's how he is. That
Was
dude
it a
always.
new car or a used car?
That was small hat as fuck, guys, and you know it.
Was it a new car or a used car that they bought for their daughter?
Fucking new car. They were from New York. He was a small hat. They bought a fucking pizza store in Denver just because as a child he wanted to be a pizza man, and instead he went the small hat route, and now he just wants to do it for like a recreational business, and he was pissing us off left and right.
Hey, Tommy, do you think that guy obeyed the Talmud that we heard about the other night?
No, I think he was racially stereotypically Jew. I don't think he was. Oop, sorry. I just smithed you on that one. I think he was racially stereotypically small hat. I don't think he was religiously small hat. And they are the only thing I know of that can be race and religion and separate them also.
So the ones that aren't religion don't adhere to the Talmud book?
I don't know. I'm not Neurojack. I don't speak for them like Neurojack does. I just know I'm not that. Like, I don't sit here and say what Muslims think. I say, ask that guy in the top left corner. But I just know I'm not Muslim.
Tommy, when Machine Lies showed us that thing about the Talmud, it's like, damn, dude.
What about the Haagen-Dazs?
Yeah, that was ugly.
Oh, the thing about they do the PDF stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't even say that. But yeah.
No, PDF is the word we said. Is
PDF, yeah.
That's the code. Yeah, PDF is code. Dude, what was I saying earlier right now on this show? It's like, no, that is the word. Yeah, I was saying jab was the replacement word. Now we're replacing jab on different corners of YouTube. It's like jab overtook so much that now algos are probably, yeah. And we know what they mean when they say jab. Small hat jab. It's going to have to be like the Grabbler snake bite now. No, Grabbler's pretty common. Remember the advice that we got from Detective Harris. Step 1, secure shekels. Step 2, throw shekels.
I think you're muted there, Jay. But yeah.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yeah. Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say I would argue that small hat has overtaken the term jab given the past 2 months, but that's just me. I would argue.
No, small hat is the other J word. Jab is for the penetration with the small sharp thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're both being recognized, I think, on an algo level now.
Yeah.
So yeah, Grabbler is also probably there.
I would say over the course of the past 2 months, though, that small hat is probably the dominant term that you hear.
Right. I think we're gonna have to replace that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because Owen Benjamin quickly used up Grabbler. Like Owen Benjamin went ham on Grabbler, and I would like in when I think it's fourth quarter, possibly sudden death or what's the final they score they win thing. I think we should just go back to real words if we're all gonna die on the same day.
By the way, I'm sorry, Tommy, just give me 1 second.
By the way, TML, I'm sorry. I wanted to hit you up. I thought I had hit you up tonight. I wanted you to be part of the stream because we were roasting the GOP candidates tonight. I'm sorry that you didn't get that invite. I thought I sent it to you.
No, it's all
We were-
good.
We
No,
were
I was
roasting the hell out of them tonight.
No, I was
But
thinking
not as
about
leftist,
coming in
though, right?
yesterday when you guys were talking about Henry Kissinger. You know, I wanted to
Yes.
come in on that. You know, so yeah, I was like seconds away from joining, but
sorry.
I decided I might have. I'm getting some
well-
sleep, but I'll come up there soon. You know.
No, it's okay.
God
I
willing.
got
I got you.
I-
yeah.
I worked at 15 the day before, and I only had 3 hours sleep. Bro, I was zombified. I wanted that stream to end so badly. But bro, we roasted the hell out of the GOP candidates today.
Are you going to do it for the left too?
Yeah,
the fourth debate is supposed to be the last
Answer
one.
the question, Jay, that I like until the determining of the answer to the question. Are you going to roast the left candidate?
Tommy. Don't bring it over here, bro. You and I are cool. You don't gotta bring the energy over
We
here.
are cool. Are you only going to
Don't gotta
roast
bring the energy
half
over
the
here.
bird? Are you only going to roast half the bird or the whole bird?
There hasn't been another candidate for the other half now. There hasn't been another debate for the other half now, has there?
But
Has there been a
is
debate?
Biden saying he's probably not running? He just because he knows.
No, Tommy. We roasted the candidates of the debate. If the other side is going to have a debate, we will roast them too. But there hasn't been one.
That's
Has
all I
there?
was asking. That's all I was asking.
Okay,
In
listen,
this
bro,
dichotomy psyop, if you say one side, our
made it
brains are
very
going to go,
clear.
oh, he's probably supportive of the other side.
But I made it very clear though that we roasted the hell out of the candidates that had the debate. I made it very clear.
You made it very clear you roasted the GOP, and the
Yes,
leftists
because
love to
those are the only
specify they
side-
roast one side.
That's the only side that had a debate.
Right.
I'm only asking for clarification, and you're
progressive-
acting like I'm treating you like Kunta Kinte, which is
I
actually
understand.
Toby.
I know that, but like you came at me pretty
Don't
hard about
let
it.
him say
Pause.
Kunta Kinte.
But-
He's Toby.
No, I didn't say that you did, bro. We're not having arguments, man.
Hank, say he's Toby.
The energy you brought my way, though. The
Don't
energy
tell
you
me
brought
what
my
to
way was very
Don't
aggressive.
bring energy to me unless you want to talk electric and electromagnetic forces.
Listen, man, stop the semantics bullshit, bro.
don't
You know what
brag.
I'm saying, though, bro. You know what I'm saying.
Semitic
Like, I
or
was just talking
Semitic?
about- I swear, Tommy, bro. This is the halfway house energy I'm talking about, bro. But I love you though, regardless.
What did I say
That's why
about
I fuck with you,
energy?
bro. That's why I fucks with you.
Does
bro.
the halfway house have a brownout situation?
That's why I fucks with Tommy though, because he
And I
does
don't
this
mean the
thing where it
I don't
gets you-
mean the
it
people
gets
that
you worked
stay
up.
at the halfway house. I know there's a brownout situation there.
and
I
you
mean
know what?
electrically brownout. Does this
know what's
halfway house need electric repair?
I put a comment like that on one of his lives, and he was like, I personally put a comment like that on one of his lives. I was like, oh, halfway house energy, and he called me a fucking troll, even though I fucks with Tommy.
Oh, I didn't know that was you. I didn't know
That was
I
me,
didn't know
bro.
that was you.
And I even put in the I put in the same live. I was like, bro, I was like, Tommy, I fucks with you, and you like.
I'm gonna make this very clear, and it's not to hurt your feelings.
I was like, I
I'm
fucks
gonna
with
make
Tommy.
this very clear, and it's not to hurt your feelings the same way you're not really getting bitched out as long as I've been talking to you today. I know you from that shape thing we did on Chaotic Truth. Any other time, dude, if you're
Wake
not
up,
up on
Cecil.
Wait, what
nice
happened?
timing, JP. Any
Go ahead.
other time that I like, I know we cooked one time here on TML, and I know we did that shape thing on
Yeah.
Chaotic Truth. Other than that, I've never known it was you. If you can remember any other interactions than that,
Look, Tommy, I never had beef with you, bro. Honestly, I find you funny.
we don't
every
have
time
beef
you're
now.
in there. That's
We
why
don't
I
have
was
beef
like,
now.
that's why I was confused. I was like, why is Tommy coming at me right now? Like,
This
I was
is
literally.
what I do.
Yeah. Listen, I was just confused by the situation. All right, I was mistaken by it. I was just
know.
confused. Like,
And
why
you
is he
haven't
coming at me? And
offended
I was
me
like,
because I watched you come in here and apologize to TML for shit he ain't mad about, and then you incited him into his remorsefulness where there's nothing to be remorseful. But I get it, I understand.
But
Please,
listen,
JD.
whenever the left and the Democrat Party decides to have a
Two
debate,
cheeks,
I
they
doubt they
matter.
will. I'll have a stream covering that. By all means,
And
everyone
I'm
here's invited.
saying, guilty of the anybody that says one side, I need to know. Like it's the same way I hate having to go, no, I've never voted for Trump. I don't support everything Trump's done. I won't always agree with Trump. That's all of us. And I hate having to say that precursor because of the era we live in. We all feel that obligation to do it.
Right.
So when you were just saying, yeah, we burnt the GOP, I probably could have had some good snaps in that myself. But I
No,
just needed to clarify that my cool J friend isn't a far leftist.
No, how dare you? Stop that shit, bro.
If Kyle Rittenhouse had shot people, would you have been on the business side of those muzzle flashes? Is all I'm asking.
No, I would have been on the work end of that side. I would have been on the work end of that side.
Okay.
You know why? Because you know why? Because Kyle Rittenhouse defended his life.
Yep.
And I
And
believe
if
that
you can go from a seated on your ass, shooting from the hip, and still get that accuracy, props to you. I'm still impressed with what he did and didn't hit anybody else. Yeah, he did good shit.
I was just saying because you know what? I find that when we have these political debates and I get a chance to cover them, we should roast the hell out of every candidate available, regardless of whether or not we like them. We should roast them to hell and back.
Well, I will take a leftist or a rightist, and if they speak truth, I'll be like, well, he's right there.
That's fine. Yeah, they can speak truth. They can speak truth. We should.
Well, I
roast
think
them.
we're all
Even
in
if we
an
like them.
era where everyone's going to catch the burns and the hate
Even
from
if
the
we,
opposite side.
even if we like that candidate, we should still roast them.
If
Even
it's
if we like-
roastable, though.
Oh, everyone's roastable. There's no such thing as no one not roastable.
Okay, let me
no such
put it this way. I have a series of videos of varying things and subjects. There's a certain subject that even the unslaved do not hit the thumbs down. Not even WYZRD 18 sock accounts. Not one thumbs down on those specific videos. And I'm not going to clarify in fear of the full trolls will go straight for them now that I said that. But it surprises me enough that I don't have a hater that will just go through my channel and thumbs down every video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that, Machine Lies? Have you found every single posted thing gets some kind of not thumbs up and actual thumbs down click? It gives you a ratio. Are you muted?
I've never seen that before. I don't actually know what you're talking about.
Okay, on your list, maybe you only, not on the StreamYard, but in YouTube when it has your videos posted, it shows you a ratio of like to dislike, and that's the thumbs up clicks to thumbs down clicks.
I don't.
And if you
I don't have down clicks. I don't know.
If
Did
you
people
understand
actually down click my
percentages,
shit? Do people actually down click shit? I don't
if
know.
you don't have video at 100% ratio, someone is clicked down.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen one of my videos with a down click on it. I mean,
So if you go to your video screen, all of them say 100% ratio on likes to dislikes.
I'd have to really look into it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. You know, if I had to
Impressive.
guess, I'd say yeah.
I mean, I would have thought the Drew crew at least would have went down and disliked some. Because I'll throw you this. My most disliked video, and you already know my assumptions of why, my most disliked video is that one Toilet Bowl Brothers.
How do you check it? You go to analytics
Toilet
or
Brawl
what?
Brothers, Toilet Bowl. I took the Brawl, the Super, what's the Nintendo game, damn it? Super Smash Brothers. I had made a Super Smash Bowl Brawl Brothers when I went after TBE because he invited
Super
me
Mario.
to.
But,
Jay, please. I went to that.
Help you. I'll help you.
There's no help for me.
Content.
He's
I don't know how
checking
you.
it now.
I don't know how you check. Yeah. I don't know how you check the likes to dislikes. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not-
okay, go to content, go to like lives or videos where it shows that line of all your shit. Now go all the way to the right side of that list, and the last category should be like to dislike ratio. And if they're not all at 100%, I'm not mad at you because you didn't know how to check.
research.
Hold on, let me bring it up so it's right in front of me.
Audience. The fuck?
I might have just gave him anxiety, a shit he didn't have to care about. I guess as a host or a channel owner, you should look at your ratio just to know. Because if I made a specific group of videos and I just said like faggot nigger back and forth all the time on them for 3 hours each, and then they were like at 0 likes, I'd want to know that feedback. And I'd want to know if it was at 100% like that. That would be equally concerning.
Wow.
Did he find it?
It's just I'm not seeing likes anywhere.
Hold on. Maybe I'm wording it wrong. I'm going. Jay, do you do videos and shit?
I mean,
Am I
yeah, I mean,
seeing-
on my channel, sure, but I don't. I mean, I do lives. I've only done lives so far. I
I'm
haven't
not
done
seeing
pre-edited
No,
videos.
I don't do lives because I'm dead inside. Okay,
Like
I'm at
unlike
channel
You
content.
do. You have done lives, Tommy. Stop it. I've seen your
I
lives. Come on,
said
man.
because I'm dead inside. Do you get it? Now, do you have YouTube Creator Studio Machine Live?
yeah, that's
Okay,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
that's
But
okay.
let me
So that's where you go. Then you go to channel content, and then you go. Let me see if it's the same for both. Yeah, it's the same for both. Whether you go to videos or lives, it'll show them all in that row column. You go all the way to the right, and it clearly says at the top.
Oh, okay. I see it. Okay. So
Yeah, I just help
it
line.
says. Oh, okay. So I do
I
have.
should have done it with this. Now, sir, you are going to go to your videos and your lives. Should have done it like the scammers that called me for Excel. Or
Oh,
no,
okay. So I do have motherfucking dislikes. I guess I don't know.
everyone does. They'll dislike it just because you post it. Don't let it get you down.
Bitch.
We should be allowed to see our dislikes. Bring that back.
Oh, the freak!
Yeah.
You got on my nerves when you
Yeah.
said you wanted to take on WYRD, and I said I could do that. I could show you those ways, Padawan. I never saw you
Machine.
go at WYRD,
Machine.
and I don't think you could take him from my dealings with you, DeFreak.
What's our current topic right now?
There is no current topic at all at this point.
Well,
At
what were
this
you guys
point,
talking
Correct me if
about?
I'm wrong. I feel
At
like
this point,
Machine
the
Live
channel
has established this thing of he'll just get his thing out at the beginning, especially if he wants to read to us, which is respectable, even if it's his own book. He gets all that done, and then at this point
Okay.
he releases the reads.
Hold on, Machine. Can you tell me what were you guys talking about before I showed up?
All kinds of stuff. I bitched out that boomer, Uncle Fatty.
Bro, Tommy, come on, let Machine talk, bro. Come on.
He's
Go
got
ahead,
his
bro.
hand up right now.
Well, Tommy knows what the topic is. It's really been about religion most of the night. So we
Right.
did go into that because the brother Talcott was here almost up until the 5-hour mark here. So yeah, so until like the last hour, and also Neurojack was here. So yeah, they were covering some stuff about religious topics usually for about 5 hours. But yeah, I put in topics early on in the show
Right.
about Christian sex.
Hey, wait till marriage.
Century.
Yeah. I didn't mean to inject politics into it. I'm sorry. I was just talking
Stop
about what I was doing before.
apologizing. You're fine.
We don't gotta. Hold on. Because he don't do politics. I don't want to inject politics into it.
He does,
So,
but your
what do you mean?
apologetic nature makes me smell fear, and I have to feast
I
on the
do.
blood of the fearful.
No, I actually studied
I mean-
political science. So yeah, a lot of
Did you
times.
really?
Oh yeah, I studied political
Mm.
science. Actually, it's usually political science, philosophy, or theology. With me. So it's one of those three subjects. But yeah, I'm proficient in all three of those subjects for real. I get down on all three of those subjects. Political theory, especially. Political
Have
philosophy.
you followed any of the debates so far? Any of the candidates so far in this election cycle? Do you even care about it?
Not
No.
much. Yeah, not much this time. Yeah. I
Okay.
followed
And the
like
only
three
reason I'm not interested
items,
is we've established well into PSYOP now that I think it's irrelevant. I think besides the original vote count debate was irrelevant because you didn't pick those candidates. I think this far in the end game to worry about an election in this community of channels we're
Right.
familiar with, I think it's irrelevant.
All right, when you
I mean,
guys start,
I personally
you guys-
believe that all the candidates we have right now in this fourth round of debates, I think they're all battling for running mate at this point, and that the GOP the GOP party is already going to end up selecting their candidate. We all know who it's going to be. I think right now it's all bread and games.
You're normie
Bread and
as fuck
theater.
because I still stand by my theory. There will be no 2024 election.
when you guys keep
Yeah,
talking about,
I must be a normie then. Go ahead, Neurojack.
It's not a negative thing.
when you guys bring up politics, you need another white dude's opinion. So I had to come back.
Oh, thank you, Joe Cool.
Uh, So no, seriously, I have a question. So who do you think is going to be the nominee for GOP? Because I really don't know who that would be.
It's
you
not
asking
going to
me?
be a nominee if they
Oh.
don't. And he's talking about the T-man. But that's why I say there's not going to be any election. I think there's going to be a reason to either say he was never technically out of office, but I think something may be allowed to transpire that we can't even bother with that whole vote election-y thing.
Well, assuming that there is, who do you think that'll be? Jay Rillo and
Trump.
Yeah, there's no one else who's gonna. Yeah, there's no one else who's gonna
Dude,
be.
he's
the
yeah, he's
candidate other than
already
Trump.
he would allow.
Unless he gets unless
even in the
unless he gets unless he gets assassinated, right, in real time. There's no one else who's gonna take it.
Let's
The
code
closest
word
right now,
that,
and I
please.
just looked up the latest polls right now. DeSantis is a 12.9% poll rating. The next highest right now is 5.3 with Nikki Haley. There's
Irrelevant.
no one
bro.
else who even comes close.
No,
No
but
one
listen,
even comes close.
let me parallel this with the stock market. When I'm making money in the stock market, it's not in the classic sense of how you would do stock market. I see the psyop, I know the game, and I'm cooperating with that. And that's what I'm saying about this election thing. For you to worry about DeSantis this, numbers that, poll this. No, they're making the next phase of this psyop coincide. It's going to transpire. This is all theater to keep us feeling like we're making decisions and participating. You
What I
never
would
pick
say,
those
Neuro,
candidates.
with
what I would
the
say, Neurojack. Go ahead, machine.
but yeah, the thing with DeSantis, and Nikki Haley, and the rest of them. I mean, it's
And
like
Lauren Boebert is our
they're
Colorado
fighting
girl.
to be like Israel's president. It's really interesting. You know what I mean, right? In terms of like just who's up there, and just how incredibly I mean, I'm talking about like it never got like this like crazy Zionist crazy
May I
type of
interrupt?
yeah, go ahead.
Did you know
You're
that
not
Nikki
going to make
Haley's
it
real
long on
name?
this.
You know that Nikki Haley's real name is Nahendra?
Yeah, and how she's
actually a native Indian, like Indian.
Like,
yeah, she
or like,
claimed
hello.
No. Tommy, stop. Dots, not feathers.
Yeah, she claims to be
You're all wrong, bro. You're all wrong. Yeah, her parents are
No, I
Sikh.
did. The first sound was feather sound. The second sound was dot sound.
Tommy, you're all over the place, bro. Just take a chill pill, bro. Come on.
It's what I do. Do you want this to be a snooze fest and that's how you get views? Am I off the topic? Am I adding color and flavor?
Don't forget Kamala Harris.
I mean, if you need more color,
Kamala Harris. Yeah,
we
but
could
Kamala
have
Harris,
Joe
though,
Coolpage, but he's just
she's
going to
like
take it
half
racial.
Indian and like half black and white.
Stop.
Like, she's like mixed and
Stop
Indian.
with
That's what
these
she is.
racial terms.
That's what she is, though.
And do
Like,
you not
why does it
see
bother
that I
you?
am the
Why does it
perfect
bother you
balance
which
to
she
a
is?
sleeping bald man?
Sorry.
Are you going to pull Cecil's weight?
I didn't catch what you said. Sorry.
I mean, I'm not trying to pull Cecil's weight here, bro. I'm just answering what it
He's
is.
heavy dude. He's a heavy dude.
If you want to have a back and forth to Cecil, then rock out, bro. But that's
No,
not-
I've done that. It doesn't go well because he's got bigger accusations than I do, but he doesn't care.
I'm not here for accusations, Tommy. Come on, man. Like, what?
You're not lured up, bro. There's a whole nuanced thing you're partaking in, and you don't know it.
Okay, let's talk
I'm
about.
not here for conversation, bro.
Here's what you might need. The same way I'm always like, Neuro, what is the one detail that will totally flip your perspective on all this? You come to a free range panel, bro. Now that Machine Live's thing is done, this is a free range panel, and you need to leave them feels at the door and partake. You partake well. Quit apologizing. Quit being a bitch. And for Lindsay, I've already put this energy into exercise, and it goes a little something like this. That's you never saw this, Lindsay, when you were all like ringing your schoolgirl dress out on whatever panel on Flowstate's panel. You didn't even know I used to have it like that, girl.
I mean, you're talking to somebody in the chat who may or may not be watching at the moment, but yeah, that's really
she was actively chatting. Don't even give me that shit. I help you on your show.
No, I know she's actively chatting, but she's actively chatting in many different chat rooms. You know.
That's
Anyway,
what you should expect all your viewers are doing. I've known that since Candace was horrible for it. I do every panel or every one of my shows I do. I assume everyone's doing the things I watch them do. It's why I quit bitching about the fluctuating 3 to 5 people that can't decide where they want to stay without just opening a window to every show.
but anyways, yeah. What I
I know
noticed is Vivek was not the most pro-Israel on the debate stage tonight. It was actually Nikki Haley once again. I didn't even know Nikki Haley was Indian actually till someone else brought it up that her real name was Nahindra.
Yeah, I
But
knew she was.
yeah. Even though she's a goyim, she straight up she like really slobs on the Israeli shpetzel.
That's right.
New main order.
Without,
Stop it.
without any remorse, mind you, without any remorse.
Here's where I come from though. Like, don't you think
Guys.
don't you think it's like part of the show that they are so over the top? Like DeSantis is so over the
In
top.
some ways.
Like it's got to be a part of the show at this point, in my personal.
Well, I'd say for me, that's the case. Now, I like Jay, but I'm not going to sit here and have the host say, yeah, I've talked about politics, but I don't care. And I say, yeah, I think at this point in the end game, it's irrelevant. And we're back on it. Take that shit to chaotic truth, Jay. I love you, dude. We're not going to do this tonight.
Well, I mean, it's
Do
interesting.
you just hate the idea of talking politics?
But
I
no,
think
listen,
it's irrelevant. It's a waste. It's like talking about the curtains when the house is on fire.
even if it is, let's get to it step by step. So, do you think
We
that
can, we can get off the topic if TML doesn't want us to have the conversation.
That's fine.
It's his
No hate.
platform.
Oh,
He can
that's
decide.
cool. No, I like it. I like the topic.
Well,
Okay, then let's keep it going.
Oh, you flipped it on me.
do you think that there's a reason why they are so overly kosher?
Because it's theater.
Because you cannot survive in politics unless you're a pro-Zionist. And we know this because of how many high-ranking officials.
Dangerous things to say that aren't coded yet.
The past 2 months have red-pilled the world.
Okay,
As
let's
to
go ahead
how
and say you
world
can't be in
operates-
politics without being a
as to
Freemason.
how
That's
the
favorite.
world operates with those with the small hats in power. Okay, and there are plenty of those in the American politics deep state who obviously are not only pro-Israel but are also are genetically small hat. So now we cannot deny this fact. We have to acknowledge it. We have to be able to.
Rarely does the chat ever respond to if I say a poll thing. X in the chat if you get them normie vibes right now.
But
And
here's
it's not to be a dick. It's not to be an asshole. I'm just saying if you're getting strong normie vibes from that political view, please X in the chat at that opinion.
okay, but here's my question. So, if don't you think that they've thought that out? Like, don't you think that this whole anti-Zionism thing is a part of some larger phenomenon that's about to happen? Like, do you kind of get? I mean, well, let me
Now
say,
excuse Neuro because he's why this, but it's like planned except for when it isn't. Like Trump is just a good guy to let him go be Trump, and you don't have to be in control of a pit bull to know if you release that rabid pit bull in the county fair, it'll do the thing you want
Look,
it to
man,
do.
listen, I understand that you like to talk on here and whatnot, man. But like outside of all the other shit you've been saying, man, it's just meant to be provocative, and I didn't come
No,
on here
it's
to
not. Now I don't like you, Jay. The shit I'm
listen,
saying is very
And you let me
intentional
finish
and
my
coherent.
statement. Yeah, but you want to talk before someone else gets a chance to fucking speak, bro. This is not how discourse works. You can't fucking talk over somebody and be like, "Oh, I proved my point because I talked over somebody." That shit don't work, man. That faggot shit doesn't work all the time. It does not. You got to let somebody else finish their point before you fucking say your piece. It doesn't work the same way every time. All I was saying was that the past 2 months have been very red pilling for those people who have not acknowledged what has been happening. And what did you want to do? You wanted to start it off with passive aggressive pejoratives, and you wanted to have the chat back you up on it about me. And all I was saying was that the past 2 months have been red pilling for those who have not been previously jaywalked beforehand. I don't give a fuck.
You're not a red pill! You're a normie! Now fucking backstage me whenever you let this motherfucker go on his typical normie narrative bullshit. I am not saying shit just to be provocative. I'm saying I'm sick of these normie loops. You got the normie loop from not condoming on panels, and you brought your normie loop here to this orgy I usually can get by with not condoming on.
don't actually have a problem with Tommy, but he just wants to yell. I don't have a problem.
I got a problem with you now, Jay the gay.
No, bro.
You faggot
yell, bro.
fucking leftists wanting us to
There you
go
go.
burn the GOP
And
with
I'm
you.
not-
You faggot
I'm not
narrative
leftist
saying
at all.
I just want to
Listen,
say
yeah,
stuff to be
leftist at all.
provocative. You
that.
don't understand
leftist.
showmanship.
Just
You
yell.
think this is just a public
gonna yell,
Zoom
bro.
class that people are
gonna
trying
yell.
to get more viewers on?
yell.
You're a
just
fucking
gonna yell.
normie moron.
You just want to yell. You just want to yell.
I can do this shit at
Are you done yelling? So I can
you
finish
go
my point or no?
NPR like I can go NPR, Jay, or do you think I just spurg and say things to be provocative?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Because
you
I didn't
don't know
insult you.
shit
I
because
didn't
you're a
insult you.
red-colored normie sitting in front of
I
a
didn't
fake brick
insult
wall.
you.
I'm sitting in front of a real brick
Yeah.
wall.
That's great, bro.
And my brick wall's got
Forget about it.
graffiti on them. My place
That's
I
great,
live
bro.
is more downtrodden and struggling than your place of
It's
residence.
not about stress. Bro, no one said anything about that. You're bringing in
Yeah,
new shit.
then
The
last
only
night
thing-
when I was
only thing I
defending
brought
my
up is
use of the
you kept
N-word,
on-
someone
you
said
kept
that.
on You kept on interrupting. That's the only issue
Don't
was.
tell me
You
what
weren't
I
really
do.
talking about it.
I interrupt to stop
we're
this
talking.
normie loop and to save us time
What is
because
this
we can
normie
go on
loop,
Jack
bro?
Alcott's channel if we want to loop
listen,
normie. I told you
didn't
you're
even
on a free-range
bro.
segment of a panel and you're still acting like a bitch.
I didn't even bring up this topic, bro. Someone else said something about it, and I just expounded on what we were talking
Oh,
about.
the
beforehand.
topic
Now
is
you
the
went
problem, or is
to-
the problem you wanted to say some narrative about me that's false witness, you fucking bastard?
I didn't bring up a topic about you.
You better get apologetic with me like you did for not having your fucking machine lies at your GOP roast session.
You're projecting. You're projecting.
You
bro.
better go
I didn't
get a
have that
different
logic.
colored microphone, you zoomer.
You're projecting. You're projecting, bro.
I'm projecting this disgust with your normie narrative.
Whatever, bro. If that's what makes you feel better.
Whatever, bro. That's when everybody goes to I don't care or whatever, bro, because you ain't got a pot to piss in.
Or a window to throw it out of. Yeah, okay. You sound really cool. All right.
Yeah, you just got a brick wall with no window.
I
to
know.
throw it out.
Guess what? And it's a virtual background. I mean, do you feel better now? I don't know why you go out of your way. I don't know why you go out of your way.
You think you gotta tell me that's a virtual background when I'm the filter fucking man-y faces?
Okay, I don't understand why you felt the need to start shit over nothing, really.
No, you started shit when you came up here and got a little perturbed and started telling everybody who you think I am.
I insulted you? I didn't go insulted you. I didn't
You insulted me when you came up here as a weak ass doing your fucking normie shit. And that's why I interrupt you. Because I interrupt Jack. I interrupt a lot of people that like to loop on shit that we're supposed to be over a year and change later.
It's real, bro.
Progress has come to a halt in these panels. I know CECIL's been over shit I'm not going to ask him to bring up again because we're all on that page now.
This is insane, bro. This is insane,
It's insane that you just walk in any part of town and act how you want to act there, yeah.
So I should
It's
just be
insane. It's insane to think you can go panel to panel and do the same thing and expect the same results. That's
how many
insanity.
different fucking panels have I been on, bro? You see me on CT's panel, and you see me on here, and maybe
you were on whatever one you were referencing.
And maybe
I'm saying as far as this panel, I haven't seen you here a lot. And there's another motherfucker that's Punjabi that likes to come here and act like he old school here too.
I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
Exactly. And if you did, you might have more room to say the shit about me you were saying.
You make no sense. Whatever, man. I'll pass
If
the mic.
you knew the Punjabi guy, you'd
the mic,
know
bro.
why some of this voting DeSantis shit is irrelevant in this book.
I didn't say anything about voting DeSantis. Okay, now you're being a fucking liar. I didn't say anything about voting DeSantis.
I didn't say voting DeSantis. I meant voting situation, i.e., like, let me reword. Election DeSantis bullshit. Sorry, I said the B word. I didn't say voting for DeSantis. I was saying election stuff, DeSantis stuff. Are you clear?
Bro.
You're queer.
Pass the mic.
Get
Pass
used
the mic.
to it.
Pass the mic. Pass the mic. Pass the mic.
All right. Well,
You got your own mic, and it's changing all colors
Pass
like
the
the
mic.
rainbow, you agent of
Pass the mic.
trannies. You're
Pass
a
the mic.
tranny
Pass the
fucking
mic.
agent
Pass the
with
mic.
your rainbow microphone. I just realized that.
Pass the mic. Pass the mic. Pass
Do you
the mic.
mean stop making you the focus
Mic.
of my beratement?
Chill the fuck out for a second. Let Neuro.
Oh, just backstage me again, Muzzy. Backstage me, Muzzy.
Well, if
Pass the mic.
you don't let Neuro get in this question, I will backstage.
I got him.
Let him get his
Why
question
this?
in. Hold on, I said let him get his question in, bro.
I did. Why this? Go.
All right, let him get his question in. I said.
Okay.
Why this?
Tommy, let's just develop this. I want to understand. Even let's say that he is a normie. Let's understand the mind of the normie, if
We
he
do.
if he is or not.
It's not that normie is derogatory. It's just, it's like saying basic. Like basic isn't wrong. It's
No,
not
but
a sin.
let
You don't go to the good court with your basic
I
shit.
understand, but let's dig into the I'm interested in the direction that this can go into. So you're saying that you think that Trump will be the nominee. Why do you think that
I
Trump?
don't think, okay, if you want my full tinfoil, I'm not saying he'll be the nominee. I'm saying there will be no election and he will be
I know
back.
you say that, but I want to see what Jay Rillo says about why he thinks that.
Oh, my bad.
You're good.
Well, aside from the fact that the polls are overwhelmingly in Trump's favor, it's the fact that if you look at the polls of those who are either right-leaning or strictly GOP leaning political pundits, right, or political leaning in the media, they overwhelmingly side with Trump. Their rhetoric and their narrative sides with Trump. And chances are, if they have hundreds of thousands of followers, if not millions of followers, then that means their followers also side with Trump. Most people are tired of Trump. If you look at the black, I'm on black people a lot, right?
Wrong. You just
keep on
went full
interrupting, bro. No one interrupted you when you got a chance to speak.
No,
This is
you
the
just
problem.
said, okay, I interrupt Neuro when he
Don't let
says
me
most
finish
Christian.
speaking, though.
Hey, you're
Right,
wrong. I interrupt Neuro when he says most Christian. Now let me save you some breath.
Let me finish speaking.
You'll get to finish your leftist point.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the
You
fuck up.
shut the fuck up, you greasy haired fuck.
Fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All right. As I was saying,
Okay, allow the chat to endure more of your stumbling bullshit.
My issue is not with the fact that it's a GOP strictly.
Your issue is you believe
is going to be able
an
to
election.
Is going to be the nominee.
When you say all those followers, you're implying yes, their vote will go for that, right?
Tommy. Let me finish, Tommy. I'm going to explain the point. Let me
waste
finish.
your breath.
You want to get my point for me? Is that it? You want to get my point for me?
I want to tell you why you're already wrong and save you the time. Yeah.
So you want to hear like 10 seconds of my point and then say that I'm wrong?
We heard plenty, and I only stopped you on most people are sick of Trump. That's an outright reverse of what's going on. As far as the normies that buy into the politics and the vote, no one is sick of Trump.
For real. Because I'm not going to be able to finish my point unless you backstage him. Because obviously he's going to talk over everything.
You're just emotionally clutching. I didn't get
for no reason.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
As I was saying though, the whole point was, if you look at the pulse, right, of those who are either right-leaning or those who are hard right and a hardcore GOP, right, they're already leaning towards Trump. If you look at the polls, DeSantis only has about 12% of the polls right now. Nikki Haley is in second place, but she's not even double digits, right? By that logic, that means that Trump is already going to be the GOP nominee. Everybody else over the course of the past 4 debates is only fighting for second. They're fighting for whoever looks like the best running mate. And that is it. That is it. Okay?
So let me
There was no red wave. Give me 1 second, bro. There was no red wave, and already the rest of the candidates are playing on that. The fact there was no red wave in the last midterm election. Trump can already play off that. Trump doesn't even have to do anything, and he already knows he's going to get that part of the election. Okay? And the fact that you already have the side of the fact, I'm gonna let you rock now, Jack. I'm gonna let you rock. Okay, I know I'm plugged into the leftist side of YouTube because already black. Because if you go on black YouTube, which we already know the black population is inherently 90% leftist, 90% Democrat, and we know this from previous statistics, right? We know they are tired of Trump. They are tired of Biden. They are tired of Democrat politics. They are tired of the left side of the house. And increasingly, they've already been saying that they want to vote for Trump or they want to vote for a GOP candidate who aligns with their values and ideals. Okay, that means other minority groups are going to follow suit. Most Hispanics in this country vote Republican or they vote conservative. Most of the people who are of Asian descent, whether that be East, Central, or West Asian, continuously vote right or center-right politics because they are the upper earners of this country. Okay, most people are going to end up going to the right side of politics because the pendulum has swung too far to the left, and now it has to correct. And most people are going to reflect that through their actions. Go ahead, Neuro.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions that are short answers, not because I don't care, but because I'm trying to get to a point of disagreement that I think we're going to have. So I agree with more or less what you're saying. So here's my next question. You said that people have become J woke in the past couple months,
2
right?
months. Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you see that anything positive will happen regardless of if Trump or anybody else becomes president in light of that? Do you think that there's going to be any significant shift towards any policy that will pull us away from that situation as it exists now?
So I'm going to give you what I perceive and what I hope happens because I can't see into the future. My hope would be that they're going to elect candidates that they know are also jaywalk and are aware of what's happening in our world, and hopefully are less Zionist. Because if we're being honest right now, candidates on the right and the left right now are Zionist, and hopefully they will acknowledge that we need to have candidates in our office in the not only the presidency but also in the House and Senate. They need to be less Zionist, because within a week of Israel being attacked, we sent 3 fleets over there. If the United States is sending 3 fleets to any part of the world, we're going to fuck to war. And that's a fact.
But
you don't send 3 fleets unless we're going to war. My answering your question, bro. My hope is that with people being jaywalk is that they're going to select candidates who are also jaywalk and who realize how our government is actually operating and how those who are the upper echelon of our government align themselves.
Okay, so I am trying to get to a much deeper point, but I'm going to try to take it slow, not because I'm trying to be like weird. I'm trying to get a grip of where you're coming from, because I in general I kind of agree with you, but do you think that Trump is anti-Zionist in any shape or form?
No, he's not. He's not anti-Zionist. He's already admitted that. He's not. It's not about choosing someone who's anti-Zionist at this point. I know Trump is not an anti-Zionist. Trump is a soft Zionist, right? Because Trump also realizes that in order for you to excel in the political field in our country, you must be at least somewhat Zionist. You can't move forward in American politics unless you are at least tacitly Zionist. It's not possible.
Do you think that you can make a strong argument, or any even a soft argument, that that Biden has seemingly been less Zionist recently than Trump was in the last 4 years of his presidency?
If that was the case, then we wouldn't see 3 aircraft carrier groups in the Middle East right now.
Well, but didn't Biden, like a couple of days ago, basically say that he's going to not allow people who were settling the West Bank to come into the United States anymore, or something like that?
That's fine. And guess what? Congress also said that Congress also voted yesterday that they weren't going to send any more money to Ukraine. But that doesn't make them any less Zionist. And Zelensky is Jewish. That doesn't make them any less Zionist, because the fact of the matter is that the hard line materials that would support Zionism are still there.
So let me tell you what I see, because if we were going to have something like that, I think the opportunity for anti-Zionism was with the alt-right 5 or 6 years ago, and I think that opportunity passed for the right. And now what I see happening is now the left is taking on the mantle of we're anti-Zionist now. And what I see is they are going to shift to the right, but I don't think it's going to be in the way that you think. I think that they're going to, because if you watch Ben Shapiro is literally defending fascism. Look at all these Christian YouTubers. They're defending fascism.
Right.
They're setting up a rightward shift where they're going to pretend that they're anti-Zionist. And I think that is also, in my opinion, that is a setup for the right wing to take the fall for the next wave, which comes after that, which will be people take anti-Zionism very seriously, and then they do something stupid, and then it looks as if the right wing is bad, and then they shift back to the left. Like, this is what I see happening. It's like,
hey, is it cool if I put my 2 cents in here?
Yes, go ahead.
I got no problem with it. Go ahead.
Okay.
And by the way, TML, I'm sorry, real quick, Cecil, before you go. TML, if you want to bring Tommy up, that's fine. I didn't even bring up, my main point wasn't even about small hats or about Zionism.
Tommy just left. Tommy
that's fine. But my main point was not about my main point wasn't even about Zionism. I didn't even mean to bring up politics. It was just a passing comment about what I wanted you to join in on. That literally was it, and it got conflated into something it didn't need to be.
No, it's all good.
I know this whole conversation had nothing to do with me. I didn't even want it to be what I was talking about on my channel. He made it into that, and I was responding to it. It was whatever you guys were talking about, and I was willing to just jump into it. I'm just saying that's like the disingenuous shit I'm talking about. I had nothing. I don't have smoke with Tommy either. and he knows that. I don't know why he's like conjuring it up for no reason on here. I don't know him that well. Fairly,
No,
fair enough.
He's
Right,
got
but
reasons that make sense, but don't worry, it's not a big deal.
I, I'm just saying, it's just weird to me. But go ahead, though. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
I just
Cecil.
wanted to say, like, so kind of like my what my theory is that I think that like whoever some entity has been kind of like trying to test the waters as far as how like Jay woke up the American population is, and they've found out that we as a country are far more so than they anticipated. Like just your average everyday American Joe normies or whatever, right? So that's why basically in a nutshell, America has been slaughtered for termination. And they're just going to go forward with using the Chinese as their world police or their hammer, their weapon, or whatever you want to call it, as opposed to, because forever it's been America. You know, if those people have a problem with anybody over there, they'll just be like, well, we have America backing us up.
Well,
but you
I'll tell
know,
you-
go ahead.
Oh no, I just wanted to put this caveat on what you're saying. I think that you could be correct in the sense that what have we seen the past 100 years? The world has become so interdependent that the East cannot survive without the West, and the West cannot survive without the East. I mean, technically they could, but they're not going to allow the West to become independent any longer, right? And so I think in that sense that you could be onto something of what you're saying, Cecil. I think that what I see as the biggest danger is at least the perceived interdependence that the world has. I mean, they're trying to sell us kind of what Talcott says, which is, you know, no more wars and, you know, no more secrets and all this. But the reality is they have to have all those things to get these pieces into place, right? So I get what you're saying. I kind of think whether you're correct exactly or not, I think you're more or less on the right track. I mean, America's already done as far as any sovereignty in actuality matters anymore. Like, I don't think the United States is sovereign in any meaningful way, in my opinion.
It's like they've always been slowly poisoning us, right? Or they've always had fail safes in place that they could use in case we freaking went full freaking, you know, like woke up out of the trance. We're like, no, hold on, we're not doing this, right? Now more so it seems like they're really, really like going forward with the plan to just, you know, slowly but surely eliminate us as a country, or eliminate the idea of America as the founding fathers originally planned it.
Well, they have us holding on to things that aren't tangible anymore, like the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. I mean, those things are not really tangible in any meaningful way. I mean, it is a much better here as far as political freedom for the most part in the United States, but you've been stripped of your economic freedom and your legal freedom and all your other stuff. So it's kind of like almost a moot point. And now with technology, you basically are going to be, you're not going to have a lot of, you know, movement that's really allowed without some sort of digital ID that is going to be rated the way that your credit score is rated and all that.
Right.
And, you know,
right.
I mean, not going to be able to escape that, right? And so this is where I say, like, and this is where I understand what you're saying about the politics thing, but my question would be, it's like, I get the hope and everything, but I'm just saying, like, mechanistically, how do you think that people are really going to have anything? Because now what I see is, like, now that the left is taking up the anti-J thing, now the right don't want to be associated with it, so they're going to double down on the Israel thing and saying, well, you know, at least Israel believes in, you know, these rights and stuff like this, which is not really true, but
they just assume that, right? But so all I see is like it basically is just it split the right into 4 pieces and it split the left into 4 pieces. So I just don't see how any national politics are really going to have any steam behind it. And so like I see Trump as more dangerous for me personally, because I think a lot of right-wing people just assume that he is working behind the scenes for their interests. But at least when Biden's in like, here's what shows me that most right-wing people are full of shit. When Biden's in power, most right-wing people are not going and getting involved in their personal politics. And like, I know people here locally where I live that are interested in doing it. And guess what? They're born in other countries that were extremely corrupt, and they want to get involved in local politics because they see it, how corrupt it already is. And a lot of it's getting more corrupt because a lot of people come from other countries where it's already corrupt, and they get involved in the DNC, and they don't mind playing dirty politics. They don't mind, you know, whacking people that are opposed to what their agenda is.
That's par for the course from where they're from, right?
Correct. And this is where I see it's like, it's not I'm not anti whatever. I'm just saying, like, the reality is the United States doesn't know what corruption is. And as it seeps into our local levels, and we're not willing to step into those local levels, those national politics are going to be very, I mean, like I said, the United States doesn't have sovereignty, in my opinion. I don't think that we can argue that on a national level we're making decisions for us, by us. I mean,
and we are all being profiled by our government on like our general threat level, and like how it's not whether or not you are a criminal, it's how much of a criminal are you, how much potential you have, how intelligent you may or may not, how much on the spectrum you may be. You know, we are all being profiled on that level, trust and believe. So it's, you know, and that's part of going back to what I'm saying again, is like they've been testing the waters and trying to figure out. They thought America was only like 10 or 15% maybe understands what really went on in history, or you know, what nefariousness is really going on, and it's really closer to like 30-35%, and that number's growing, and other people were waiting. You know, the internet's a double-edged sword. So now they're like, okay, well, shit, let's ramp up the prison system, and, you know, the slavery, the electronic slavery system, and all the, you know, let's get them all on cards and, you know, social credit scores and shit like that, and that will be their redemption.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say, and I really would like to get Jay and Machine's response too, but I think this is also why the open borders are so important, because if you have people who are going from making $11 a day to, you know, $30 an hour at some BS job in a super city, they're not really concerned with politics in the way that we are, because we know what we're losing. And some of them will, but, you know, on average, they're going to be like, well, I get to go drive Uber Eats for, you know, 18 hours a day and make, you know, whatever money I make. And they're happy with that. Right. And us who aren't really wanting to participate in the way things are going, well, it doesn't matter anyways, because it's already kind of, the course has already been set. And with the tech and all this, like what New Main Order said, like, I don't see that we have much ability to really stop it outside of things that I'm not willing to, you know, delve into on the public forum. But, you know, so, you know, I would just like to get your take on that.
Well, for one, a lot of people need to understand that the United States is a Hispanic country in the making. In 30 years, that's going to be the case. You can't deny it. We're going to be the inheritors of this country, whether you want it to be or not. Aside from that, once that does happen, you'll see another shift. That'll probably be what fixes illegal immigration once it's a Hispanic country. If you notice that the vast majority of Border Patrol agents are in fact Chicano, whether that be along all states that are border states, whether it be Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, or California, Not only that though, but once it does become a Hispanic country, I think you're going to see a shift towards conservatism. You're either, well, let me rephrase that. You're either going to see a shift towards a more totalitarian Catholic conservatism, or you're going to see a shift towards a more left-leaning communist liberalism in this country. That's how it's going to end up drawing out.
Well, what's the
whether
difference?
or not?
And the thing is like the border agents are literally guarding the people walking across the border with no papers and shit. So they're not really doing anything other than facilitating the invasion. So it's not. And again, like
I would agree with. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you in that regard, because in reality, for those who are Hispanic, Latino, it doesn't really affect us right now. It actually benefits us for that to happen. It benefits us because, I mean, if you look at all Hispanic countries from Mexico all the way down to the Falkland Islands, culturally speaking, they're not that much different. There's not a huge difference in cultural depth, to be honest. A lot of the traditions, with the language, a lot of the cultural traditions, the religion, it's pretty much the same. It's not. If you're saying is the invasion from the south going to stop anytime soon, it's not. It's not, because there's no government right now. There's no party right now that has the balls to take the hard steps to make it stop. Whether it be GOP, whether it be liberal, whether it be conservative or progressive, there isn't a party right now that has the balls to stop it,
But the
or
thing
a plan to stop it.
it's
Go ahead.
not
Go ahead.
against the people, but you can see it's like, what are we defending? We're defending some BS border with BS laws that basically don't mean anything. And it's like, it's like, so what are we talking about here? Like, there's nothing
Are
to
you
preserve anymore,
are you saying that there's no American culture to preserve? Is that what you're getting at? Is that what you mean?
What is American culture?
That's what. But I'm asking you, no, Jack. I'm asking you, when you say preserve, that there's nothing to preserve. I'm asking you what context you mean when you say there's nothing to preserve. What context you're coming from?
What I mean is, what is our society based on? It's based on consumerism, and so all these people coming across the country, and again, it's not against them as individuals, but I'm just saying it's like, what are we going to be? Like, I don't think these people are exactly the same as us. Like, most of the people that I know from other countries, even the ones who came illegally, the last thing they want is more people from their country coming here. You know why? Because they recognize that the country that you live in is made up of the people and what they stand for. And when you bring people from another place who stand for something different, and especially when they're looking at things purely pragmatically, you're not going to get what you got when you got here, right? You're going to fundamentally change what you came here to get, which is a place with the people who care about things other than the pragmatic view of things, right? Like, who's going to stand on principles? People who are desperate, running away from the shithole country that they came from. All you're going to do is turn America into a shithole, and then you're going to wonder, oh, why is it a shithole? And again, like, it's not because of I'm not saying that these people are bad people at all. If I were in their place, I would do the same thing. I'm not saying that.
Right.
Yeah, it's not against them. I'm just saying, like, that it's all part of the thing of what is going on. And this is not unique to America. Everywhere in the world, people are getting invaded by their neighbors because the countries have decided, for whatever reason, that the best thing for them to do is mix up the populations. Why? I assume because it's hard to get political
capital
done when people can't even speak the same language or have the same values other than some basic understanding of like family values, but even that's eroding away, right? So again, I'm just trying to say, like, I'm not really disagreeing with you per se. I'm just trying to say, like, what is it what is the hope that we're hoping for? Because I don't see, like, I'm a white guy, right? And I'm not defending white people.
Well, if we could,
of all my problems in my life have been because of white people. I don't love white people, right? But at the same time, like, the culture that I grew up in is already gone, and in another 30 years, it will be completely unrecognizable, right? And I'm just saying that to say it's like, I don't think the world's going to be better off when the United States and everything it stood for is gone, right? Like, I just don't, because I've been to other places, and if you see the level of corruption and the level of just
interpersonal horrible things that people do to each other, and you see the horrible degradation of their environment, like I don't think people are really understanding like what happens in these other places, right? And it's because the people there, it's not so much only the individuals, but the system there has just gotten so corrupted because people are short-sighted, right? And I just don't think people are prepared to see that happen on a local level. Like, it's bad enough that our government is doing whatever they're doing, but when that corruption gets to your local level, it's going to be 10 times or 100 times worse, in my opinion.
I would agree. I would agree with you. I don't think you and I really have an argument against one another.
So
Yeah.
hey,
I don't think we do. Go ahead.
can I just interject? So I'm actually from San Diego. I was born down in San Diego, California, right on the Mexican-American border. And I mean, I've seen like predictions of like future America, like maps of, basically a map of what America might look like in the future, like a kind of like a prediction, only a map version, right? And so like I've already been watching like immigration come into this country for freaking, 20, 30 years. And the fact that they're just now making a big deal of it is kind of a joke, right? So, but I saw this map one time, and they were drawing like Nevada, California, Arizona, New Mexico as this big place called like, I think it was called Mazatlan or Azteca or something like that. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that America is basically just going to balkanize, and they're going to redraw maps. And then it's like, okay, well, the best thing to do is to say, okay, well, this part of the continent is no longer America anyway, since most of this area is already being culturally taken over by these people. We'll just call it Northern Mexico and be done with it. And then the area that's up there in the Northwest, which is where I'm currently located right now, like Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, that area, we'll just call that Cascadia, or more commonly known as Idaho. And that can just be the white area. We'll freaking go move north and go freaking take over parts of Canada because they're not even doing anything with it. And that'll be it. There's no need for all this like borders. People can just move into the natural habitat that they're used to and problem solved.
Well, the truth is like, I hate to say it, but like if you talk to people in northern Canada, like half their city already became like Indian or Sikh, so it's like, and again, like this is not because I hate Indians and Sikhs, but again, they have a different way of doing business, especially politically. Like they don't do things the way that we do here,
No, Jack.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with you wanting to live around and be around people who look like you and who operate socially like you do. There's nothing wrong with that.
Get along with my own people, is the point. So how am I going to
That's what I'm saying.
Like
no,
me?
there's nothing. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to live around people who look like you, who talk like you, and who have socially acceptable norms like you, there's nothing wrong with that. You can have that. I mean, are you saying?
What I'm saying is America's best export was its culture, and now that we've destroyed our own culture, we have nothing left to export except for bombs and retarded social justice shit. Like we don't have anything worth fighting for, as far as other than like a barely somewhat legal system that is very dubious as to whether it's going to stand much longer.
Well, okay, I misinterpreted what you were saying. I thought you were being shameful of wanting to live around people who sound, look, and act like you. That's what I thought you were trying to get at. Like you were trying to say it in a
what I'm
soft
saying
way.
is that,
I'm just saying I'm if that's your point that you're defending, that you want to be around people like you, I'm defending that point. If that's ultimately what you're getting at, I'm defending that. If that's what you want.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with that either. But like, to be honest with you, I get along better with immigrants than I do with your average American. So it's not a personal thing for me.
But if you do want that, you do want that, Neurojack, I defend the fact that you want that because I believe that's okay to want. That's right
It
to
would
want
be
that.
nice if I did want that, but the truth is, like,
Yeah.
it's not my experience that
Mhm.
I can sit here and say, oh yeah, I would just be happy to live around a bunch of redneck white people like where I come from, because I lived in that place and it
You
wasn't
don't
that.
sound like a redneck. You don't sound like a redneck at
Oh,
all.
I'm like literally a redneck from the middle of nowhere, so that's where I come from, right?
Then
So
then you are the top 1% of
liberal
rednecks, then, sir. You must be the top 1% because you don't sound at all like a redneck.
Right. Now you're living around a bunch of liberal shitheads, and you like, that ain't America, bro. I've been over to Idaho. There, and by the way, it's zero tolerance for drugs in that state. If you
I
get
don't feel like
caught
white man is bad or
possessing
Christianity is bad either. I don't agree with that whatsoever. I still believe in
and
God. Go ahead, Neurojack. Go ahead, Neurojack.
oh no, well, like Idaho is a good example too. Like I've been to Idaho, and like, you know, I get it, but at the same time, like I don't think it's all it's cracked up to be. You know, like I don't think that it's this bastion of American culture or some shit.
What would you hope that our country turns into then in the next? Because I'm going to be honest with you, American culture, the American way of life is on the decline. American culture, American society, we're on the decline, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. In fact, the American people should acknowledge our way of life is on the decline. We are in a decline right now. What would you hope to see in the next 20, 30 years that would pull us out of that decline?
Look. How much does it cost to buy a home now? How much does it cost to get a loan to buy a car?
In
now?
my area, in my area, the average is $290K to buy a 3-bed 2-bath house.
Exactly. So my point is property, ownership of property, ownership of your source of food, ownership of your own water rights, ownership of a company, ownership of guns, ownership of you know, your local decision making. All that is going away, right? Like that's not debatable, you know. So, you know, America was designed to basically be a mostly agrarian, 90% agrarian group of people that live together and fight with each other voraciously to maintain freedom. So we're so far removed from what we were intended to be, and I recognize that. But what I'm saying is, as soon as America joins what the rest of the world is, you're not going to get back what America was intended to be at all. I don't think. I mean, especially with the technology, we're going to be so interdependent on each other that you're not going to even know what the word freedom means, is my opinion, right? That's what
good luck. I'm sorry. I was just commenting to someone in the chat. I was just telling him good luck. Yeah, good luck, bro. Good luck.
No, and this is what I fight about Christians with, because they think that that's the shining example. It's like, well, you give up your technology, maybe you can get that back. But with technology, you're never going to get that back. It's just not possible.
By the way, a lot of Christians, I still believe in the God of Abraham. By the way, I mean, I can't call myself a Christian because I'm a bad example of a Christian, but I still believe in Yahweh, Jehovah, I am that I am, whatever you want to call him. But by the way, because a lot of Christians will make this point that, oh, well, when the Muslims took over Constantinople, they renamed it Istanbul. Actually, that city was called Istanbul until the 1920s. You can look it up. It wasn't until the 1920s they renamed it Istanbul officially. It was still called Constantinople for hundreds of years after the fact. But that's all. Go ahead, Norjack. That's all. The only point I wanted to make. That's it.
Yeah, I guess all I'm saying is, like, the way that this technological system is going, you know, the notion of freedom is basically a moot point at this point, because you know, when you can't afford to buy, you know, a half an acre of land and build a house on it on your own, and have rights to the water beneath you, and have the right not to pay property tax for the rest of your life till you die, and then your children have to pay a tax to get the property that you already paid for. We're not living in anything that is going to be recognizable. And my point is, people coming here for a better opportunity, quote unquote, to go do whatever bullshit job so they can get their $20 an hour, are not going to care about those things, because where they're coming from is so much worse than just being here and doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, it's not against the people individually. It's just the fact. And again, I blame Americans far more than I blame the immigrants, because they didn't appreciate what they had. And now you see the result of it is, like, they didn't appreciate it. And that's the thing, is, like, I know more immigrants that I've met that do appreciate the American dream and are willing to fight for it than I know Americans who are
fifth generation, sixth generation, eighth generation. And I hate to say that, but that's my experience in my life. I could be wrong, but that's what I see, because most right-wing conservative people, like you're talking about, who are looking for an answer like a Trump, they don't want to look at the hard fact that Trump and all these people in these positions of power, even if they wanted to do something to bring back that Americana dream that once was there from, like, you know, the Jeffersonian or whatever, right? Kind of people, right? They will not be in that position because they will be gone, right? If they actually did anything that would affect it, right? And so what I'm trying to say is, it's hard enough to get people who are from this place to appreciate it. And the fact is like, with all the immigration, all this, it's just going to get worse. And the thing is, like I said, I'm not only thinking about America going away, I'm thinking about the world is just going to accept whatever technology is coming. And all I'm trying to get at is that if we don't take into account what this interdependency and the technology is going to be about, I don't think that we're really being serious about what we're facing as a human race, not only as an American, but as a human race, right? Like, and I don't know how to, I have a lot more I want to say, but I'm kind of like, I'm like you said, we're not really disagreeing either, but I'm just trying to make a very strong point of, like, I'm not saying like white people good or something. Like, I think that there are good things about white people for sure. I think we had a good, robust European culture, but obviously it wasn't enough for us to want to preserve it. And I think that the primary reason for that is A, bad philosophy, and B, technology. I'm not sure which order I put that in, but between those two things, I think one of those two things destroyed whatever good was in a European
And
culture.
see, we getting gang banged up in this shit, so it didn't, A and B doesn't even matter anyway.
Yeah, basically, we're getting fucked every way from.
I would say, Neurojack, that European culture will be preserved. It'll just be Hispanics who preserve it. I would say the Hispanics will be the ones who preserve European culture in the United States, or the remnants of it. Simply because that if you look at most Hispanic cultures, they still believe in traditional Christian values. That some part of the populace in the United States still believes in.
But
Christianity isn't European though; it's Middle Eastern.
But
that's fine, but it's proliferated by European culture.
But what does that even mean though? Like, if you can't own your own house, you can't own your own livestock, you can't, you know what I mean? Like, what does that really mean?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying.
Like, yeah, like what I mean
Go
is
ahead.
like, it was based on such a, like, you can't really, my whole point, I think, and this is what I try to argue with like right-wing Christian people all the time, who I pretty much agree with on most things. It's like, if you don't take into consideration, like, what is a natural human life like? Because we're getting so far removed from it. And again, like, I'm a part of the world. I have a cell phone. I have a car, you know, and I like a lot of modern conveniences. But the fact is, it's like more and more we keep getting removed from like having access to the land and to the water and having the ability to say no.
I would say, Neurojack. I'm sorry. No, go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'm running out of steam.
What I would say is, because I don't have much longer, because I do have to go to bed soon. And thank you for having me up here, Machine, because I didn't mean to be up here long. I got to be to work by 12:30 tomorrow, or today rather.
No worries.
But I think ultimately, the world is going to go through a period. I don't think we're gonna all have a kumbaya, holding hands, united moment where we're all finally find world peace. I think there's gonna be a cooling period after the war, the latest war in the Middle East, cools down, where we realize that. Well, I think the world has its red pilling and realized that we were all just goyim at the end of the day. I know you're gonna agree with that, Machine. I know you're already there. You see what I'm saying. But I think the world's gonna have a cooling off period where we realize we were all just goyim at the end of the day, and we have a cooling off period. We kind of see our differences and we settle them. And once we get the main issue somewhat resolved, there's not any one solution. Maybe we're not going to really find a final solution anytime soon. Wink, wink. But once we go through that cooling off period, then we'll go back to fighting amongst ourselves as per the normal, usual program scheduling. But
yeah, no, and look, I get the thing is like I'm not totally pessimistic either, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like I understand what you're saying there, but the thing is like the way that technology is doing, I do see a lot of people coming together as human beings in a lot of good ways, and I see that as a positive side. But kind of what you're saying there is like, let's just say that you're correct about what you're saying about the J thing, right? I think that you still are going to have to deal with the corruption of the individual, right? And if we're not willing, able to address that problem, then it's all for nothing. Like when people say like, what is your political position? I just say anarcho-capitalist. People think that means I want anarchy. No, what I'm saying is you have to address the individual's moral system. And until we're able to hold individuals accountable as individuals and go from the bottom up, that it really doesn't matter who's ruling you, because a good man won't be ruled, but immoral people are always happy to be ruled, because then it's easy to hide what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And so that's kind of what I'm getting at. You know, and that's a very complicated thing I'm trying to boil down. But
two questions.
You know.
Two questions, real fast. The first is for you, Neurojack, and the second is for you, Machine. Real quick, just answer really fast, Neurojack. Do you believe in capitalism at all cost?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And Machine Lies, do you disagree with my idea that we are all just treated as goyim at the end, and once we settle our differences, that we handle the being treated as goyim issue, and then we'll solve our own issues together? Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that.
Okay. That's
all. I want to be asked that question.
Oh, I'm saying, do you? Okay. Well, the Neurojack, do you disagree that we are all of us collectively are treated as just goyim, and that once collectively we handle the being treated as goyim issue, that we can that the collective groups can solve our own issues after that problem?
I would hope so, but the truth is, here's what I think on that matter. I think that most people don't really care if they're a goyim or a slave or whatever you want to call it. I think most people, from my experience, white, black, doesn't matter what color they are, whatever. I think that most people don't really care because they're enslaved by convenience at the moment. And I think the convenience is what I see as the most dangerous thing going on right now in the world. I think convenience is making people do things that they wouldn't otherwise do, because it's so they don't have to see the direct effect of what they're doing, right? And so, and this is why, like, I have a general anti-tech thing, because it's hard to hold people morally accountable for things that they can't perceive. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's kind of where I'm coming from. And so, and just on the goyim versus whatever thing, the reason why the Jays are succeeding is because there's a lot of goyim who are more than willing participants in the plan. So that's kind of part of the problem.
I'm gonna hop off because I have to go to bed. I have to be to work by 12:30 today. I did not mean to hijack your stream. I see you, Neurojack. Thanks for having a discourse with me. A Machine, I didn't mean to hijack your stream at all. This was unanticipated completely, but thank you for allowing me to the discourse that I wanted to give.
No, you're welcome anytime. Like I
well,
said,
this was accidental. This was 100% accidental. This wasn't even intended. I meant to come on here just to chat about your topic. But I guess fate had a different plan. I guess it must have been that way. That God had a different plan, and Neurojack is back. Okay. Neurojack is back. Neurojack, you'll be able to. Thank you, Neurojack, for having a discourse with me versus just having an argument with me. Thank you for being able to at least do that.
Oh no, I enjoyed it a lot because I don't, you know, I think that you have a very interesting perspective, and like at least you're willing to talk about it, because I mean, a lot of these ideas I have, I can't really get out doing it solo. So I do appreciate the conversation. It is very useful.
Yeah, and I really didn't mean to come over here and have this conversation. It was, you know, machine. The only way I can say it was pulled out of me without my actually meaning it for it to happen. It was unintended completely. But
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Yeah.
I swear to God, I came up here just to be part of the conversation, not take it over. But Machine, thank you so much. Neurojack, thank you so much. Chris,
Bless
thank you so
you,
much. Even though
brother.
you're quiet. Cecil, thank you so much. And guess what? And Tommy, I don't have a beef with you at all. And I actually never had a beef with you to begin with. I actually like Tommy and his discourse,
I'm
but
sure he doesn't have a
and
beef with any of us. That's just how he gets down.
I know. It's just you know what though. You know what though. I got a feeling like he's gonna end up pulling up on my channel out of nowhere and starting a bunch of shit. And I don't do fuck shit on my and I don't do fuck shit on my channel. I don't at all. So Tommy, you're welcome to my channel. Just don't bring fuck shit there, and we'll be good. That's all. But thanks to everybody in the chat, even those of you who have smoked for me. I appreciate it. I have to go to bed. I got to work in the morning or in the afternoon rather. Y'all stay blessed. Till next time.
Bless you, Jay. Yeah, for
Take care,
real.
guys.
Yeah, see you soon, and look out for Tommy soon on Jay's channel. Since he invited that. But yeah, bless you, Jay. You know, but yeah, you know, we're gonna have Jay out here. You know, you know, Jay's Hot Topics. You know, that's Jay's channel. You know, let me see if I could drop the link out here. But yeah, we gotta get up on that. You know, we're gonna make an appearance out there too pretty soon. You know, let me see if I could drop the link here.
Yeah, I'm going back and reading some of the chats because they're saying some very interesting shit and I missed it. So I'm trying to go back and
Yeah,
read.
for sure. Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, holy shit.
Go off with it. Yeah.
About that some about that stream last night, and yeah, I only listened to about 10 minutes of it, and I was shocked by what I heard, to say the least. Well, maybe not shocked, but shocked that they would say it. But yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't really get up on the recent news, but I'm glad we had that discussion because we are tying into these topics here. You know what I mean? So, you know, anytime we know wherever the conversation really goes is fine. But yeah, bless you guys, man, for being out here with us.
Hey, I just wanted to say, like, have you guys ever heard of like Cheech and Chong?
Yeah,
you guys know?
comedians. Yeah, those guys are funny.
Yeah, dude. There's this one song that the Cheech Marin was singing in one of his movies. It went like this: Beaners like to eat beans. Anyway, that's it.
Well, that was a very lovely song.
Beaners.
No, and the thing is, like, you know, it's hard to talk about these topics because people always think, oh, you love white people or you hate these kind of people. It's like, well, I'm just trying to have a realistic view of what's going on. And even like, you know, the whole Jay thing, it's like, you know, I personally blame everybody other than Jays more than I blame the Jays because, you know, it's kind of everybody else's fault at the end of the day. You know, it's like,
yeah, it's not their fault. They're just, you know, naturally like nefarious espionage like race that likes to weasel under everybody's skin, and fucking once you let them in, they freaking try to kill you. But it's everybody else's fault.
Well,
you know, Jack, what seems like to me is it seems like to me they're trying to wipe out the white culture, you know, the white people and the white culture by bringing all these foreigners. Okay,
and do you know why that is?
You know?
Do you know the main reason for that?
You know? I might be wrong, but that's what it seems like. Because I remember back in the olden days, when white culture was a lot more prominent, things are a lot better economically. You know, now I might be wrong on that, but that's what it looks like to me. You know,
but I can tell you the key reason for that being okay. individuality, they've done studies, okay, and individuality is a key component in innovation, right, and technological advance. And white people seem to have, now, not, I'm not saying this about all white people, but you know, there have been some that have been, I mean, pretty individualistic and have come up with, you know, quite a bit of the world's technological advances through whatever means they, you know, we can debate this or whatever, but, you know, I've heard estimates that somewhere in the neighborhood of half of the world's technological advances have come from people of or countries of mostly Caucasian. Anyway, now that the world is as technologically advanced as they need it to be to basically enslave everyone, they've decided that they don't need white people anymore. And now we have been slaughtered for elimination by the most humane means that they have designed, which is basically they're just going to breed us out of existence.
Yeah, everybody knows Europeans mostly set this country up. You know, seems like they're trying to wipe them out. You know.
Well, yeah, we're also the most rebellious, the most resistant to what do you want to call it?
We're most rebellious, prone to war. You know, we're the best at war.
Well, yeah, prone to war. Some of the best fighters in freaking, you know, history. You know, I mean, we can say that the Asians are a close second, but and you know, so but the Asians seem to be a little bit more accepting of collectivism, which is the opposite of individuality. So they have decided, whoever they are, have decided to go forward, like I've said before, with the Asian model or Asian army for world control. You know, they've had laws in China about not being able to have daughters. Maybe you've heard about that, where they basically passed laws and said it was no more than one girl per family or something like that. So now they have a surplus of fighting age men. Matter of fact, they have the ability to field one fighting age man for every man, woman, and child that are currently present in the United States of America.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I've heard about that. It's illegal immigration, like normal immigration where you go through the proper channels. That's fine. But that's illegal stuff, you know. They're just bringing a bunch of people that don't share our same culture, trying to wipe us out. And on the China side, or the, you know, you're absolutely right. They did limit the amount of women that could be born, you know, because they wanted mainly men.
It's not so much like
armies and stuff, you know.
Illegal or legal immigration. It doesn't really matter what type of immigration it is. Most of your alternative media or conspiracy channels or whatever you want to call them nowadays are leaning towards this idea that that army is already here in America, or at least the forward part of it is already here in America. You know, in the Bible, America is talked about as being like mystery Babylon or Babylon, and how it falls is the guards were so drunk with the revelry that were taking place inside of Mystery Babylon that they forgot and just let the gates open, and the army that conquers them just walks right in. You know, so it's, you know, when Neuro's talking about it's our own fault, like, yeah, it is basically our own fault, like, but it's all by design.
I agree with that. People don't appreciate what possibly could be and the possibilities. They just want to go get their paycheck, whatever, and do their thing, and not even put any thought into what they're doing. They just want, you know, it's whatever they do, you know. They don't put any thought into it. Like he was saying that at one time you could have water rights and all this, and get the deed to your land, and like not pay taxes anymore till you die. Stuff like this. People don't appreciate stuff like that anymore. They don't, not on a large scale. They don't like to think about these kinds of things. For whatever reason. Maybe they don't know. I don't know what their problem is. But they don't do that or something. I don't know. So it's eroding that way of life.
I disagree in that, we're basically being set up as for slavery, for large scale slavery. You don't blame the people who are being enslaved for somebody coming and, we signed on to supposedly, what is it, freaking 10 trillion worth of debt to China. I didn't sign it for that. Some corrupt politician decided to do it. I didn't agree to that. So if somebody comes over here and enslaves us and puts us in work camps or whatever, because we have a bunch of traitors for politicians, that's not my fault.
Yeah, well, not on an individual level, but I mean, I was talking about like people don't want to have discussions like we're having right now on a large scale. They just want to be entertained, watch their football, whatever, and nothing wrong with football, but you know what I mean. They'd rather be entertained, than
breads and circuses, right? Well, me personally, I'm not so much into that myself, but I've decided that my more effective version of my life and myself can go on once I've removed liberalism from it. And so I'm planning on relocating somewhere where that's capable of happening. I lived in Seattle for 10 years and I tried to go to school up there, and it's literally a situation of if you're doing anything major with your life, you had better at least pretend like your politics syncs up with their politics.
Yeah, there's liberals, man. They're a bunch of communists, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. It's a bunch of communists.
All these handouts, and I didn't even take that stupid check. That that COVID check. I didn't take that thing. I didn't cash that. I didn't participate in that because I don't like that kind of stuff. It's dumb. It's communist. People don't see it. Oh, I get a free handout. It's like no, you don't.
Right. They want us all dependent on the government, getting checks from the government. Everybody who doesn't work for the government has autism somehow. They want us all on drugs. They all want us all kissing cops' asses all the time. And I see that even in freaking, these rural places that are still on the West Coast. Like the sheriff's departments are different. They're governed by the United States Constitution, but police are basically just gun-toting tax collectors. They're literally, their job is to try to freaking press whatever crimes they possibly can on you so they can get money out of you.
That is true. The sheriff is a constitutional office. The police they're just made up.
It's basically a private security force that it's hired by cities.
Yeah, the police are not in the Constitution. You're right.
Right. So, there's corruption on a lot of levels, and there's like, for example, when that shit went down in New Mexico, where the governor was saying, oh well, the Second Amendment, we're just going to suspend the Second Amendment. The largest county in America is in New Mexico, right? And we're not talking about Albuquerque. So I follow this YouTube channel that this guy who lives there. The YouTube channel is called Contingency Plan. And he's saying, well, the governor can go ahead and said that, but the sheriff here has already said, we're just not going to enforce that.
Yeah, the sheriff has a right to do that constitutionally, from a constitutional standpoint. If something goes against the Constitution, he has a right to disregard it.
So
that's
it's like
that's his right and duty.
I'm working on more towards, there's people around here that talk to me about being in off-grid populations and stuff like that. I'm working more on moving myself to a level where maybe I can actually have conversations with people who think this way, but offline and stuff like that, and go places where you can't sit in the middle of liberal utopia and just freaking complain. That's the reason why I left Seattle. Right now I'm in Central Oregon. It's turning freaking blue over here. It's ridiculous. This 10 years ago, this was a freaking rural conservative town. And there's all these Portlanders that are coming over here because they don't want to be around the crime. I mean, deregulation of drugs and all this shit. They don't want to be around that.
Yeah.
So
you're wise to get a bunch of people around you that think like you do, and try to set up off grid as much as possible. Have your own water supplies and be independent as much as possible, to where you don't even need to use their money if possible. You can do your own hunting and have your own land. That way, they have at least the amount of jurisdiction over you as possible. So whoever's telling you that is on the right track.
Right. Good barter if you need to. Water filters are really important. Because water source okay, but if water falls out of the sky every once in a while, and if you can know how to build your own filters and filter water and stuff like that, that's really important. And then
there's ways
like
you can
said,
take stuff from the land and build your own water filters. Do it with your own hands.
Charcoal, sand, and a couple of other things, but yeah, man. I mean, I'm looking to freaking go relocate, go back to school, go live in a drug-free environment. I mean, if you look at the crime statistics for the area of like Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, it's actually below average as far as the nation goes. Like, there's some parts of Idaho where somebody hasn't been murdered in like 20 years.
Yeah, it's a different culture out there. It's not so urban, or urban thinking, I should say. But anytime you get a bunch of people pack ratted together, it brings in the people who are not as moral, shall we say, trying to be nice.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
people turn feral when you bunch them all together. So like Boise's the largest city in Idaho. It's only 16% of the state's population. So that means Idaho's population is spread out. And actually, if you look up, they're doing this thing because of recent events, right? If you go Central Oregon to the border, that's all conservative, farm-owning Christian people. You don't get into the heavily drug, lame, liberal bullshit until you get down on the coast of Oregon, right? So there's this thing called the Greater Idaho Project, where they're actually voting to try to turn Idaho into a state the size of Texas and have half of Oregon join Idaho.
Wow.
Yeah. If you look it up online, it's called greateridahoproject.org.
Do they still want to be under the union, or they want to separate off?
No. Well, I mean, that could happen later, but basically, as it stands right now, there's 12 counties in Eastern Oregon that have voted to join Idaho.
But here's my argument with all that, though, because they have woke their politicians and their police and everything. They're so corrupted already. They already have the blue hair kids and everything. I mean, like, yes, they're to some degree they are holding it off, but the policies and everything is undermining everything that they're trying to preserve anyways, right? Like, they can only hold out so much longer the way things are going is kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, at some point they're going to hit a breaking point, like, just because like my point is like going to a red state and hoping that this thing won't get to you. I just don't think that that's going to work. You know what I mean? Like California was one of the most conservative places in the world 50 years ago, right? Like, and look what it's become, you know, like it's totally changed in 50 years, right? And now with technology, it's going to accelerate much more, in my opinion, you know?
Well, Silicon Valley is in Southern California, and that's some people argue that's like the heart of a lot of our problems, right? But dude, I like I said before, I'm cool with just giving. Fuck it, you know, you gotta pick. If you want to win the war, you gotta pick and choose your battles, right? And sometimes in order to do that, you gotta give ground. Okay, so America can just balkanize, and there'll be patches of areas that'll you know still be America, and there'll be patches of areas that we can just say, okay, here you go, Mexico. You know, and if anything, it'll improve the quality of Mexico because it'll increase the industrial level of that country. You know, and you know, I mean, if they're just gonna let freaking masses of these people come across the border, and let's be honest, they've been doing this for decades now. It's just only recently that anybody's even, you know, Trump's wall was basically like pandering to a bunch of stupid rednecks as a good idea. Like, oh, we're gonna stop it, guys. Vote for me. Like,
but here is you're not allowed to keep out the masses of people from Idaho. You can't go to the border and say, stop letting these people in. You can't say, I'm not going to use the US dollar anymore. You can't say, I don't want to participate in the United States government. Like, they will get you to participate whether you want to or not. They're not going to allow people to I mean, people tried that 150 years ago, and we all know how that went, right? And everybody keeps saying it's because of slavery. I totally reject that. I think it had very little to do with that, but let's just assume that it did. Whatever. That's about the way it's going to go if people really try to pull away.
right. I mean, maybe, you know, there might be, you know, technology after all is also a two-edged sword. I've been to Idaho. Let me tell you what, the police do their job there. Okay, you got these homeless encampments in Portland and in Seattle where they're basically just like open air drug markets. The police don't allow that in Idaho. There is no homeless people loitering in the same spot for days and days and hours because that allows drug dealing to take place. So they're like in front of the homeless shelter in downtown Boise, there's a street where the people sleep, and the cops come through every morning at 6 a.m. and sweep it, and we're like, okay, so you slept here last night, cool, whatever, get up and go somewhere else now. Like the cops actually do their job. And there was just a major drug bust over there on the Oregon Idaho border where they busted a bunch of distributors. Like if you have people like, let's say, in the military and in police forces and so on and so forth, who are actually serious about their oath to defend the people that they're sworn to defend, then you have a backbone of society that can allow for its betterment. But you know, you get these freaking cops that, you know, they're basically just parasites. All they care about is securing their paycheck coming in, and they know that the only way that they can do that is by handing out more citations. You know, Oregon doesn't even have sales tax. You know, so that
but like I kind of agree with what Earl Pipe is saying down there. Like his latest comment, I pretty much agree with what he's saying there. I think that's kind of I think that's kind of built into their plan, and to some degree.
Neo-feudalism, yeah, we're definitely engaging in neo-feudalism. They just, sell freedom as kind of like a shiny veneer over everything. But um, I don't know, man. You just gotta be willing to, vet your politicians, and like I said, if that doesn't work, you can just spread out, and you know, if a place like Idaho was even attacked with like nuclear weapons, they would have to pepper the entire fucking state in order to take everybody out. But I don't think they're going to do that. Honestly, I don't think they're going to use nukes again unless they absolutely have to, because it fucks up the real estate.
No, and also, what Uncle Fatty said up here a little earlier, he said that Idaho is purple. Most Idahoans believe in human rights, equal rights, separation of church and state, women's health care. And like, that was the impression I got when I visited Idaho. It's like, they're more conservative relative to the rest of the country. Yes. But I also think that like, they're not really willing to send their young men off to die for their freedom that they want to hold on to so much. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
Boise willing to go that far,
Boise, when I was there, I was there right after they had their first Pride parade in downtown Boise, and there was rainbow flags everywhere, right? And that was like a year or two ago. Okay, so Boise is definitely purple, but once you get into like some of the communities that are around the state capitol, it starts turning more into, you see American flags everywhere. Trucks have rifle racks in them. I mean, the way of life that you're talking about, the American way of life, for people who are still living it and still understand the benefits of it, there are people that are willing to die for that.
Well, I agree. And I guess here's the way I look at it. In the way that they say in business that you have to be expanding or you're dying, I think that that's the way we should feel about our culture. Like, if we're having to retreat into redoubts in northern Idaho as the last ditch effort to sustain ourselves, that is not a good sign. And I'm sure that TML feels the same way about Islam as well. Like, a lot of people have this impression that Islam is very based and very concerned with their stuff, but I think that Islam is facing the same problem that whitey and Christians are facing, which is that their whole way of life has been so undermined that the last bastion of the remnants of it are being kind of like systematically cornered and wiped out and isolated. So even if it does survive in some form, it's certainly not going to be what it once was or intended to be, if that makes any sense, right? And I guess that's kind of where I'm, because I do see what you're saying, and I do think that to some degree you're right, but I think I just see the whole, the big picture to me is just that, our culture is, we're kind, like you said, I think that we do. I agree with what you said about we have to lose some battles to win a war, and perhaps that is kind of what's going on with the United States in a long game, but I just don't see, and but at the same time, like I think that it's hard to really know who's really running this. And I guess like you said something along the lines of like, it is the J's fault because they do all the sneaky stuff. But I guess what I'm saying is like, if we don't love our if people don't love their culture, their religion, their way of life enough to protect it when it's easy, they're gonna have to go through some very terrible things to try and get any semblance of what they started with back, is kind of what I'm getting at,
Well, it's like in Lindsay, like the way she phrased the problem, there's an inherent solution in the way she phrased the problem, because she said we all want Tor ideologies to I mean we all want our ideology, she was trying to say our ideologies to be accepted or at least tolerated, but everyone thinks she was trying to say thinks everyone else is entirely wrong and crazy. Well, it sounds like everyone has the same problem. If we just realize that we're all having the same problem, then we could really quickly solve it. You see what I'm saying? It's like all of these ideologies are affected the same way by a greater threat. And that's what we're trying to outline, is that, there's something similar that's eroding all of the traditions, not just one of them. And it's eroding them all in the same way. So if we could pinpoint what that is, then it doesn't matter how much we disagree with one another. We can agree that we disagree with this greater threat in the same way. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Well, and I think that that's kind of what we try to get around to as safely as we can, because I think that, this is why I think technology is so dangerous, because to some degree, it seems that the direction we're going in, your ability to choose, like I remember being a kid and choosing not to use computers, right? And then after a certain point, I think around like 14 years old, pretty much you didn't have a choice of whether or not you wanted to use it. That was more than 20 years ago. So now what are we facing? Like before, you didn't need a cell phone to, you'd use a phone to call people, right? Now you pretty much can't do really much of anything without a cell phone in your hand at some point. I mean, you can try, you can to some degree get away with it, but you just can't really participate in the system. And I guess, like you said, we can go to Idaho and live on a farm or try and do stuff like that. But, to successfully, raise a family and and do certain things, like you're going to have to trade certain values to, to do that. Right. And, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, what is the overarching thing? I mean, I think technology is a big part of it, but I do think that there is another thing that is perhaps even above that, and I'm not sure exactly what that is. But
Well, have you ever, Neuro? Do you know who? Do you know who Red Ice are?
yeah, I used to listen to them back in the day, but I can't remember their full detail. I just know they're kind of what they're roughly about. Like I know they're similar to like Adam Green, but I don't know the exact.
Yeah, they were kind of like icons in the alt-right community. Maybe they still are. I don't know, but that dude.
Yeah, they're friends with Adam Green, who I had on here. So they watched the Adam Green show still. He had him on last time. In his chat. When I was watching Adam Green, they were up in the chat. Henrik Palmgren of Red Ice. Yep, that's the guy who runs.
Henrik's actually from Sweden, right? And so that's one of the countries that's going through. I mean, they're as white as it gets, and Europe is undergoing racial issues right now, even in places like Sweden, right? And so at one point they had one of these guests on, and he was talking about it was a hacker, that's what it was, and they were talking about programming drones to be racist, right? And being able to select so there's this system, and I don't agree with this, by the way, because I think once you start selecting by race, then you're opening up a really dangerous can of worms. But there has to be a way to use technology to basically be able to create an ideological gateway, and basically say, hey, like for example, what Chris was talking about with communism, right? Like handing people money. Like maybe we could flip it back on them and be like, look, if you receive such and such amount of assistance from your government, and we have records of this or whatever, then you ain't a part of my shit, motherfucker. You a freaking checking the stamps, nigga. And we ain't doing that shit over here. Okay. You know, you better get a job or some shit. I don't know, man. It's just a thought. You know, I'm just saying. You know, like there has to be some way to, you know, for like example, it used to be like back in the day, in order for you to immigrate to Canada, you had to be bringing something to the table. It was a point system. Okay. So if you were going to go get Canadian citizenship, because they have a bunch of land up there that's like they have homesteading rights, right? So what that is like you could go up there and like if you develop the land, like built the roads, put the power in, and all that sort of stuff, that like they would give it to you, right? But it used to be that in order to become a Canadian citizen, you have to be a Canadian citizen in order to do that. You had to have like either a certain amount of money in the bank, and I'm talking like tens of thousands of dollars in the bank, be a doctor, be a scientist, or so, you know, bring something to their table, right? Just like in the old Greek culture, it was like service with citizenship. Well, you could either be a soldier, you could be a really successful merchant, you could be a scientist or you know, you had to increase their culture somehow and bring something to that table. So in order to be considered a citizen, so maybe we could do something along those lines. I mean, you're going to create a proletariat no matter what. There's going to be the unwashed masses. You know, I'm going to be down there freaking washing dishes going, hey guys, can I be cool too or whatever, you know, but
well, no, that's the funny thing. I think even you know, Machine Lies is Muslim, but I'm pretty sure like if he went to Sweden and some of these places where, you know, some of these refugees come from, like he would not feel at home around some of these kind of people, right? Like, you know, there's different types of people. Like even like I say about me and white people, like I've hung around Europeans. I do not get along with most Europeans at all. Okay, I grew up in the South. I do not get along with most white people from the South at all. Okay, and so, you know, it's not, and I'm just saying that as a caveat because I think that people misconstrue it when you talk about this stuff. It's like, oh, it's like you just don't like people of other races. It's like,
no, there's different types of white people, and I know this because you know, you look at you know, my you know, if you just look at well, you know, a really easy way I could show this is by showing you guys Adam Green and Dr. Scorbina talking to each other because it's like, you know, there you have one giant red face guy and another pale face blonde guy, you know, and brown red skin fucking brown haired, you know, dark haired red skinned white motherfuckers don't look the same at all as like pale faced blonde haired white motherfuckers. You know, they just look totally, they look like two different races of people, really. You know, if you look at Mediterranean people, you know, I mean, they're considered white, but they don't look like, you know, Nordic people, Slavic people, and the Slavic people don't look like Anglo-Saxons or anything like that. They look like completely different, even races of people, you know. So obviously, you know, and the same with black people. If you look at the people from the Congo and you know, the people from West Africa to the people from East Africa, you know, if you look at people from East Africa, you know, they have giant heads and small skinny bodies. And if you look at the you know, the West Africans from the Gold Coast, you know, they're like giant you know, people like that, like the African Americans you see here from America. Most of them are from the Gold Coast. You know, when they were taken in slavery, they're from North Africa. You know, we didn't get slaves from the Congo or from any of those regions. So if you go look at Africans from Somalia or from the Congo, they actually look incredibly different than black people that live here. You know, they're like shorter, darker. You know what I mean? You know, it's fascinating stuff. So there's different types of black people. There's different types of white people. You know, interracial. You know what I mean? I mean, within the race. You know, I don't really know what they would call that. You know, designation. But yeah, within a race, there's
But
particular.
but like, have you ever been around like some Arab dudes straight from like where, you know, like, I don't know, whatever country in the Middle East?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like I had like you know, like I guess like immigrants. Like you know, like some of my friends that come here. You know, like I had an immigrant here from Morocco. You know, and he was culturally very different from me. I mean, I came here from you know, like my family came from Pakistan. You know, so we were. I mean, you look at like fucking Pakistanis here. You know, they act very different. You know, most Pakistanis are gonna be from upper middle class, you know, that moved here already with money. You know what I mean? But the Arabs in this region, you know what I mean? I mean, first generation or second generation, you know, even Pakistanis that come here now, you know, they're incredibly different than how we used to be when we came here in the 80s or something like that. You know, what I mean, they're completely different breed of people now. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of people, you know, but yeah, I mean, Arabs here, you know, they're second and third generation Arabs here, you know, that are completely American. You know, like people like you know, like Tarek that we see on the panels. You know, he's completely you know, he's a you know, you know, I would gather that he's like a second generation Arab, you know, coming here of Lebanese people that came here during the um, Israel Lebanon war in the 80s. Right? So yeah, you know, but yeah, you know, Arabs kind of look Italian, yeah, for real, you know. You know, and I get confused for Arab a lot. You know, I'm not even Arabic, you know, but yeah, you know, but yeah, I'm what's considered Indian. I don't look Indian at all. I don't even look like a fucking Indian person or whatever, you know what I mean?
Harappan.
Yeah, because I'm like 6'3". I'm tall. I'm light skinned. I have green eyes. I mean, it is. I mean, that's the thing. Northern Pakistanis, we don't even look like South Indians. You know, from the same fucking subcontinent, we don't even
No,
look like
no,
each
you
other.
know what's funny is like you and I look more similar than like a lot of people that see, oh, that's a white dude, and I'm like, I look so different than that dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah.
just hilarious to me. That's what I mean. It's like people are so, because like I have red, blonde, brown mixed hair, and like, you know, I thought I was Irish for a long time because of the red hair, and then I was around Irish people, and I'm like, I do not fucking get along with Irish people at fucking all. You know what I mean? But Scottish people or British Isle people, yeah, I get along with them okay. And people from the Netherlands or like some parts of Germany, I get along with them great. But you go put me in front of like a straight British piece of shit guy, I hate them so much. You know what I mean? Like I can't describe how much I hate British people. You know?
Yeah,
A
I get
lot
along
of
with
Brits
Germans
are
really well
not.
too. Germans are great as far as well, that's been my experience.
Yeah, most Germans I met, I'm like, I totally get along with them, or like Swedish people, or like, you know, but you know, you go put me with like certain Italians I get along with great. Other ones, you know, not safe to put us in the same room together, you know. So it is very different, you know, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is like we all get lumped in together because like, oh, you're a Muslim, therefore you just love if all the Muslims took over America. Like I'm pretty sure that you would not be happy if like a bunch of Arab Muslims from, you know, Saudi Arabia came over here and just took over the United States. I'm pretty sure you would not be very happy about that. Right?
Oh hell no! They'd set up like, I don't know, what do you call it, Sharia law or something, and they'd want you to pay your jizya or convert or something like
Well, I
that.
mean,
Like,
even machine lies wouldn't want
dude,
like
man,
you know, like I've met Muslim people from Jordan and Morocco, and I get along with them pretty well. But there's other ones who are from other parts of the Middle East, and like it's just they're fucking nasty people. Like not like, you know, like hygiene wise. I mean, like they just don't give a fuck about their environment. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not all one thing. Yeah.
Speaking of hygiene, bro, we need to get the East Indians to stop taking a shit everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like they shit in the shower, even. You know, it's like, goddamn, dude. Like, how can your country? I asked this one kid at school one time. I was like, how can your country have nuclear weapons and like aircraft carriers and shit, but you don't have enough toilets for everybody? Like, this is just, I cannot wrap my mind around it. Like, goddamn, dude, stop shitting on the street. Just like, holy, like, wow.
Well,
And
they
so I guess,
they have a huge, massive overpopulation problem, you know, in India that we don't have in Pakistan there. And that's kind of the problem, is that in India, you know, they just have so many and also it's a problem in China too, you know, where they got a lot of, you know, it's kind of like an industrial hellscape, you know, where they kind of sold out a lot of their country's land and property for factories and shit like that, you know. So, you know, so I mean, to a certain extent, they have that problem in India, in China, you know what I mean? But yeah, the thing is that, you know, you know, the Indians who come here, you know, they seem to be pretty well to do. You know what I mean? I mean, they got like hotels and Dunkin' Donuts and stuff like that. You know, so I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? And I've seen the way they live. You know, they're highly successful compared to Pakistanis here. You know, Pakistanis are kind of poor and shit. You know, I mean, we might brag and shit about how our country doesn't look like India, and but you know what I mean. The thing is that, you know, Pakistanis are rather, compared to Indians, unsuccessful, you know, in terms of business. So they take a hit on all those things. You know, they don't build like gutter systems, but you know, they make a lot of fucking money. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's hard to say, and they're doing business with countries like Israel and stuff like that, like the Modi guy, the President Modi we were playing last time. You know, them meeting with the countries of Israel, they get a lot more support from the West than countries like Pakistan. I mean, Pakistan, we've been invaded, you know, drone strikes, Taliban, all sorts of fucking shit. You know, we right at our border and shit. Fucking lost the most lives in the war on terror than any other country, you know, known to man. You know, that's Pakistan. You know, so I mean, because we're right next to Afghanistan, you know, so it's a crazy time for that country, you know. But I mean, in terms of nuclear war, yeah, Pakistan and India, you know, they got nukes. They're cutting edge in the world in terms of science and technology. You know, some of the top tier scientists, researchers, you know, technologists. You know, you go look at the Google conference and the Facebook conference. There's always some house Negro, like Indian dude up there that like runs the company. You know, you know, it's always an Indian dude that they put as like the patsy, like second or third in charge of the you know, he's like the head goy in charge of like the JH company or whatever. You know, you know, they always put that guy up there. But yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing, is that how could we be so you know, top tier in the world in terms of education and research, have some of the craziest students, and we all work for, you know, all of these other countries and corporations around the world. I mean, that's the thing, is that they never put the wealth back into their own people. You know, that's the problem with these fucking you know, the brown people. They kind of destroy their own countries because they learn all of this technology and stuff. They even develop it on their own, but you know, the goal is, I guess, to sell it to the Western countries, you know, to make a lot of money. So instead of producing it themselves and using it themselves, you know, they sell it to the Western countries, you know. From I'm in Pakistan, you know, there's a guy named AQ Khan, Abdul Qadir Khan. You know, there's also a guy named Dr. Abdus Salam. You know, if you look up this guy, you know, Dr. Abdus Salam, you know, it's actually shocking, you know what I mean? They're not just you know, in terms of, they didn't just you know, make a nuclear weapon independent of the West, but they actually came up with a theory that helped build them for the first time. So they came up, so they helped make the concept of nuclear weapons. You know, this guy, Abdus Salam, Nobel Prize in Physics, you know, a theoretical physicist, you know, for his he won a Nobel Peace Prize for his contribution to electroweak unification theory. So yeah, you know, I mean, the thing is that, you know, they're cutting edge in research, but yet, you know, I mean, it's shocking stuff, you know, I mean, for real, you know, that you know,
But yet he probably shits in the shower.
who, that guy? No way. That guy uses a bidet. He doesn't use toilet paper. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
oh, damn. He's like the
yeah,
opposite direction. He's
yeah,
like,
the opposite. Yeah, the opposite direction. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
This guy's
damn.
using a fucking bidet in Sweden. You know, you got to be fucking kidding me. No, hell no, no. He's shitting
Yeah.
way better than any of us are. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
I think
yeah,
I think it's funny because people think that we're so advanced here in the West, but it's like funny once you go to a country with like everybody uses a bidet, like,
instead of toilet paper. Yeah, exactly.
and washes their feet every single like time they take
That's
off.
what they do. Yeah, that's what they do in Pakistan. In Pakistan, like they shit like they do in Europe. They have like bidets and shit. You know,
Yeah,
so that's just what.
that's the funny thing is like people are like hygiene is. I hate to say this, but hygiene, America is not as far advanced in hygiene as they think they are, in my opinion. You know, it's
I probably, I hate to say this, but I probably wash my hands more than anybody else at my restaurant.
yeah.
And I'm talking like some of the servers and shit, like the people who are like handling the plates after people have eaten or whatnot. And like I make sure that customers see me go offline and go freaking wash my hands.
No, that's one reason I can't do the food service stuff because like I fucking hate people I hate dirty ass people in food service, man. Like I want to like I can't be around those people because it's like it's yeah, man. It's really
The food service industry, again, the food service industry is becoming inundated with like autists. It's like it's becoming like the catch-all industry for like, oh, my child
That's
is a freaking
that's another thing.
underachiever.
The guy who made YouTube is Pakistani. You guys know that?
oh shit.
Yeah,
No,
the guy who actually created the fucking YouTube is actually Pakistani. Yeah, you guys look it up. You know,
Does he
they literally invented everything. I mean, it's crazy, man.
does he wear a small hat or he got bought out by the small hats?
He was bought out by the small hats.
Yeah, that's funny. You know, I remember YouTube back before.
Pakistanis don't wear small hats, by the way. Yeah, it's crazy.
No, just joking. But no, but it's funny because like I do remember YouTube before it got bought out by Google, and it was like it was fun. Like it was like a fun platform.
They have Christians in Pakistan, by the way, but they're poor as fuck. You know, they're just poor. You know,
Is that because the Muslims suppressed them for so long? I'm
I
joking.
mean, there's just so little of them. You know,
No,
so
I know.
like,
I'm joking because
I
that's
want
what
to be like,
that's
yeah.
what all the Christians say. They say, well, if the Muslims control you, they're going to suppress the Christians because you're not a Muslim or whatever. And which you know, I don't know.
Well, they're not. Well, it's an interesting relationship because they practice Islam, you know, but they're not. They don't really practice it the way that Arabs practice it, you know, to a large extent, you know, and by and large, I think people from Turkey or people from Pakistan, even though they're not Arab, they're a lot of times more religious than Arab people in terms of Islam. So they're more Islamic. So I don't know if that actually makes a lot of sense to a lot of people, but a lot of the the top scholars for Islam, they're not Arabs. They come from like Pakistan and Turkey and stuff like that. So
Have you
it's crazy. Like, yeah, they got a lot of like highly educated people. I mean, but yeah.
have you ever heard the same thing that's said about Genghis Khan about Muhammad, where that he was like a red haired with blue eyes and stuff like that? Have you ever? Do you think there's any truth to that, or because I've also heard the same thing about Buddha too? They said that Buddha was not East Asian person, stuff like that.
Have you ever known any Siberians?
Yep, I sure did.
Okay, so when I was growing up, I knew this Siberian girl, and she was like second or third generation here from Russia, right? So her skin was like, you know how like sometimes white people's skin will be like literally white, like my shirt.
Yep.
Like her cheeks were like devoid of any type of color, right? She had black hair, but and straight like an Asian, and her eyes were not round, but they were like sideways fat teardrops.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So to somebody who's had an untrained eye who didn't know what they were looking for, you would look at her and think, oh, she's some weird type of white person. Maybe she's from Iceland or freaking some Swede or something like that. But so if you go far enough north from Mongolia, you get into Siberia. So I mean, could Genghis Khan have been like a Siberian? Maybe.
Yeah. What about you? Did you think there's any truth to that too? Because like I heard, I mean, even China had like blonde haired people 6,000 years ago and stuff like that. So
Well, they're called cock. We're called Caucasians. They're for some reason they're called Mongoloids or some shit like. I don't really understand why.
Yo,
What
Cecil.
I don't understand
that
that
shit, bro.
nomenclature exactly. But
Yo, my dude said they're called.
like
Yo.
I don't get it. But you know what I mean? It's like it seems like somewhere somebody who came up with all this nomenclature thought that Asians and white people were more closely related than Africans. Somehow. I don't really understand.
Well, it's true that Buddhism spread to China from India. So, and when the guy his name was Bodhidharma. You guys know about Bodhidharma, he was basically known as the blue-eyed barbarian. So yeah, he had blue eyes. He was from northern Pakistan. He did have blue eyes. So the guy who spread Buddhism over there, you know, uh, and similar things can be said about other people of other religions. But yeah, who knows? I know that the Prophet Muhammad, he was an Arab, and that means that he was part of the Arab tribes. And not only that, he unified all of the Arab tribes. So the Arabs were part of different tribal groups, and they became a unified people after the Prophet Muhammad uh, basically combined them, into one warring group of people, a nation, so and also they created the language of Arabic, of which there was many different dialects. Arabic actually comes from Syriac and Aramaic. It's two halves of much more ancient languages that grew up in that region. So if you trace the language, you can find out where it came from. But yeah, it seems like they can trace the genealogy of the prophet. I mean, but yeah, I mean, those groups are mentioned in the Bible. The sons of Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac. The story is mentioned there in Genesis. But and it says there that the Arabs would become a nation of people. So, as to say that perhaps this was fulfilled at the time of the prophet, who knows? Some people like Cynthia and other people, they actually believe that this event is an allusion to the Bible. I heard Cynthia, certain people, Protestants, evangelicals, they actually believe that that Islam actually plays an important role in eschatology, because of this mention of the son of Abraham, Ishmael, going off in the desert alone with Hagar. And of course, it says in Genesis that God will bless him with many nations, in his name. So perhaps, what I mean? That comes from there. But yeah, Arabs, Jews, obviously there are Semitic people, so but not all of the Jews are Semitic. It's interesting to note that, but all of the Arabs are Semitic. Arab is an ethnicity. It's not a religion, but Jew is both an ethnicity and a religion. So it's unique in that way, as we've discussed previously here, And of course, Christian is, as somebody pointed out earlier, is sometimes synonymous with white, but it doesn't have to be. Christian has nothing to do with being white, colloquially speaking. It should have nothing to do with that. After the first Christians were Semitic people, but you couldn't call them Jews, meaning meaning the Jewish religion, but they were, as a matter of fact, Jewish Christians. As we discussed in the beginning of the show, that term doesn't really make sense unless you take Jew to mean their ethnicity and not their religion. Which it can mean. Certainly, Jew is one of the only groups you could do that with. You can't do it with Christian, you can't do it with Muslim, you can't do it with Arab, you can't do it with white. Although
No,
some people, yeah.
that's a good.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
That's a good point. That's why I say that the whole racial teleology literally came from Jews, because it didn't really exist before that, as far as I'm aware. Like they're pretty much the only people that came up with the idea of bloodlines being very important.
Well, I believe they had in other cultures they had they did refer to all other people as barbarians in nearly every other culture on earth, but that was just the normal thing. Sure, they didn't have a racial teleology in terms of having all of the countries of the world, their genealogical roots. If people of if the Greeks saw people from any other country, they just call them barbarians. So that makes, I mean,
sound
so
like
they
friendly.
yeah.
Sound like, well, what I wanted to bring up at the beginning of the stream, but I couldn't really because I was, kept getting phone calls and shit. Was about how if you look at the history of what the Buddhists, well, I guess the Hindus, they came before the Buddhists, talk about with the people of the serpent who came and mixed with human beings, essentially. And I guess Vishnu was like the king of the serpent people. And then, or something along those lines. And then you look at the people of Southeast Asia, they believe that they also came from the serpent people. and that their kings and queens were of this. And then also in Mesoamerica and also in North America, they believe the same thing. And also the Europeans believe the same thing, where they thought that their people came from a mixture of serpent people with regular people, is how they got their royalty. And that is very weird, isn't it? That kind of all these different royal families basically think that they came from some sort of mix with a different type of creature or something like that.
Dude, the depictions of Vishnu that I used to read about, he's described as being like a blue-skinned giant, which I don't know. I mean, that could very easily be like an alien, you know?
Well, when you go to Hindu or Buddhist temples out there in Southeast Asia, like they show all the depiction of their stories, and it's literally giant blue people picking up human beings and ripping them in half and drinking their blood. So
Yeah, and if you look at macroevolution, you see that there's no way for humans to come out of these lesser beings unless it was some sort of miracle leap in mutation or advancement that would have to come about. They give it a timeline of obviously billions of years. What's more likely is that animals were created by the humans and maybe the Nephilim by a form of genetic experimentation. So I think that maybe they combined human genes with like fish or something, and they created mammals or something like that, and that's where actually all of these animals came from. Well, it makes sense if you look at some of the pictures of some of the Egyptian gods and some of these other gods. They look like humans mixed with animals. Well, maybe they just added human genes and created the animals, meaning that the animals actually devolved from some sort of humanoid figures instead of human beings being evolved from them. I could entertain something like that. Even though it's obviously to many people upon hearing, batshit insane.
Well, it makes more sense than the general narrative that we're given. I mean, the general narrative that we're giving is like, given enough time, of course it's possible. And this is where I get into, this is where I go after Gen X Jeff, because it's like, well, he just takes it for granted that, life is just, it's a miracle, but I'm not going to call it a miracle, but I have to grant that it is a miracle. It's like, well, you would, I don't know. It just gets so crazy because, people just take everything that we're told as even Christians basically say, well, evolution makes sense, or they say, well, it can't be that at all. It has to be just, we were just created in 6 days, and they take it literal. Like there's no like middle ground where you just kind of say, well, what are these stories trying to tell us, right? And again, when you go back and you start understanding, like all these royal families claim a lineage that is non-human, essentially. And Christians don't want to look at that and say, why would these people say that? I mean, and also, I mean, like, if you believe the Bible, that's literally what it says. So why wouldn't you want to take interest in that? So I don't know. I just find it very fascinating. Does Islam have any thoughts on this subject at all, or is it just kind of ignored to some degree?
On which aspect of it?
Where humans came from, and the mixing of humans.
I mean, I think that there is, now there's times in the Quran and stuff, where the Jews and other people are disobedient to God, and God turns them into animals. Like turn them into like pigs or monkeys or something like that. So like the thing is that uh maybe these animals that we see on the planet, they're like different aspects of devolution of humans. And obviously in the Gita and all that type of stuff, you see aspects of devolution. Everything is basically a devolution. In the Gita, we all came from a much higher form. Everything came from a much higher form, practically. So I mean, I'm talking about this, and actually Michael Cremo, who studies the Gita, he wrote a book on it, I think called Cosmic Devolution or something like that, Cosmic Devolution or something like that. But yeah, it's about this, sort of entropy or decay that's like built in to the clockwork of the way the cosmos is running, but yeah, certain animal forms, plant forms, I mean, could you imagine if super advanced scientists from the past created plants and animals, by doing genetic experiments? Well, that's what the W.D. Farah thought, that how Yakub created white people by doing genetic experiments, on an island, uh, you know, like he's like an evil scientist, But yeah, that's kind of the thing.
That sounds
And
like something almost, or something like that.
yeah,
Island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, actually.
yeah, it's an inversion of a lot of occult themes, where he kind of reverses the theories. But yeah, you also have like Marduk and those types of things, where and Enlil and all of those Babylonian gods. It seems like there was some genetic manipulation by the Anunnaki on the humans. They changed their genes. So there's definitely, if you look at the Zachariah Sitchin type of version of that, there's like some sort of genetic manipulation by the gods on the various races of humankind. you know uh, so they have that, and of course the Sethians and the Canaanites, as we looked before, they have these types of stories, of the generations after Noah. You have this work in the Apocalypse of Adam, and different works like that. They have a rewriting of history, really, through the generation of the races of men. And that's what you see in a lot of the occult. They talk about the generation of the races of men in Noah, and obviously, Noah's father Lamech in the book of Enoch says that Noah has the genes, the genetic makeup of the Nephilim still in him. That he's one of the Nephilim. That's why Noah lives for so long. He lives for hundreds of years. Well, they think like, what were these kind of humans that live for hundreds of years? And many in the audience may have heard some of these stories and stuff, ancient aliens type of stuff. But to some of them, it might be completely weird, new type of information. But yeah, that's where a lot of this alien, t- and racial stuff comes from. You know what I mean? But yeah, we talked about it on the show many times. It is what it is.
Well, that's actually why I brought it up, and it's the end of the show, so I won't get too deep into it. But I wanted to mention I watched Giorgiani again today, and the shit he was talking about is like right on this line of this stuff, and he was basically saying how I won't go into the math stuff that he was getting into, because I think that the shit he was talking about is literally straight out of William Gibson novels, and is just very fascinating. But basically, what else, about timelines and about, math runs the universe and we've kind of figured it out. And but what he said is, he said that whatever the trickster god is, and he said it's probably like a hermaphroditic or female god or whatever. He's saying essentially that he sees the danger. The reason he's a Luciferian is he sees that what we're doing here is a test to impress whatever the deity is that has control over life here, which he sees as something along the lines of Lucifer. And he said that if we don't continue to innovate and accelerate into technological progress in the right way, that essentially we're going to run out of chances, because we've already had a few chances and we've messed it up in the past. And now, and he sees basically like general humans aren't really willing to give up their traditions and dogma and religions. And so he sees it as they've got to let 99% of people go in order to get to that. And what he sees, the controllers of this world, like, which is weird because he basically says that it's the Aryan race that's controlling the world, and that the Jays are not really for it or something like. I mean, he's kind of alluding to this idea, but essentially he was saying that, you know, the people who control this earth do not want people to progress because they're scared of technological innovation, and that they're trying to control it and suppress it. But what he's saying is we need to accelerate into it and become as highly advanced as possible, because we need to impress upon you know, Lucifer, or whatever the trickster god that he worships is, that we are ready for the next level of whatever. And when he said all that, it reminded me of what this whole Great Awakening and stuff like Alex Jones talks about get ready to go to the next level and all this stuff. And I'm just wondering, like, what the hell is really, like, what is all this coded language really alluding to? Like, I'm sure that he believes in some of what he's saying, but he's essentially saying that there's good aliens that want to help us, or creatures or interdimensional beings or whatever. And then there's the ones that want to suppress us and keep us as slaves as a human race or something. And man, it's just like, I don't know if it's just like a total inversion of Abraham. I mean, I don't want to use the word Abrahamic faith, but what, you know, of general religion, or if it's just a total psyop. I'm not sure which, like, I guess either one wouldn't surprise me, but I'm just kind of curious.
Well, so you don't think Abrahamic religion is a psyop? You know, it's all Saturnian-based worship. If you look into it, you know, the L, the cube. For example, you know, yeah, the Muslims have Mecca. You know, they have the Kaaba, whatever. You know, the Jews have the Tefillin, I believe it's called. You know, the black one there. It's all across the entire world, and then the Christians have the cross. And you know, if you unfold a cube, the net of a cube is the cross, right? It's the same idea. It's a geometric pattern. So all these Abrahamic religions, and not even that, just a lot of, you know, Vedic, Buddhism. It's all being ran off the same fucking thing. You know what I mean? It's an energy harvesting tool. Fine.
Right. By who though? Who's harvesting the energy for what? You know,
Shaitan, the opposer. I don't know. Like,
oh, I see.
You know, to create something.
It's like a Keiko demon type of situation. Yeah, you know, sacrifices. You know, that's kind of what Zachariah Sitchin had in mind too. You know, he's kind of thinking, you know, that these are institutions put forth by, you know, demonic entities, really aliens, he thought, you know, that are coming in to, you know, guide humanity and to harvest energy, you know, and power from humanity, you know, wasting their time. Yeah, there is some Saturn, stuff there. Well, Saturn was the god of the Canaanites. Uh, um, uh,
Well,
uh,
Saturn is also Chronos, right? Which is they
yeah, the
call him,
Canaanites.
it's
Yeah,
like time, or it's related to time, or the Grand
yeah,
Taskmaster,
because the Canaanites had El,
Master, or whatever the fuck they
and
call
El was basically Saturn, and they had El and Shira, I think that was their gods before they had the Old Testament or whatever, before they had
it.
Moses
Yeah.
and all that type of stuff.
Well, look at that, right? Like, look at all the angels, right? Angel. Like, you see all the, like, Michael, whatever, Raphael, all these, the Uriel. It's always L, like the elect, um, election, elders, the
Yeah, that's
L.
one of the
It's all
main
related to the
yeah, that's one of the main tenets of mythicism. Mythicism today, as it's derived, they actually say that most of the
yeah,
religions,
the L leads to, someone said there. Yeah.
yeah, that they're all coming from astrotheology. All the beliefs actually come from the zodiac. That's what the Freemasons believe. For real. They believe that
Well,
a lot
that
of
that's exactly what
It's all repackaged, Yeah.
well that's exactly what that Giorgiani guy was saying today. He said that actually that the study of the zodiac is so accurate because he believes that essentially somebody has programmed our reality to line up with these things, even though it doesn't make any sense. So what he said is like what we see beyond our solar system is probably not actually out there, but a projection of something that is much closer, essentially, or something along those lines. And I thought it was very strange, the stuff that he was saying, because it does seem to line up with what these people who are controlling things do seem to actually believe. So, whether he's just lying for whatever reason or
Is
whatever.
this the same video you sent me earlier?
No,
In the thing, because this is
yeah,
funny, because we should just play some of
yes,
this, because
today. It's from today, the live thing. But I think if
yeah, his
you go
shit
to,
is bad shit crazy. Yeah.
if you go to like close to the end, like the last, I don't know, hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. Like, I mean, dude, it's just like it was literally straight out of William Gibson. Uh, Timelines, alien. I mean, it's totally crazy. But the thing is, like, I don't think he's just making it up. Like, I think he really does either A, believe it, or B, is like totally amalgamating all these belief systems that people really do believe in, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Cage, have you ever heard of this guy, George?
So you cut out a bit there on my end. I've heard of somebody named who?
Giorgiani.
No, I haven't. But I did have someone to share. I'll throw someone in the private, and because if you would give, I like getting to the base of these things, like how are they actually being created?
For sure, for sure. We don't have a
What's
lot
up?
of time here left here, but
I
yeah,
know
man.
it came at the end.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, we usually go about 9 hours, out here. But yeah, man, thanks for joining us. This is your first time, bless you, man. Thanks for having an
Well,
experience.
thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
seen you over at Talcott, because I watch that show all the time. So yeah, man, bless you, man. Thank you for joining here as well, man. And just to let you know, you're welcome here anytime. We got here lives on Wednesday, Friday morning, and Saturday night. So yeah. So
There you
Wednesday
go.
night. Yep. Yeah, so we got them 3 days a week here. So yeah, man, bless you, man. You're welcome anytime. And definitely. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I did drop something in the private for later on if you want to check that out.
Oh
But
yeah, I
it's
got
called
you. Yeah, we'll end with
some
that.
neuroscience. It's some neuroscience stuff. It gets into electromagnetic fields and how consciousness is. And that, of course, the headphones died there. But yeah, it's about how consciousness is created electromagnetic fields, and
Oh shit.
pretty
Yeah,
deep,
this
bro.
looks like some heavy duty. Yeah, we'll watch some of this. we'll close it off with this, man. But yeah, thank you for bringing this to
Yeah,
our
yeah,
attention, brother Cage. And we'll go around the panel, get everybody's closing thoughts out here and watch this video that Cage dropped for us. But yeah, man, Cecil, you got anything to say for everyone? I'm pretty sure Cecil's knocked out. Oh no, he's still awake. What's up, Cecil?
No, bro, I don't really have much to say, dude.
Well,
Life
Sleep, brother.
yeah, sweet dreams, brother, man.
Disease and shit.
Yeah, peace, man.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
a full Cecil too. So have a good night, everybody. I wish I had more to say, but I'm pretty about to pass out.
Well, you brought some heavy duty, I guess we could call it a performance. Fuck it, it's a performance. We brought a performance. We performed. You know what I mean? It is what it is. The monkey
It's an
has to go on the stage.
operation, right? An operation. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Neuro came through. Excellent discussion with Jay Rillo. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Neuro, as always, a staple of the show, Neuro Jack. You know what I mean? You guys know the machine lives wouldn't be the same without Neuro Jack bringing the heat out here, man. And brother Cage, man, bless, man. Thanks for bringing us some of your knowledge out here, man. You got any closing thoughts for the audience out here, man? Go ahead, man. Hit them with whatever you got before we play your video that you brought for us.
No, not really. I'll let that talk for itself,
For sure. Thanks, brother, man. Yeah, and hopefully Cage will join us again soon. I'm gonna throw everybody in, in the back as we watch this video here, and then I'm gonna close off this segment. This is from Cage on electromagnetic fields and consciousness, something that we actually opened up with. We're discussing Ken Wheeler and seeing some of those things. But yeah, I'm always happy to look into new shit, man. So man, bless, man. Let's study some of this together, man. You guys already know the machine lies, man. Bless you guys.
Well, first of all, thank you for attending tonight. This is going to be a slightly different approach. This is going to be a more open type of lecture. And what I would like to do is to begin with what the future will be. And this is what this particular presentation will be like. So this is the human brain as you probably have seen on many occasions, but in actual fact, that's not the real human brain. The human brain is alive. And if you measured it, this is what it would look like. Those flashing patterns you see there are the actual activity of a real brain. We've taken an EEG, quantified it, and we can actually see the activity taking place over the left and right hemispheres. The yellow and the red that you see is effectively what's going on as the person is sitting quietly. There's microstates going on here, being recreated every 20 milliseconds, 50 times a second. There are about 4 basic microstatic patterns, which are the building blocks to consciousness, just like pairs, sets of DNA or base pairs are the information for the last 3 billion years of genetics. Person's quiet. So the question is, suppose you have had access to information within every other person's brain and they had access to yours. What would happen? Has it happened? Can it happen? And what would it mean for the future of human societies? No more secrets. And tonight, that's exactly what we're talking about. Suppose you had access to the information of every other brain on this planet. No more secrets. Are we all connected? And the answer is yes. We are all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field. The human species is about 7 billion conductive brains, all sharing this field. Think of 7 billion wires, all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field. This field contains enough energy to store the experience of every human being who has ever lived. It's an easy calculation. Just think about that. All the information of every human brain that's ever lived has the potential to be stored in the Earth's magnetic field with lots of energy left over. There's the Earth's magnetic field. You've seen it on many occasions. In fact, the strength of the magnetic field induced in every brain, right now you're being induced, put it this way, you are immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, is penetrating through your brain, through your body. And in fact, the strength of the magnetic field induced in every brain by the Earth's magnetic field, when all brains are considered, is almost identical to the strength that each brain generates.
Your brain generates in the order of about a picotesla, which is about a trillionth of a Tesla, much weaker than the Earth's magnetic field. But that's the operational intensity. But what does it mean? It means simply this. Such convergence produces the conditions that allow global resonance and the possibility of a human hologram. That is 7 billion brains, basically immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, all with similar intensities. The whole equal the sum, and the sum equal the individual, individual equal the sum.
Oh shit, he's talking about that X-Men 2. They link up all the brains. This is some crazy shit, man. A hologram produced of all the brain states? Holy fucking shit. No more secrets. Son of a bitch. Yo, this is a crazy video, Mr. Cage, for real.
Sum that sets up the conditions for a hologram. Calculations suggest that the time required for an event in one human brain to diffuse into all other human brains on this planet would be about 10 minutes. And it would recur primarily during dreams or during altered states. In other words, you can actually calculate it. 7 billion brains is an easy calculation. One brain, something you're thinking about right now, how long would it take if we're all connected to diffuse to every other human brain on this planet? About 10 minutes, and optimally during dreaming, when the right hemisphere is dominant. So here's how it would look in terms of an animation. Effectively, there's the representation of the 7 billion brains, almost 7 billion. And ultimately, this connection would take place over time in roughly about 10 to 15 minutes, particularly if you're dreaming, because there's something very different about the right side of the brain, the right hemisphere. Now, has there been evidence that such connections occur? Yes, for decades, verified cases indicate that some people's sudden experiences about a crisis to or death of a loved one occurs on days when geomagnetic activity is quietest. The experiences usually occur during a dream state. Let me give you an example. On the evening of the 5th of January, I was visiting, this is from a middle-aged woman. This is one of many cases. These kinds of cases have been recorded certainly since the 1870s. Massive booklets containing this information. On the evening of the 5th of January, I was visiting in my kitchen with some friends. Suddenly, I felt my face flush and I felt ill. In a matter of minutes, I was out cold. My friends carried me to the living room and placed a cold cloth on my head. They said I opened my eyes and stared for 15 minutes. When I came to, it was exactly 10:30 p.m. That night, I was ill and vomited several times. I kept crying and thinking about my sister. Every time I thought about our mother, I felt depressed. The next morning at 7 a.m., my mother called. She was crying.
Yo, what's up, Brother Cage?
Yeah, just like he actually has a lot of good information after some of this stuff. Where he gives like these anecdotal evidences, but he really gets into some. You know, you have to read in between the lines of this.
Yeah,
You know?
this is a crazy video already.
And this is old. It's from like 2009 or something. And they've been doing a lot of studies out there. Watch, he gets deep into it. Like he gets into where they've done studies at there at Laurentian with Herb Vance and Ingo Swan and all these other people. But they've even done studies on regular individuals there, where they have two people in a darkened room, you know, completely silent. You know, they're measuring their EEG, the brain activity, and that. And when they share a magnetic field, they can shine a simple light flash, and the other person in the dark responds to that light flash as if they saw it. I mean, so it just proves that there's some, you know, every mind's connected and some transference going on. You know what I mean? I think it has to do with
I feel like they wouldn't even
subconscious
have to
programming.
have them in the same room for real, you know? I feel like people can
They're not in the same room. They're separated by distance and everything.
Oh, no way. Oh,
no,
shit.
they're sharing a magnetic field, which, you know, there's certain practices, you know, like the practices like, you know, ancient days and that where they're, you know, beating the drum, doing different, you know, different types of practices, you know, different techniques, meditation techniques, like, you know, Zen and that, you know, everything where you actually change, you know, your local magnetic field or, you know, your endogenous magnetic field, and it overtakes. It's like something like magnetic induction. You start overtaking, you know, everything in your environment. Now you're controlling your environment. It's like becoming lucid within the dream. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I
But
feel you.
yeah, this guy gets deep. I'm telling you. When I hear more.
Yeah, bless. Thanks for the information, brother Cage. I'm definitely on that vibe about because I think that reality is mind. I think everything the basic nature of everything is mind and not matter. I think matter is the illusion. Mind is the reality, obviously. You know what I mean?
Well, even look at the words and terms they use, right? Because it's through the language. Language
Yeah.
really structures the area. So it's like, what matters to you? What really matters to you? And that's what creates matter, the physical shit that you see around you. So what really
Yeah.
matters to you beyond your ego, and that is your subconscious program that's being, has been programmed into everybody since a young age. It's running this
Yeah.
shit. Mhm.
Yeah, that's what it is, and there's for real, there's code makers and code breakers out here, and for real. As reality is made of symbols. You know what I mean? If you look at it, and man is a symbol making animal. If you look at man's function on earth, what really separates us from animals is language, and our ability to interpret nature through the use of language, or through the use of symbols. Well, nature is a symbol for something that exists outside of nature. You better believe it. Nature is essentially, it's a language of God, in a sense. You know what I mean? But what is mind? Mind is everything that's not matter. What is matter? Matter is undefined. You know what I mean? It's impermanence.
Yeah, it's like it comes to the observation of what really constitutes matter, right? Does matter exist unless you have some sort of consciousness on it? Like, are you observing it? Does it exist when you're not observing it? Like, get deep into it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, what matters to you? You see how they fuck with people with the language like that, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it's like an
language.
operation, right? An operation.
Yes.
Who's the conductor? Who's the person who created the instruments? You get deeper into it.
Yeah, and that's why we get into technology. That's another good one. Because if you go to Aristotle, he's got the word techne, logos. And techne is skill or craft, and logos is the application of knowledge.
It's an archetypal figure, really. Yeah. You got your logos, pathos, and ethos, right?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, bless. Yeah, well, thank you for joining us, guys, and thanks for illuminating some more of this video here. I'm glad you're still watching, and
You're gonna stay on for a minute. You should play more of it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, oh yeah. I'm gonna play like maybe
it gets good.
5 more minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I got time to play like maybe 5 more minutes of this video. But yeah, bless you guys for joining us, and then I'll take a musical outro. With you guys. But yeah, bless you guys, man. Thanks for joining. Man, it's Wednesday today, isn't it? And 7:30 p.m. So 30 p.m. and peace from us here. And thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Oh, Jay Rillo's asking what this video is called. It's called Michael Persinger on No More Secrets. Let me drop the link here. Watch some of this video and
we cannot touch, see, or control time.
We are essentially prisoners in this fourth dimension. And one day, all of this will be gone. Yet, for some reason, you don't seem to care too much.
Ten dimensions, six you can't see. Phone the tanguman, what do you believe? Communication, military, technician, or speech. The young man they taught nicely, his grandmother sleeps. The source of all light is in the darkness of the deep. We cover rapper seeds like we harvest in the wheat. The more you know, you less you speak. You love your own physique, your tears bleeding on the streets. Your organs leaking on the beast. 3 degrees, you're cutting angles off the sea. You utilize these demons, teach straight defeated from the weak. We like the organs off the sea, picking lions off the beach. A lion Ryan's bill, electric pyramids of G. Clip the wings of fallen angels, blast lyrics on the streets. You can't compete. Reincarnated inside the mind of a so-bad spreads design. I drank too many cups, I think I lost my mind. Sky now, I'm down 10 nails in my pirates. These cunts are stealing souls of the mindless. Savages not off the with the highest. We swim with whales and dolphins. Silhouettes of psychophagos in minds. Cold giants, fiction of tyrants.
Breaking weapons, opening intestines. Coming at you brutally with definite direction. I can't teach you lessons in surgery dissections. The demons cutting guts with ultimate perfection. Your succulent flesh, stuck between my teeth. Plunge into your teeth, your bloody muscles of defeat. There's no chance in hell you're surviving an attack. Favorite apex, predatory trace in my family. I face scarlet, Glasgow City, Mother Town City, full of lucky dirty junkie room. Fuck, I can't beat his blades, that's a 1920. Shove a kitchen knife inside your face and you'll be smelling pennies. Raise a facelift, 300 stitches, cut you for your chinny hair like the babe side your rib me.
A child, touched by fire, delivered from heaven to be our greatest warrior, destined for victory.
Have a blessed night, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Block and Cloud, Brooklyn Academy. You know what I'm saying? Block.